You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, Tux, what's going on, man?
Good morning, good morning. What's going on, guys?
Good morning. I feel like it's a happy day in Monero land. Seeing lots of people out there excited about the price.
Yeah, definitely some big accounts. Been talking about Monero recently.
Yeah, exactly. Like people that I haven't seen talking about it. People with hundreds of thousands. Like one guy has like 600,000 followers.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that have used Monero for quite a long time, and they're just now coming around to like being like, "Hey, yeah, this thing is actually like."
Yeah, like, why isn't
real.
this worth more? Like I also trade all these shit coins that go up in so much value, and now I have this other thing that actually does something, and it seems like it should be worth a lot more. That's kind of like what's going on out there. The realization, the market is realizing. I think it's it's like Bitcoin 2013, 2014.
That's what a lot of people are saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just stop the show and start like trying to, acquire as much Monero as we can instead of shilling it.
Like,
Don't buy Monero.
wait, a little too fast.
Running out of time. We're running out of time. Guys, once the train leaves the station on Monero, I mean, right? So like it was a stable coin at 150. At some point it's going to reach a new stable coin area, right? And then it's never coming back down. I mean, it's going to level up at some point. So
No, yeah. I mean, it had a nice long, like 2.5 years of where you could just accumulate between $100 and like 170, right?
Participant 1K stable soon. Yeah, at some point. It's not as crazy as you think. I remember when Bitcoin had like broken 1K and was on its way to 10K, and I was telling my friends at the time, it's going to be 100K one day. They're like, "Why? It's crazy." Monero is the same thing, guys. It's also digital gold. It's just fungible. It's better. So the only thing Bitcoin has going for it is its insane network effect. But it doesn't work well as digital cash. Arguably doesn't work well as digital gold because it's not fungible. What it's built for and what it's good at is integrating with the current financial system. So it's accepted and a lot of money flows into it. A lot of fiat dollars flow into it. And that's why it's as high price as it is. It's been accepted by the powers that be. So Monero is just going to be a longer climb. It's going to take longer, but it's unstoppable. Like the money will leach into it. I don't know at what point the spigot's really open. I mean, I don't think you're not going to ever see like the Monero ETF days, or I guess at some point, but
hopefully not.
It's going to be a much slower climb, and and that gives us more time to build and avoid being co-opted. So enjoy these. These are the golden years. This is the best time to be a part of Monero, and anybody who's a part of it now, I'm sure will remain a part of it. I don't think anybody's leaving. That's the other thing too. Like the unit we have right now, the people that are in Monero ain't going anywhere, right? Like they've held through the stable era of 150 for how long was that now? How long was Monero a stablecoin at 150?
It was for like 2.5 years, I think.
Yeah.
At least 2 years, at least around a couple years, because it wasn't since the it was like mid 2022. There was like kind of another bull run after the initial one in 2021, right? It kind of everything like kind of resurfaced back up to the top. And then since then, Monero hadn't gone above 200 since then for a couple years, up until a couple months ago, and it just kind of started climbing back up. So, yeah, it's cool to see. Obviously, like you said, the spigots will never really open for Monero to the same degree for Bitcoin, because liquidity is simply just not there in terms of people being able to quickly transfer their fiat into Monero. But I think it's a good thing ultimately. It'll protect them.
And honestly, I do think eventually it does get there, because it's going to be so the liquidity between Monero and other cryptos like Bitcoin and Ethereum, these big ones, is going to become so seamless at some point that, you know, like with Saridex, right? I mean, you'll be able to move in and out with millions and millions of, you know, dollars worth of Bitcoin at some point.
Fingers crossed.
Like, yeah. I mean, I don't see why not. I don't know. All the, you know, why wouldn't that happen? There's nothing technologically going to stop it, and it's just kind of the inevitable rise as people seek out private, untraceable digital cash, digital gold. And that number of people is going to trend up as they realize there's only one. You know, that you have the Bitcoin standard, and you have the Monero is its own standard. It's the digital cash standard. So there will be a growing need for that utility, inevitably. So very exciting to see Monero starting to, I think, perform relative to what its actual value is. I mean, it's still very low price. Let's, you know, it really hasn't even gone up that much. I guess what it's just gone up relative to the others, right? I think kind of the market has been languishing, and Monero has been climbing a little bit. And then, yeah, really more it's just hearing, you know, seeing people out on X talking about it more, these larger accounts. That's really the exciting part.
And I mean, relative to Monero and its history, of its recent stablecoin history, it is kind of a big deal, right? I mean, yeah, you're right. It hasn't actually moved that much, even relatively towards the rest of the market. But compared to Monero's history, yeah, it's kind of broken new ground. Obviously, it's not an all-time high. I think its all-time high is like what, around 500 US.
Yeah, I mean, Monero should be 2K right now, honestly. Like,
for sure.
I mean, it's it never even broke its $500 high from 18 or something, which is crazy.
That was 2021, 2022, actually. Actually, it wasn't that long ago.
The first time it hit.
Oh, the first time. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That was probably it's probably around 2017, 2018 during that first
insane.
major alt bull run.
Right.
Yeah.
That's when Bitcoin hit like 10K. Oh no, 20K, right? Bitcoin hit 20K at that point, right? Yeah, so crazy. But yeah, word's getting out. Maybe it's because I was on Luke's show. That definitely helped.
I mean,
get the word out.
Definitely a lot of people, a lot of visibility on that show. It was a good show. I listened to the whole thing, obviously.
You were there.
Yeah.
That was fun, right?
Yeah, that was really good. You did a good job. It's cool of Luke to branch out a little bit and accept some XMRchat, not XRPchat, like he accidentally said a couple times. Definitely not XRPchat.
I know, he was calling it XRP. I was like, bruh, do not. It's literally the exact opposite. Actually, let me play a clip real quick here. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Can you see it? .com/ Oh wait, why am I coming out of my other speaker here? Hold up. I don't know what that's all about. Let's see, maybe now. XMRchange, XMRchat.com/wearechange. You don't need to make an account. Super easy.
It looks like we already have an XRP chat right now.
Yeah,
Let's
got an
go.
XMRchat.
Yeah,
All right.
that's awesome. This is a new kind of tech that we didn't
guys,
really use before.
Send your XMR chats. It's super easy to do. You just go to XMRchat.com/wearechange. XMRchat.com/wearechange. You don't need to make an account. Super easy. If you know how to use Monero, it'll just ask you to basically type in a little message, whatever you want to send to Luke, and it will ask you to send some Monero. You can send him 10 cents. You can send him $10. You can send him $10 million, any amount of Monero, and the transaction fee would always be the same, just a fraction of a cent. And all transactions go directly from the sender to the receiver, to Luke's wallet. So super cool.
Yeah, this is exciting. This is something that we've never really utilized before. I mean, back in the day, I remember we were kind of talking about the larger implications here, but in real time, you could see on the bottom left hand, depending on how you're watching it, corner there, you could see the kind of super chats through Monero kind of pop up there. We already got one from Monero Extremist saying, "It's about time you came to the coolest donation/super chat platform. All the cool kids are here." We got another one saying LFG, another one saying let's go. So
That's
yeah,
amazing.
this is pretty interesting tech that we're mainly utilizing, mainly because of Donald Trump's meme coin. I will explain why later.
So yeah, there you go. There you go.
Super cool. It's awesome. I like how my test one showed up.
What's
the clip. I like how my test XMR chat showed up at the beginning of the clip.
Yeah. Guys,
yeah.
send your XMR chats right now. Let me put in the link, xmrchat.com/Monerotalk. And if you're a streamer out there, you're a podcaster, whatever, set it up. You don't even need to be a streamer or a podcaster for this to be a useful tool to you. And we have a big vision with this. I think one of the cool use cases could be as like kind of a tool to get in touch with people. Like you pay to get in touch with somebody, right? So Luke is now running this. Obviously, he just used it for his stream, and hopefully he'll continue to do that. But it could also be just a cool way to contact Luke and get his attention at any time, not when he's just streaming. Maybe you send him $100 worth of Monero because you want to pitch him on some product, right? You'll get his attention when you send it as an XMR chat. And we're going to add a feature, just like we're doing on XMR Bazaar. You'll be able to link the notifications, like with your Signal or your SimpleX. So, you don't have to be sitting on XMR chat all day to see if a tip comes in. But hopefully it would come to kind of the top of your attention because you'll link it to your Signal. Most people have Signal in this day and age. And you'll get your little Signal alert. Oh, look, somebody sent me an XMR chat for $100 worth of Monero. I should get back to this person. So it could be a good way to kind of use Monero as a means for communicating with people and getting their attention.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good. Like you said, it's really good just for like if you want a nice, well laid out donation page. Like people have sent me stuff even though I don't like stream myself on my page that I created just for testing. Yeah, you can use it for a lot of different purposes, and I mean it's even kind of become sort of like as usable as like a link tree type of website because you can actually add. I noticed this recently. There's a feature that lets you add like all of your social medias, right? So you can add like your X account, you can add a custom website, you can add your YouTube channel, your Rumble, your Odyssey, all that stuff, which is great. Super cool. And it's just a really nice, like clean, like just well-looking platform. Like it's just focusing on doing what it's supposed to do really well, while adding nice little features here and there. Like being able to change from USD to XMR for the tips, so it displays XMR instead, which I know some people are very, very big on only seeing that instead of USD. So that's cool.
Participant saying, I used XMRchat as a creator 2 days ago. You can put the same receiving address as the one used for Akuno, and the donations will appear on both. That's interesting. Okay, that's cool. I'm trying to think if that's going to lead to an issue, but that is cool. I would use a separate wallet for each. But yeah, because you don't want it. Then you're not keeping track of your Kunos.
Yeah, how does that
right?
work? Does it show private donations as money comes in on the address? That's weird.
Well, he
Yeah.
used the same view key for both. So now when it's coming into Kuno, it's registering there, and when it's
I see.
when it's coming
I
into
see.
the wallet,
Yep.
it's registering at Kuno and registering at XMRChat.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah.
I guess you could do that if you really want to, but yeah, I would just if I were using both, I would just keep like I mean they tell you at the beginning of setting up the XMRchat that you should only have like one, only use this for receiving XMRchats.
Yes, and
So it doesn't screw up.
like you're saying, the UX is really good. I mean, Fiat Dema is doing an amazing job. The fact that we were able to get Luke up and running in a matter of minutes.
Oh yeah, it
Like,
took me
we
literally
showed up
5
at the
minutes.
studio. Yeah, that was incredible.
The biggest issue was not being able to scan the QR code for the fee, but I worked around that, being able to copy the address myself.
Yes, and that's an easy fix. We just got to fix the QR code functionality. I'm pretty sure I told Fiat about that. And then we also added multi-coin tipping. So you could tip in, well, right now I think we just have Litecoin and like
It's got Bitcoin too. Yeah, Litecoin and Bitcoin, yeah.
But yeah, we'll add like Dogecoin. We'll add Xano. Definitely not adding Bawdyanarchist. No, just kidding. We'll add Bawdyanarchist as well. We'll even put it above Xano. Yeah, we can. So you could tip in your shit coins, and they will be transferred into Monero. So anybody that's receiving it will always receive it in Monero, which is fantastic. So they're still going to get it peer to peer, direct into their wallet. But why as a content provider, he may have listeners, or probably most people do have listeners that don't have Monero, but they have their Dogecoin. So now they could go tip in Doge, and it auto converts into Monero.
You got a Trump coin now, man. Everyone's on that Trump coin. Let's see, we will
definitely add Trump coin. I was telling Fiat Demise when Trump first launched, like the idea of just trying to make an instant swap, like a page, just like Trump to Monero. And
just to capitalize on it.
You can only swap from Trump coin into Monero. But yeah, I mean, you can essentially be able to do that through XMRchat, which is super cool. And yeah, Luke. So it sounded like Luke might be moving away from his show for some time. He's got to figure out the financials. He's being audited by the IRS is coming after him. So he's hopefully will keep the show running. And one of the things he mentioned was, well, I needed another good sponsor. And Tux and I were actually talking to him about the idea of like maybe doing a Kuno or something, and to be effectively sponsored by the Monero community for a couple of months. So how cool would that be? I would be behind that, right? Why not have Luke out there? He does an amazing job. Super based. He's been doing this for a long time before crypto even existed. Not necessarily this show, but being out there in public, talking about things that were once considered
investigative journalism.
Things that were once considered conspiracy theories. He was early to these things, revealing to the people. And I think he aligns well with Monero. So I mean, imagine him doing a show every week, and it's essentially sponsored by the Monero community. And I'm using XMRchat. Send your Monero. I mean, it would be a lot more effective, I hate to say it, than what we do here, right? This is different here, right? Here we're all Monero users. We're all here hanging out, talking Monero. But Luke has a much wider audience. I would say maybe only 5% of them at best have Monero at this point, his audience, right?
Yeah, there was a lot of XMR chats that came in. Most of those were probably from the Monero community saying like, oh, jumping on it, which appreciate everyone's XMR chats. I think it was a pretty good impression for Luke. But yeah, he's got a very wide audience. He's got a very large show, and he's been doing this for a long time. So most of those people, probably a lot of them only know about like Bitcoin and stuff, and might not even have heard about Monero. There's definitely a few people that was yeah, complaining like, why aren't you taking like Lightning and you're taking this shit coin instead and whatever. But I mean, that's the cool part about XMRchat is that, I mean, you can donate in BTC. Like you said, a lot of these people only are going to have like Bitcoin. You can donate directly in BTC and it'll do a Trocador swap in the background. And then the creator receives fresh, clean XMR. And I mean, for someone like a streamer or someone who receives a lot of donations, I mean, it's important that you receive your donations in XMR. Like if you're receiving a lot in BTC, I mean, you could end up getting your entire wallet tainted because somebody sends you some, bad Bitcoin that's like fails all of the AML checks. And if you're someone who's relying on those donations or tips to then convert to fiat, then you might get held up by doing that and you might get your Bitcoin seized. So
yeah, it's like the ultimate piggy bank, right? Like safe. It's a little mini. It gives every streamer like access to a Swiss bank that they could just store their little pieces of gold in, right? Like it's freaking amazing, And yeah, people can't see. Obviously, if they watch your screen, things are published. But we're gonna add. I don't know if we have it yet. Where basically the streamer can turn off the publishing of the amounts. I don't know if we have that feature live yet. I think we're thinking of. I think
should happen is that if somebody decides to enable a private tip, it should just not show up publicly at all, and that should only be viewable to the creator who's logged into their dashboard. Right? That makes sense, right? Because right now you can have a private tip and it shows the tip, just doesn't show a name. But it's like if somebody really wants to, they can just choose not to use their own name, right? They can choose to use a random name. So I think it makes sense.
Yeah, the private doesn't come up publicly. It just comes on the tipper's page on the
Actually, it does show up publicly.
Oh, it does? So then what is the private even doing right now? That's yeah. What is the private doing when you select private?
Just hides the name. That's it. Which is why I'm
hides
suggesting.
The name. Yeah. No, we got to change that. Yeah, it's got to be.
Oh, it hides the name in the comment, so it doesn't show the comment if you added a message. So yeah, that should probably be hidden from public view, and so only the creator who's logged in can see that. That'd be a minor change. That'd be
right. But I also think the streamer should be able to just set it so none of the tip amounts are published publicly. Whether whether what the tipper sets on their end. I mean, it does take away some of it, right? Because that's the incentive for people to tip like larger amounts because they want to show like, hey, I'm tipping it. But the streamer will see it. It just won't be published publicly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea to give streamers customizable privacy options, right? I think it totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Got a few XMR chats coming in here.
Yes.
We got one from Jesus tipped 25 cents. At Tux, what's the status of LWS on Cake? Unfortunately, I don't have a status for that. I know Doug.
Well, Vic was mentioning. He tweeted it out.
Did he actually miss this?
Yeah,
if he did,
I had tweeted out the Noto, showing the Noto. And we have the XMR Bazaar listings coming across the Noto now, which is super cool. And then Vic was saying, been talking to Seth. We're looking at making that a priority to add LWS to Cake, because once that's done, for those who don't understand what that has to do with the Noto, that would essentially allow you to run your Noto, which has LWS on it, and then you can use Cake Wallet with essentially the LWS feature. So you would get instant sync on Cake by connecting your Cake wallet to your Noto that's running on LWS, and you're storing your view key in the Noto. You're not storing it on some third-party server, on the My Monero server, on the Cake server. You're storing your view key on your Noto. You're using your Cake wallet like you normally would, but now whenever you open it, it's already synced. I mean, that's beautiful. Right? That solves a lot of problems right there.
Yeah.
What do you think, Tux?
And it'd be great for people who have like poor internet access if they're out, right? The amount of data that has to be transferred to view your balance if you're using LWS is very, 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 very little. in comparison to
And it
having
solves
a
the
full wallet.
syncing problem, right? That's one of
Yeah,
the
no
major
syncing.
issues in Monero is it's got to sync, right? You
Yep.
get rid of syncing, and you're using a wallet like Cake, and you're holding your own keys. You haven't sacrificed your keys in any way. That's kind of the
Obviously,
holy
you need to
grail.
have like a Monero Nodo, or you need to run your own server, or you have to have a
Right.
friend who you trust. But that's the thing, is that I could set up an LWS, and I could give private access to my friends, and then they could have an instant Monero experience instead of having to sync every time, which is great.
Exactly. Yeah, or you get the Nodo. You don't need to get the Nodo. You run it yourself, you know. But we've also made it super easy. Let me throw that up there, actually. Moneronodo.com.
Do a
For
couple
those
other
that are
XMRchat
like
here.
that are noobish, be like, what? We're gonna run LBS. The concept behind the Nodo is to make it plug and play, including even the LWS feature. We're still, it's all there. It all works. Obviously, things need to be tweaked and improved in terms of UX, but you could effectively do it already. And now once Cake adds it, it'll be there. At that point, the only thing in my mind that needs to be solved then is that 20-minute lock time. Like the privacy, we're doing well. Scale, fees are great. Instant sync. At that point, it's very usable as the day-to-day thing.
We got
I
an
don't know.
XMRchat from Doug, a man's best friend. Monero Talk, the best investment in crypto, to the moon. Wish I could afford to support you more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. You support us by watching. If you want to support us in other ways, tweet,
Share,
retweet,
share the stream.
share. Yeah, support us in those ways.
Neil's tipped 1, 2, 3. You probably aren't aware, but I bet you are shadow banned to some extent on YouTube, Doug. Definitely. To go on to other podcasts is also a way to go around that potential shadow banning to make sure the Monero word lands into those other communities. Keep it up.
Yeah, we are definitely shadow banned. I mean, this show doesn't suck that much to the point where it wasn't able to get 10K subscribers for, I don't know. Well, we're at our 4-year anniversary for Monerotopia, right? We should mention that. Did we mention that yet?
Yeah.
And then
yep.
the Monero Talk, and everything's on the same YouTube channel, the Monero Talk YouTube channel. That's been going on since 2018, 2018, I think. And we've been putting out fantastic content. Like, all right, maybe the quality wasn't the best. Maybe I'm not the most groomed and fluidly speaking individual, but the guests have been amazing since the early days, and asking them the hard questions. I mean, we had Andreas Antonopoulos on here in like 2019 or something, right? Grilling him about the lack of fungibility in Bitcoin. But yeah, Monero Talk, like Monero itself, is kind of a stable in terms of the amount of subscribers, and right. But yet everybody knew, like everybody in Monero knew us, but it did seem like it's kind of in its own little echo chamber. It doesn't.
Yeah, I
doesn't
mean, you
really
have had some
breach
key
those
people
walls.
on that were very much got the account, either the videos removed or probably got the account in a certain state, like Health Ranger.
Yeah.
Like the moment you did that episode with him, it was taken down. Yeah, but I mean, also you kind of encompass everything that YouTube wants to avoid, which is like promoting privacy, promoting alternative financial networks, right? I mean, that's not something that YouTube's out here trying to promote. So
Doug, any plans to have a secondary Monerotopia in Asia? Yeah, I would love to do that. Actually, would love to do that. We were talking about maybe India, which sounds pretty crazy. There's some beautiful beaches there, areas like that. I don't know. We get, there's lots of things we could do. I mean, I have a lot of dream locations where I'd love to do a Monerotopia. Maybe Turkey. I don't know, that I feel like that would be a good place. I feel like there's a little bit of a hotbed there of Monero based on some of my research. It's very much, I think the word bizarre essentially comes from that part of the world, right? They kind of created the marketplace, the agora, right? It came from that part of the world. So it would align very much with their values in terms of open marketplaces, right? People using cash to buy things. That would be super cool, and yeah, I can imagine doing it in all different parts of the world. But I guess I might as well announce we are doing it. It is determined. As of yesterday, we are doing Monerotopia 2026 in Mexico City again, same location, Huerta Roma. It was freaking epic. Figure at least one more time there. We have the pistons are running smoothly now. We have a good operation. We can make the market even bigger and better. We'll have every single vendor from moment one accepting Monero, without a doubt. I mean, we basically achieved that already this time, but now I'm in like a WhatsApp conversation with all the vendors. So it's like, I'll just be like, which one of you wants to participate in Monerotopia? If you do, be ready. Be ready to accept Monero, or bring your Monero from last year if you want to sell it. And hopefully price continues to go up a little bit. I mean, that will keep those people interested. They saw that they received Monero when it was like, whatever, worth so much in pesos, and now it's worth more pesos. So yeah, we're doing it again, Mexico City, essentially a year from now. Let me bring up the website. Bam. Yeah, let's go back to. Yeah, so not much information yet, but if you go to Monerotopia.com, you could buy the early bird tickets for Monerotopia 2026. Really got to change this background photo. We have so many like amazing real images from the real Monerotopia. But yeah, you come here and you could buy your early bird tickets. So February 5th through 8th, essentially a year from next week. You can buy your early birds. We have the VIP at $199, the general admission at $99. So VIP, the major differences, it includes the speaker dinner. The general admission, it gives you full access to the conference minus the speaker dinner. You get swag. VIP, you get a little more. You get more swag. And then we have the general admission local. So that's for locals who can't afford the $99 but want the full experience, access to the dome, swag. It's just like you're an equal GAer, but you're paying a local price. So we really do want to get the locals to come and attend and learn about it. And then we even have a free option, and that's like for the locals that just want to come into the marketplace. What's great about Monerotopia is it's like pseudo public, which adds to its anonymity set, right? So of attendees, you can mix in with the public. You could essentially, if you're super anon, you could come down to Mexico City and just kind of come through Monerotopia. You won't get into the dome, perhaps, but you'll be a part of the conference, hanging out. So it's kind of cool in that respect. And plus, it's cool in that it allows locals to access. So they can come in, hang out in the marketplace, mix and mingle with the attendees that are there, come hang out in the workshop area. Basically, they'll have access to most of the conference. They just won't have access to the main stage. And that worked out really well. And I think that's going to grow actually a lot this coming year because we've laid some strong roots. We were in a bunch of publications. Giannick did a great job getting the word out. We had a little PR event during the last Monerotopia, and I don't know if people noticed, but Monero was getting written up in Mexico City in like Forbes and stuff. That wasn't just like a coincidence. That came out of Monerotopia. We had a really good PR firm involved. Cost a little bit. We did a Monero CCS for it. Giannick ran that. He asked me, I was like, yeah, sure, go for it if people want to do it. And it actually was quite effective. Really got the word out. We got some big publications pick up on Monero itself, and they were doing interviews with Andres, who ran the Spanish component of the conference. So Andres did a fantastic job talking to these journalists and really explaining Monero in Spanish, so they could really be understood, and having conversations with these journalists and explaining Monerotopia. And a lot of the journalists actually came to Monerotopia. So we'll use that PR firm again to now this time advertise and get the word out about Monerotopia. So I would expect an increase in attendance from the locals, which I think is great. I mean, Mexico City is 20 million people. We get people using Monero in Mexico City. That's quite the hub. And people know my dream is like to turn Huerta Roma into a little, essentially, Monerotopia, but not just when we're there, but 365 days of the year. Maybe we have an ATM there. All the vendors there are always accepting Monero. Like, why not? Doesn't mean they're not accepting pesos as well, but at least they're all have Monero there as an option. People that are coming through Mexico City, one of the largest hubs in the world, they know they can go to Huerta Roma, which is like in the center of the city. It's a great place to go and spend Monero, to, you know, buy Monero off of the vendors that are looking to sell Monero, and we create a little hub in one of the largest cities in the world. So Monerotopia 2026, if you want to support us, best way to support us is buy a ticket early, get a VIP ticket. That helps fund the conference, gives us momentum. That's how we can afford to offer the free tickets for the locals. So yeah, anybody that can afford, we ask that you please buy, and you buy early, and that gives us momentum and confidence to move forward and do bigger and bigger things. So Tux, man, I know it's not your favorite locale, but I hope you're in for 2026.
Oh, I'm always in. I do think there should be there used to be a Monero conference in the United States, also, because I mean, at one point they all were, right. Aerocon was here, Monerotopia was here, and at some point they all moved out.
We'll get that going. I mean, from our perspective, it's just we don't have the time, right? So we got a lot going on in the personal life. We want to take and honestly, we are doing a Monero. What do we say, dude? We're doing a huge Monero conference in the U.S. Come to PorcFest. It's going to be the largest Monero conference we've had to date. I mean, thousands of people attend PorcFest. And now we're not just, I got to get the word out on this too. We're not just going to have, we've been at PorcFest a couple times, and it's just essentially me with my little bar selling coffee. And I've had a big impact because I've been very strategic where I set up my stand. But this year is going to be totally different. We're getting essentially the largest tent you can get at PorcFest, and it's located right next to the main stage. It's kind of like part of PorcFest. Big tent. It's its own Monero tent. It's kind of like the dome at Huerta Roma. It's quite large. A lot of people can come inside, and we're going to essentially throw a mini Monerotopia conference at PorcFest in New Hampshire. June, what are the dates? I don't even know. It's the same dates as Monerocon, actually, which I think is a great thing, because now we can stream our videos to Monerocon, and Monerocon can stream their videos here. So effectively is like a Monero conference in the U.S. Noobs that are at PorcFest or just learning about Monero can come in that tent, not only see the live stuff that we're going to have there, and I'm sure we'll have some good speakers, but they'll be able to see Luke Parker on stage live talking about full chain membership proofs. So it's going to be a Monero conference in the U.S. I know you're saying its own stand, but it is. I mean, it really very much is, and it's going to be, it's naturally going to be huge because PorcFest is already packed out, so it's going to be cool.
We got a few more super chats here.
And well, who knows, right? It may be the last thing he wants to do, but Ross Albright might be showing up to PorcFest this year. And if he does, he will most likely be a part of...
That would be a big deal if he did.
He would be a part of the Monerotopia
I'm sure there's some
tent.
people who are absolutely begging him. To come, and there's definitely going to be a fight over who gets to podcast him first if he does go to PorcFest. But
well, I think we'll have him on stage. I mean, I think Aaron has good access to him, and I would think he'd want to come and speak on the Privacy Tech Monerotopia stage. That would be freaking epic. So.
Adrian C tipped $2. Hi, Uncle Doug Adrian Costa.
One of my favorite people. Wow, $2. All right, I may have to give him his. I'll have to repay it back. Maybe with a 10x.
Mandy tipped 35 cents. Asia would be nice with fewer visa restrictions and the ability to get some Eastern audiences. Mexico is covering the Western part. Maybe a mid-2025 Asia edition would be nice to have.
I do have to say this is my favorite XMR chat tip that I've ever gotten to date from Adrian. Tip $2. Uncle Doug. Love you, brother. Using his hard-earned Monero to send me a tip.
That's awesome. Then we got one more from Monero Asia here, tip 50 cents. I'm sure Bitcoin VN would be interested in helping with Monerotopia Asia, as they have tons of XMR volume.
What is this? Bitcoin?
I think it's I think I've heard of it before. Bitcoin VN.
I don't even know.
Oh, I think he's talking about the exchange in the Vietnam. There's a exchange called Bitcoin VN. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Well,
yeah, we got a lot of things on our plate. So yeah, we could do. Mexico City is obviously happening, guys. An Asia thing would be fantastic. It might be time to do something like that. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think Turkey would work for that as well.
how badass would it be doing the conference on one of the Monero banned countries like Japan? Where Monero's kind
exactly.
of
Japan. I was thinking that Japan would be crazy, right? Where it's banned. That would be. I don't know.
That one would be expensive. Probably a little bit harder to get to.
Super expensive, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit expensive.
Dubai also banned in Dubai.
Yeah, banned in Dubai.
I have no desire to go to Dubai. I mean, maybe just to see it for the freak show that it is.
Because it's just like a technocracy, right? It's like surveillance everywhere kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it looks like a cool place. But yeah, it's
like ultimate solar punk. I feel like yeah, we'd like to see it, but really no desire to hang out there. It's like you're hanging out in like a mall. Like even when you're outside, I feel like it's kind of like a Vegas. I know it's beautiful. The what they've achieved with their, the utilities they have there, the architecture and the buildings. But yeah, no, not for me. I don't know, Tux, are you interested in Dubai? What's your take on Dubai?
I haven't really seen much about it. It just looks interesting. Lots of nice cars, of course.
I know Vic, I think, is a big fan. He likes, because he's been going there for forever. And it's a good pass through for his global travels, I guess. But yeah, crazy that it's banned there. Like, let's figure that out. Let's get Monero unbanned in Dubai, one of these like financial capitals, and the most money like thing is banned. Crazy.
All right. Well, we are running late, so let's go ahead and jump into the price report if we can.
Bawdy is ready.
Yep.
I was told to filibuster, and I maybe
yes, you did. You definitely did. I think we're good now.
We had to get the word out on Monerotopia, and I do want at some point we got to talk more about the Luke thing and how we could keep that going. Maybe we get Luke on this show and we can brainstorm with the community of how we could help him to keep his show going, and he could help us get the word out on Monero. So, but yeah, let's keep it moving. Let's get Bawdy up here. Let's do price report.
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolist.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
Hello,
Bawdy. Was that enough time for you to perk up?
Yeah, it was plenty.
You sound like a different man. You have a coffee?
Yeah, I mean, I got some food, got some coffee. I had literally like just woken up when I when I got on
it's
the
early for
show.
you, man. We appreciate you
Yeah,
doing these.
you know, actually, I've started sleeping like 8 to 9, sometimes 10 hours a night. I had this whole like thing happen, and it just completely reset me metabolically. So I've just been sleeping like crazy for like the last 3 weeks. I've just been sleeping like 8 to 10 hours every night.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
You're healing. What happened to you? I hope nothing bad. Or maybe.
I mean, it was bad, but it ended up being good. So yeah, when I started down the health paradigm, like, God, it was like 17 years ago. It was like 2008. I stopped getting sick. Like, okay, I get the occasional stomach bug, but like, I haven't been like flu sick, cold sick with a fever, like for literally like 18 years or something.
Amazing.
Anyways, I actually got like no shit, like sick a few weeks ago. And you might have even been able to hear it in my voice on the show. But yeah, so I, was running a pretty hot fever, like really high. And at some point I was like, man, I just can't even eat. Like, so I said, you know what? I was going to do a fast anyways in January for like New Year's, whatever. So I did a fast on top of like just being hella sick for 5 to 7 days. And yeah, when I started eating again, like it was incredible. Like I started sleeping. I had a whole bunch of like random stuff clear up. Like that little bit of brain fog you get in the morning. Like,
yeah,
I had just like any brain fog I had completely cleared up. Like, I mean, it was amazing. Like just all these things. And I've done.
I always thought like, kind of getting sick like that isn't the worst thing, right? Like those high fevers, and it's like a hard reset. Burns everything off in the body. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way I always thought about it.
When you're running a fever, you're also burning like 50 to 100% more calories, just like as your basal metabolic rate. And so if you just stop eating, you're going to burn a shitload of fat at the same time. So, I dropped a bunch of weight at the same time, but it was incredible, man, because I've done like 5, 7, 15-day fast before, like just water, pure, like nothing but water. And I've never had this kind of reset. So, yeah, it was actually a really good thing ultimately.
So the entire time you were sick, you were basically fasting as well, just drinking water for 5 days? Wow.
Yeah, for like the first 24, 36 hours, I tried eating, but I got to this point where it's like, when you start fasting, you go in and out of the keto flu, which has like flu-like symptoms on top of already, being sick. So I said, man, there's just no way I can eat enough calories here. I'm just going to stop eating because the pain of being in keto flu is just compounding onto this, onto being sick. So, but yeah, I stopped eating, and then I didn't start eating till about 24 hours after my fever had completely subsided.
Amazing, man.
So,
you're like, you're reborn. You're a new body, new and improved.
Bro, it's incredible. Like my friends here, are like they can tell, like my face just looks different. My skin quality is clear. It's incredible. It really is. If you're sick, just like don't eat. Seriously.
Yeah. How do I mimic this? I got to go like intentionally get the flu or something. What do you think of what? It was a flu, bad cold, like cold.
Yeah, it was a cold. I caught a coronavirus. Is what happened.
Okay.
There was kind of like multiple compound factors on there where like I kind of did a couple things that sort of weakened me, but I've done that kind of stuff many times over the past 18 years and not gotten sick. So I guess my body just decided, hey, it's time to do some deep cleaning. So
yeah,
it was pretty rough at the time.
I think you want to run that immune system every once in a while on full throttle. Right? I don't know.
Yeah, bro, I was full throttle. I was literally like 105 fever. Like I was at the point I was asking ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, what are the symptoms? What do I need to watch out for when a fever gets too high? Like, well, you might be delirious. You might vomit. It's like, okay, I'm not there. So, but
for it to have like
sauna.
Brain damage or something, it has to be super high, right? Right.
It's like 106.5, I think, is like the limit where it's like, okay, you could actually like either take some medicine and drop the temperature or go to the hospital or something like that. So
yeah. My daughter had a super high one not too long ago, but it wasn't Jesus. Yeah.
ChatGPT actually Claude AI, it seemed to think that because I do a lot of sauna that I've conditioned my body to heat shock proteins, so it was more comfortable running a high fever because it's used to, generating heat shock proteins. So I don't know if that was a factor or not, but my thinking is you want to let with inflammation and fever, you want to let your body generally run almost at the limit that it wants to run. Now, if you have like comorbidities and you're an unhealthy person and you have like a dirty diet and you're drinking all the time, like, okay, you might need some medicine to prevent the runaway effect there. But if you're otherwise healthy, you generally want to let your body, run a hot fever if it wants to.
Yeah. Do you take aspirin or anything, or no, not even?
Yeah, I had some acetaminophen on a couple occasions, mostly because, I was being a little baby, and I was like, no, this hurts too much. When you're at like 105, 106, you're just like, you can't do anything. You're like on the couch. Like I couldn't even watch Instagram. I was like, God, I can't even look at the screen. This is too hard.
Yeah, which is great, right? Which is great. It keeps you, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's your body
I've talked
forcing
about it
you
on
to-
the show. Like that was like when I had COVID in 2020, right before I ran for Congress. It was like a hard reset for me. I was out for like a week. It was the same thing. Maybe I wasn't fasting. Actually, I kind of was because I couldn't taste. I had no taste, so I wasn't really eating. But like the end result was like, yeah, really good. Like I never slept so well during those like 7 days.
Oh, I didn't sleep at all while I was sick. It was like way too painful. Occasionally, I would take an acetaminophen so I could get like a few hours of light sleep. But yeah,
Jesus Christ, man, you were like on death. Maybe you had something. Maybe it wasn't a cold. Maybe you're fighting something else. I don't know.
Man, I don't know. I was fighting the
Just a
demons
super
for
bad
sure.
virus.
It was. I didn't have a thermometer at first, and I was like, God, I don't know. I forgot what it's like to be sick. God, I'm such a baby. Like, why can't I even move? Like, I don't even want to get up from the couch to go lay down in bed. Like, and then once I got a thermometer, I was like, oh, I'm running like 103 to 106 here. It's like, no wonder. It's not just like a minimal temperature. It's like way the hell up there. It's like, all right, well, that makes sense.
You animal. We got a tip over here. Friendly Dutter tip, 25 cents. You guys are the best. Got me into Monero 6 months ago, but sadly lost it all in a boating accident. Keep up the good fight. We all shill together. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Lost it all. Happens to the best of us. I've lost a good chunk of my Monero as well. But hey, what are you gonna
Keep
do?
up the nautical adventures, sir.
All right, buddy. Yeah, if you want to get into it, go for it.
Let's do it.
Are you at the People's Reset by the? I mean, did you go at all to that?
No, I didn't go into it.
Okay, I guess with the sickness and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely like fully recovered and everything, but it was kind of like I felt like life sort of handed me a gift, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna I'm still after a 5-day fast and a sickness like this, for the next like 2 to 4 weeks, at least 2 to 4 weeks, your body is doing a lot of recovery. So I said, no, I'm not going to go out and end up drinking and eating restaurant food. I'm just going to do the sign of the cross and sit here and be good for the next 4 weeks at least.
Nice, man. So we're getting peak Bawdy right now.
Hopefully. I mean, I'd like to say that, but we'll see how this price report goes, if I have any good insights or not. To the
All
moon.
right, brother. Take it away.
All right. I think I'm sharing my screen now. So let's take a look at the Monero chart. It's funny. Tux, you were talking earlier about, you said compared to its own price history, Monero is doing quite well. And, we can actually look at that in a very rigorous manner, in a statistical manner, by using z-scores, which compare Monero's, how it's been running in terms of moving average and moving standard deviation, and say, how has Monero been performing relative to its own price history? So that's why we look at z-scores, and that's what we're looking at right here, right? These are all the, generally speaking, the cryptocurrencies. And yeah, you can see that much like my temperature a few weeks ago, Monero has been running hot for really the past 2 weeks. We've been at the sort of top of the list, right? We've been running somewhere between 1 and 4 standard deviations above our basically 365-day moving average and moving standard deviation history. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and take a look at the actual US dollar price, because these scores, they oscillate around 0 over the long term. And yeah, we like we talked about last week, this is looking pretty bullish. I'm really liking the way the structure has played out here. You hit the top, these very long-term standard moving deviation bands, sort of oscillate between them, and we're already breaking, right? Remember, I said we didn't necessarily have to break immediately. We could hypothetically come back down here, do a little bit of this, and it could take some time to break, but we are already setting new, man, these are the highest levels we've been at in like 3 years or something. Let's just go to the weekly to make that easier to see. Yeah, so you can kind of see in a much more fuzzy sense, you can see these long-term standard deviation bands right here. That's a badly drawn line right here. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you'll notice that we haven't been at this level since, let's drop a horizontal line, since April of 2022. That was the last time that we've been at $243, it appears, currently sitting at 237. So yeah, things are looking pretty good. And right now, I would want to tell you guys, I would want to claim that we are effectively going to end up right here. We're going to end up bumping up against the bottom of this line. And if we have any luck, and if we have a lot of people coming into the ecosystem and whatnot, then we will end up breaking this line, right? We'll end up breaking $500. I think it's all just almost completely dependent on how much traction we get with the general ecosystem. As you guys said, we've been on bigger podcasts. More and more people with larger and larger audiences are starting to take note. Now we have Ross being free. And I mean, he was the original darknet market guy. And so it's really, really difficult to think that he's not going to take a look at the ecosystem, realize that the darknet markets have all dropped Bitcoin and gone to Monero, and then say, yeah, if I was running a darknet market today, if I did it, for those of you who know the reference, if I did it, here's how I would do it, right? It's hard to imagine that he wouldn't say that, yeah, Monero is the choice for secure cryptocurrency private operations. And that's gonna smash a whole bunch of attention onto Monero with just by Ross saying something like that. I think that's coming. Who knows when it's coming? Maybe soon as PorkFest. Again, we're not trying to squeeze the dude to get that statement out of him. We want him to just say it on his own, right? We don't want to like tee him up for that. I would love to hear him just offer that on his own. So anyways, that's just kind of my personal thinking right there in terms of like the social fabric of where we are for Monero and how you integrate that into some of this technical analysis and the kinds of levels that we're looking at and can expect. For the moment, I don't want everyone to get their hopes up too crazy much. As you can see, let's go ahead and delete this line, this yellow line. As you can see with the standard deviations here on the blue, right? So we're looking at these guys right here at the very, very tippity top. Those are already starting to upslope just ever so slightly. So, that's really kind of our next level, right? Somewhere in this area, if we were going to be like really bullish in the near term future, that would be sort of the area that you'd be looking at, right? So for about the next 6 months, let's just say, right? And the other thing too here to keep in mind is that, yes, we have technically broken this level, and it's a good sign, but this isn't a clear, like 100%, these standard deviations are broken and it's time to moon, right? That's not what the technical analysis on this would say exactly. All it's saying is that we're in, generally speaking, a bullish environment, right? We are in a bullish setup for Monero. Here's another way that I use this wave magic. We have long-term standard deviation bands, these blue bands, and then we also have the shorter term ones that are curling up. And I call these short term, but they're actually, they're shorter than the longer term standard deviation bands, shorter by about, let's just say, let's just call it a year, right? We've got about 2 years here of the near term bands. We've got about 3 years, maybe even 4 years, almost 4 years on these upper bands. Anyways, okay, the point is that what you have are these two bands, and as Monero's price goes up, if it goes up, right, you're going to see these start to curl up too. And what you often will see is sort of like Monero might end up in a situation where it's actually just bouncing between those two levels and works its way up. That would actually be a lot more sustainably bullish in a way than just like smashing towards the upside, immediately trying to come up here to the top side. However, at the same time, like, it is my strong belief that Monero's price is the floor on Monero's price is set via organic action. We already have maximum squeeze against Monero's price by the corporate cabal, by the government, by the fractional reserve. I believe it's more likely than not that they are mining Monero at a loss, and I think we have the evidence for that in terms of Bitmain's Monero miner that Howard Chu pointed out had been operating for like 2 years already, and that was a year ago. So, since like 2022. These guys had been operating a Monero miner, and they were selling it at what would cause you to incur a loss if you actually bought their Monero miner. So they were probably mining at a loss so they could sell Monero onto the market, For all we know, it's possible that there's big OTC whales out there that are being offered deals, right? That are being, they're getting well above spot price. That's total speculation on my part, but I know how these fucking guys operate, and that's exactly what they would do. They would find some whales and give them OTC well above spot so they could overpay for Monero and then sell it on the market, because it's more important to them to keep the perception of Monero's price down while they sell their shit coins on the open market, right? While they sell Daddy coin and Daddy Trump coin and Trump's wife coin and all that other garbage, right? Like everything else, like there's just a crypto cabal. They print coins, they mint coins, they have an entire meme coin casino and a whole bunch of other things going on, and they want you to buy the stuff they printed from nothing. They don't want you to buy Monero, and then go dark on them, much like the FBI complained in the early 2000s that the internet was going dark. Oh my God, what will ever happen if the terrorist government is not allowed to see everyone's communications? All right, yet I digress. So Monero's looking good. I like this price action. That doesn't mean we're going up tomorrow, guys. That doesn't mean next week we're going to have totally bullish price action. But overall, this thing is set up for long-term good price action into the future. And I think that, again, the more that we see these big name podcasts showing up, the more that I think that that it's very likely that we're just going to continue to press upwards. I don't think they have many more mechanisms to really suppress price other than this kind of volatility that we saw, where it goes up and then they try to wick us down, but that can't last for very long. And they keep trying to wick us down, but they're just unable to suppress that price anymore. So that's kind of like the long-winded sort of big macro view of what I think is happening there with Monero. Obviously, Bitcoin actually has had some troubled times lately for their price chart, which has led to recovery in the Monero versus Bitcoin price. So that's pretty cool. We're hitting these standard deviation levels, very, very kind of expected area. You could also drop a line right here and say, okay, we had formed this line for a while, then we broke that line, and then you can say, okay, well, we formed this line, and now we broke that line. So it's kind of like, this is one of those situations where it's like, yeah, tea leaves, you kind of look at it and you're like, well, isn't it convenient that you could just draw a new line? Like, yeah, okay, I mean, I agree. Nevertheless, in a lot of cases, lines are not prescriptive, they're descriptive. Sometimes they are prescriptive. In this case, I would call it descriptive. And if you don't know what those words mean, ask ChatGPT. So the next place to look for a stopping point, the next big area, obviously, to look for is about right here. We're going to expect price to probably, Monero versus BTC is probably going to make its way back to this area right here. So where is that in relation to where we broke down? Well, it's still a little bit kind of far away from where we broke down, right? We've got quite a ways to go there. So unfortunately, I mean, realistically speaking, we need 130% versus Bitcoin just to come back to where we broke down. And really, if you remember in the bear market, we were kind of like, yeah, it's a bear market, but Monero is just totally outperformed. We need a 4x relative to Bitcoin, which can totally happen. I mean, in my mind, Bitcoin has about a 2x potential here for the rest of its bull market, 2x-ish, depending on when that top comes. It could be 70% versus 100% increase. So, Bitcoin may or may not have that much juice left to squeeze in this market compared to what a lot of other coins. Excuse me. So it could be the case that Monero is really truly on the verge of a big breakout. Maybe we could make $1,000, right? Smash that 500 area, then smash it, up to 1,000. So that would put us at 5x. So I mean, I think it is reasonably plausible to think that Monero could actually come back to the top side. And there's something else I want to point out here in terms of what happened with the pattern of the last bull market too, with Monero's Bitcoin price or relative to Bitcoin price. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. Actually, let's just clear everything. Oh no, I forgot to. Okay, here we go. Okay, so you will notice what happened on the last bull market. Last bull market started right around here. Monero came up first and then smashed to the downside, right? And then kind of had problems for quite a while until we sort of almost came back right to that same level. And then the bull market started, and then Bitcoin really took off, and then they delisted Monero, right? So the point is that we're forming somewhat of a similar pattern, right? So let's get rid of those lines. You'll notice this kind of W bottoming pattern. And what we're looking at here is, again, another little bit of what looks like a W bottoming pattern. So So yeah, I mean, that's very possible that after the initial smash on the breakout of the bull market, that Monero sort of, in a lagging kind of fashion ends up, and then into the bear market ends up recovering. So that would be the pattern that we saw previously. So it is like, we could wrap our minds around the fundamental reasons, the sociological reasons, and the chart pattern reasons of the recent past of why Monero could actually, get back to its previous zone here, which was, that says 3.84, but remember we're dividing by 1,000 on this one, so 0.00384. So it's basically, we're looking at, like right here, this is 0.5% of Bitcoin's market cap if we come to this area, and then 10 equals 1% of Bitcoin's market cap. I know that's a little bit weird. I'm sorry, guys, but that's just like, there's an artifact in my stupid wave magic scripts that have kind of made a multiplier necessary. So you'll see here that I'm multiplying by 1,000. I could probably fix it, but then there would be, anyways, I won't get into it all. Let's check the comments here. I think we have some super chats. Tux, if you want to put the super chats up, I'll speak them aloud. All right, so we have XMRchat. The Maker 117 tipped $1. Being sick isn't fun. I should know. LOL. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you, Maker. Thank you for the tip. And then we have Gigahelm tipped 25 cents. Monero is the greatest goddamn cryptocurrency in the world. Central banks are no longer safe. That's right. Jay Powell is cowering in his little hidey hole, having his little meetings every week, thinking, no, we just got to keep the rates flat for the next month. We're not sure. Yep, exactly. Okay, Nihilist tipped $1.23. 123. Ross being freed and the possibility of him showing up on popular podcasts is definitely something to look out for, but I bet he needs quite some time to heal. 10 years in solitary confinement is no joke. Looking forward to get his view of his own story. Yeah, 100%. He, I've been surprised. He's put a few things out there, right? The first thing he said is, hey, I need time to heal, etc. But then, he's made a post on Twitter and he's made another post on Instagram as well. So, yeah, it does look like he is interested in at least keeping some minimal communication with everyone. So that's great. Like, that's a good sign that, I think he said he did a lot of meditation and when he was in the clink. So perhaps, obviously, he's going to have some healing to do, but perhaps he did a lot of the healing, while he was there. So, yeah, I mean, meditation is definitely can be a good thing, and I don't do enough of it. I always said if I ended up in jail or whatever, that's probably what I would spend a lot of time doing. It's just like, all right, well, what the hell else are you going to do? Might as well get enlightened or something. All right, so let's continue on here with the price report. All right, so we've got Xano. I think there was kind of like, I don't want to call it a team effort because I don't want to imply that anyone was trying to do anything here with Xano, but ever since we had that whole, ever since that debate happened, I think the market is kind of saying that, oh, God dang it, I'm so bad with names. The guy that represented the not Xano, the never Xano team, Untraceable. Ever since then, I think the market is kind of saying, hey, Untraceable won that debate, because Xano's had like a really, really big cool off. It's, it's kind of back down here, and I wouldn't exactly call this the best chart pattern technical analysis that I've ever seen. At the moment, you would say that it's kind of hit some obvious levels. So notice on the left here, this is December, right? On the bottom here, we're looking at December. So this isn't like the longest term chart pattern. We're only looking at a couple months, but on the somewhat shorter term, you'll notice those are the lower standard deviations. We kind of tagged that. Those are really the big headliner lower standard deviations. There's a whole bunch of lines on this chart, right? And this is what happens when you go up so fast is you end up setting various levels, right? So you end up setting these different levels. So it's kind of like, in this case, I could sort of claim any place, right, as being like, oh, look how convenient it is that we stopped at that exact level. It's like, well, there's so many different lines here. So just be aware, guys. It's not lost on me that sometimes you get this multitude of lines set up, and it's like, well, you could just say that it was great. But in this case, I do think that the big, broad headliner, most obvious place to look for a stopping point has been hit. At the same time, I mean, you have this pattern where it's like you have the price of Xano dropping below these short-term standard deviation lines, and they hit these lower, the orange lines, and now you've got this situation where, I mean, this would be a common pattern to see, where you oscillate between them for a second. So in Monero's case, we were looking at the exact reverse, right? Monero has the same kind of pattern in the upper standard deviation bands where it looks like, hey, this thing could actually ride those to victory and glory. But in the case of Xano, it looks like there could be problems in the near term for their price. You could swing the trade this thing towards the upside at some point. I wouldn't be interested in doing that. So yeah, it does seem to me that a lot of people in Monero were like, hey, let's address this Xano thing. There was kind of a big pre-mine. We don't really know how much bullberry they might have transferred. Maybe they didn't transfer any. You know, they seem like cool dudes and all and honest or whatever, but we don't really know. And that's not good, right? That's not a good thing. And then, oh, by the way, this is really just for like issuing tokens on like digital assets on top of, you know, private digital assets, but it's not really supposed to be money. And I think everyone kind of stopped and went, oh, man, it's hard to see the use case there. So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this Xano pumpage was built out of the speculation, you know, and sort of Zoidberg's position as having been involved early in Monero. But I think a lot of people might have stopped and said, wait a second, I don't know. So, yeah, I think Untraceable, probably the market is showing Untraceable kind of won that debate. And this is another reason why you can't just rely on the stupid tea leaves. You can't just rely on TA. You must absolutely corroborate and interrelate that into the rest of the scenario in a broad sense that's happening in the market. So, okay, there's Xano for today. I probably would
do note that Untraceable tweeted that he sold all his Xano at 18. So, you know, as much as I love Untraceable, he likes making money. So he came on. He drove the prices down, sold the top.
He made the top,
and I'm sure he's picking. You know, I'm not sure, but maybe he's picking up more at the bottom again, and you know, we'll look the other way until it tops again, and you know, be careful of what you guys are watching. You know, do as you do, but realize everybody is pumping and dumping out here.
Yeah, people have agendas for sure. I can't speak to Untraceable's agenda. I don't really know that much about him. So yeah, maybe he'll issue another Dogecoin on Xano and then start pumping that. Whatever. I'm honestly.
Well, I saw he was like then he's talking about Grin, right? So that seems like that was like the next pump because Grin was ignored for a very long time, right? And then all of a sudden, hey, everybody look at Grin. Maybe that's the right. So I'm seeing a little pump there. Unfortunately, okay. I don't participate in these things. I just if people pay me in it, I'll hold it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe bring up Grin because I do hear like that. I sense that's the thing that they're trying to pump right now.
So you want to help them pump Grin? Sure. I'm just joshing, bro.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they are.
I'm not seeing Grin. Grin USDT. All right, we have Gate.io, BitGet. Oh, I guess we only have one place. That's Gate. Why is Grin not traded on more exchanges? It's been around for a long time. Why the hell wouldn't it be more prevalent? Oh wow, look at this chart. All right, let's go to a little bit longer time frame. Let's go to the.
I mean, Grin has a huge supply too, right?
Oh, is it one of these coins that just like issues shitloads of supply?
Yeah. So,
God, Grin has been around for a while. All right, we have to go to the weekly now. I always want to get the bird's eye view. All right, this is horrible. This is a horrible chart.
I do.
You look like you're about. You look like you're about to start forming a bottoming pattern here. You're kind of like, hey, there's a really big W bottoming pattern. Oh, in the bull market, no, right, just all the way down. Like Grin should have performed better in this area right here for that 2021 time frame, and especially right here, it should have performed better, but it didn't. Let's go and see how much X's were got. I guess that's 6 X's. 6 X's were gotten from that. And for those of you that are maybe new to the show, you'll see that says 486. So I'm rounding up to 500%. Right, so let's just do this. Right, so that's 500%. But 500% is 6x, right? Because if you make 100%, that's a 2x, right? So you have to add 1 on top of that. So that's just how percentages work. Yeah, but this chart is just death. I don't know what's going on. Is Grin the corporate coin or is Grin the I don't know, the people's coin or whatever? Because
you know, like this looks... But I hear Wownero guy shilling it too. It's one of Wownero's. I think he runs the Grin account.
Oh my fucking god! Of course. All right. You know what? I don't even want to.
Beware. So it's the purest of pure, while narrow and grin, the most pure cryptos of all.
Obviously, yeah. So you can issue your meme coins on Grin, and then you can just have your WoW, because it's like dog coins, where it's like so funny because it's meta joke. It's meta self-deprecating coinage humor. But yeah, this chart is just death, guys. Like, this coin should have done way better in this area, and it didn't. And then it died massively during the bull market. Like, from the top to the bottom, that's a 98% loss. And to put that in terms of how many X's you've lost, how much you need to divide, you divide by 50. You've lost 50X on this from the top. That's fucking horrible. And you're still down here at 50X loss, despite the fact that we entered a new bull market. So I don't know what's up with Grin, but I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole, as your grandma used to say. Yeah, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with this one. I would be curious, because there's Grin and Beam, and they were both Wimble Harry Potter coins. One of them was like the corporate Zcash of Harry Potter coins, and then the other was like the people's Harry Potter coin of Wimble. But I don't know which one is which. So whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't touch that. Just like I wouldn't touch Darrow. Darrow continues to break down. Looks like garbage. Pirate Chain's waiting for the next big thing to come along, right? The next big pump in crypto, so that they can do another one of these guys. Low liquidity. There's still some Jeff Berwick and anarcho-capitalists out there waiting for their moment for Pirate to shine back to glory. We don't know if that will ever happen. I'm starting to doubt that it will ever make that. Like that. How much did it pump? We don't need to look at it, but it pumped like literally like 500x or 1000x or something. So people made $1 million and lost $1 million in short order in the last bull market on Pirate, which is why it's on paper. It's paper gains until you sell, and then even when you sell, it's not a winning trade until you pull your money off the exchange. That is the last trade that people don't make. That is the winning trade. You don't win until you pull your money off the exchange, guys. Just ask the FTX people who are about to hopefully get repaid soon. At a fraction of what they had, because you get forcibly converted to USD, and then Bitcoin takes off, and you're like, well, I would have still had the Bitcoin. Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. Who knows? All right, Zcash is finding some place here to find some support, some plausible support at the bottom of the lower standard deviation bands. If this thing decides to start doing this action, that's positive for Zcash. If it does something like this, that's negative, right? So the point is that if Zcash starts breaking down below these lower standard deviations here, and then finds some random place to find support, and then makes it up here, that's a fake out. That's Zcash being like, oh, look, we haven't really broken down, and then it's going to break down. So I don't know which way this thing is going right now. Probably going to follow where the rest of the market goes. So if we get some pump, Zcash will also move to the upside. Okay, cool, whatever, Zcash. Let's go to the total crypto market cap, right? And let's go to Bitcoin, etc. Let me take a look at some of the comments here, make sure I haven't missed anything. Luke Mulks says, hey, chat, welcome, Luke. I'll be shutting up here soon. I think I've been pretty long in the tooth talking about my sickness at the beginning, so I know you're waiting. We'll try not to spend too much longer here. Frank Castle dumped Xano after the debate. Good stuff. Someone's talking about DAGs. Do you like DAGs? Yes, I like directed acyclic graphs. I just don't know any that are actually like a good coin. Like there was a few of them that tried. Oh, I like AVAX. AVAX is a DAG. I don't know if AVAX has any attention. It seems like the attention is in other places. But all right, let's go to Bitcoin. People are asking about Bitcoin. So we are on the 15-minute chart here on Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been having interesting price action. Let's go to the daily here. Again, take your bird's eye view. Get a broad understanding of where the market is at and where you're at in the cycle, etc., and then drop into the smaller time frame. So with that in mind, you'll notice, hell, let's just go to the weekly, I guess, at the risk of actually being even longer than we've been. So at the weekly here, right, that was the bottom of the bull market. This line right here, this white line has just been magic. This is now kind of a prescriptive line in a lot of ways, because probably a lot of people draw the same line, meaning that we make it true. We believe it into truth. It becomes true because we did the eclectic Egyptian woo magic and whatnot. That makes it true, right? So yeah, that line is very descriptive. It's both at this point, descriptive and prescriptive. So in other words, the market's going to tend to obey this line, this uptrend line, for a while, probably a while longer, until it doesn't. Anyways, but the point is that, yeah, stopped out right here. That's the weekly. Let's go to the daily. We've just been flat basically for really the last couple months. And this is just the way Bitcoin price has behaved for really since the bottom. You go up a lot, you find some place, usually some obvious place to stop, take a break, and then you just trend sideways and you chop sideways until you get the next uber ultra mega breakout, to where you start moving towards the upside in a significant manner. Let's go to the 4-hour chart, and we can look at some wave magic on the more near term and understand what we're looking at. So yeah, this is one of those scenarios where, we said, hey, we're going to be capped by this area here for a period of time, right? The upper lower standard deviations. It started getting bullish, right? Bitcoin started getting bullish, and it still is, right? So it came down like it was trying to get out of these upper standard deviation bands. And then it had a drop off where it hit exactly at the moving average. So, the local near term moving average cluster. And then we're still back up in here, but it's like Bitcoin is still having problems getting it up, right? I don't know what the deal is here, but maybe Bitcoin got sick or something. So yeah, we've got these lower standard deviation bands that are starting to curl up. We still this is still overall a bullish chart, but you really wanted to see this thing break out a little bit sooner. The way that Bitcoin's price performs, it likes to languish, it likes to fake out. It's one of the, it's one of the big liquidity coins. It's on everybody's radar. You got BlackRock and the big finance bros involved now. So what's happening with this chart is they have actual, I'm a statistics bro, but they have actual PhD genius level statistics, and they pay these guys millions of dollars a year to find signal in charts. And now that Bitcoin is hardcore on the stock market, as an actual ETF spot asset, you can bet your assets that that they are in fact employing these very competent mathematicians to find any little signal in this whole chart that they can, so that they can extract and exploit it, right? If people like to buy at 9 a.m. on a Monday, or let's just say it's at 8 p.m. on a Friday because they just got their paycheck, they're going to find that and they're going to exploit it, right? So they're going to buy just before everybody else buys, and then they're going to find out when people like to sell, right? They're going to extract every little bit of value that they can. And this is actually the market becoming efficient, believe it or not, because when there is signal in the market, that's a sign of an inefficient market, and it means that you can leverage it and take advantage of it. And this is why I say technical analysis does work, and specifically statistical analysis works better than everything, because if you can prove with your p-values and a whole bunch of other stuff in your residual standard error, whatever kind of statistical tools you're using, if you can prove that there is a signal there, you can extract value from it. And that's the whole point of doing TA and doing, in the bro sense, you draw the lines, you do the TA. At the very advanced level, you do really crazy mathematics that I don't understand, right? But they extract value. The markets become efficient as those signals disappear because they leverage them for everything they can. So that could be part of the reason why you get these weird things like where Bitcoin price starts to look very bullish, and then it has these weird kind of dips, and then it looks like, oh, okay, well, it's going to go sideways. This thing's probably going to break out towards the upside, guys. I don't know when, but it's coming. So that's kind of a long way, again, very long-winded way of just sort of explaining kind of how markets work, to keep that in your mind, right? A lot of people need to understand a little bit better how markets work, because some people want to do a little bit of short-term trading and dabbling. So I just want to throw that out there, guys, so that you have some reference over how markets are working. On the shorter time frame, on the shorter time horizon, we're now at the 15-minute. We're basically range bound again by by some standard deviation levels, right? This was that drop that on the larger chart on the 4-hour, we dropped to that moving average cluster, and now we formed kind of a stability here. There's a stable price happening here for Bitcoin on the short term. So this is not as powerful as an indicator as on the longer term, but ultimately your next move is probably to expect to explore somewhere in the top range here. And there could be some collapsing volatility, some further collapsing volatility as next week goes on. A breakdown from here wouldn't be good. That would actually look pretty bad. So let's hope that doesn't happen, or we might be contending with some longer term problems in the cryptocurrency price. But longer term problems in cryptocurrency price often portend relative Monero overperformance relative to the rest of crypto. So okay, let's go ahead and look at the dominance. Dominance still doing the same thing, hasn't changed much. So you could just watch last week's video for all my thoughts on Bitcoin dominance here. We're still waiting on altcoin season. Where's my altcoin season? This is an altcoin season for ants. It's still 10 bars. My drop dead moment, not drop dead, but my target moment would be 13 bars, right? So Bitcoin started in earnest, was it in earnest? Yes. Bitcoin broke its all-time high in earnest right around here and peaked its dominance. And then based on previous trends, we're looking at about 13 bars for altcoin season to really, really start. So yeah, I would still, I wouldn't, you got your altcoins, you're sitting there waiting, you're biting your fingernails. Don't worry. It's coming, bros. It's coming. I'm not actually saying it's coming. It should be coming. But according to the patterns, it should still be like 2 to 3 weeks away. So look towards mid-February, the end of February. Until then, do some transcendental meditation on the grass and try not to worry about it too much. Okay. Let's take a look at Monero transactions, still hovering right around 30. We're actually a little bit lower. Send in the XMR chats, guys. I need about 10,000 more of you to send XMR chats. Probably make that happen today on the rest of the show. We'd be here all day. Okay, let's look at the macro really quick. Gold has made a new all-time high. Everybody clap and shout and jump for joy. It wicked up into an all-time high. This is a bullish chart. I like the way this chart looks. We can drop into the 4-hour maybe to get a little bit of a better idea on how things are looking. Yeah, basically looks the same. So yeah, I mean, gold is looking nice. I'm liking it. All of the wave magic bands have curled up, right? Everything is starting to curl towards the upside. This gives us a channel, right? It gives gold a channel to occupy in a broad sense, a channel that is upsloping that it can occupy. I guess we could also probably like try and draw some lines here or something. Yeah, okay. Hey, look at that. What a beautiful pleb line. What a beautiful pleb line. So at the moment, gold is going to want to kind of like hold this line for some period of time. It could break that line, but again, pleb lines are meant to be broken, and that does not signal the end of gold's bullishness, which is why we use the wave magic, right? Because the wave magic can tell us things, give us better insight when your pleb lines break down, and pleb lines do break down. Not only do they break down, but they fake out. So you just have to be aware of that. Dollar index has found some support. Looky. Dollar index found support at exactly a spot. Again, it's just beautiful. I can't explain to you guys how beautiful this wave magic stuff actually is and how well it works. But again, there's also kind of this area anyways right here that we said, hey, dollar index needs to kind of find support right there and start moving up again if we want to expect that dollar index has strength. And dollar index having strength in a broader, longer picture does not portend good price action for risk assets like crypto and stocks. So just keep that in mind. Reverse repos have spiked up a little bit. Okay, cool. Remember, we said this doesn't have to come to zero. We're looking for volatility in the bond markets, and even though reverse repos are not technically bonds, they act like bonds. So if we see more volatility and this thing spiking up over a longer time frame, especially going into March and April, guys, what I would want to see, like to make my life the easiest, what I want to see is reverse repos doing this shit into March, into April, right? As these lines come down, find something like that. And then somewhere in March or April to start like actually showing us true bullish strength in a longer term sense. And that will make it easier to dump my cryptocurrency for dirty fiat. And maybe even gold. I'll probably just hang on gold because it'll dip and then it'll come back up. But yeah, anyways, so we're looking for the macro crash. It's not here. Speaking of macro crash, let's go to bonds and take a look at what bonds are telling us. Bonds are actually not going to tell us anything right now because nothing is happening. Yeah, nothing happened with bonds. Still the same story. Fed's going to hold rates. Oh, the Fed had a meeting this week. They said they were going to hold rates unchanged. Inflation is slightly sticky now. It's not that it's moving up a whole bunch. But it's not like down at their 2% target where they want. I think it's like 3%. So they're just going to hold rates steady. Yeah. So you can see right here, basically all the inflation is sitting here at 3%. The core inflation in orange has been here at 4% and 3%, for a while. The overall inflation, there's a name for it. I'm forgetting it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The white line is our primary, like everything inflation line. And you'll notice we were sitting here at 3%, right? So Fed is holding interest rates at where it is. The economy is hot. Stocks are hot. One thing I wanted to show you guys here real quick is the housing market. So the housing market has taken a little bit of a pullback, which it always does around this time of year. It's cyclical. Wintertime is not when people buy houses because who wants to go look at a house when you're snowed in? And who wants to try and sell a house, right? When it's cold as shit. No, you just want to sit inside with your coffee and your hot chocolate and whatnot. So anyways, that's why, housing market is cyclical in that nature. But you'll notice right here, housing market is kind of like bottoming out here, right? It's already formed this kind of like this bottoming pattern, which is interesting because normally it's like a point, right? Let's see, we are currently at, the last data was, so we usually bottom in December or January. So you'll notice this is a lot like 2021 actually, where the housing market didn't come down that much from the peak. Like usually you would expect it to be a little bit lower. Anyways, the point is housing is about to take off, guys. This year, housing is gonna bump towards the upside. So if you were looking to buy a house and you were trying to get it this year, you better do it sooner rather than later because this thing's gonna do this. housing prices are probably going to be significantly higher by the end of the year. At least that's what this chart would indicate. So yeah, just a side note there. Okay, I think I've rambled on long enough here. I think we've covered the macro. Stocks have been flat, you know, basically, again, sitting at this 1929 blow off top uptrending area. That's where the S&P is right now. Tesla doing good. Let's look at NVIDIA really quick. NVIDIA, not with an I. Yeah, NVIDIA, okay, has been chopping sideways for a while, but this is a defense stock now, guys. NVIDIA is a defense stock. So let's see, check the comments, make sure nothing like major is here. Some people telling you what you should buy in the comments. Monero's going to flip Bitcoin one day. Monero deserves the crown. Yeah, 100% does. All right, smash the like, guys. And I'm gonna give it back to Tux and Doug. Thank you, sirs.
All right. Thank you so much,
Alrighty.
Bawdy.
Great job.
Thanks, guys. Interested to hear what Mr. Mulks has to tell us.
Yeah,
All
this
right.
is exciting. We should have more people in here. We have 360 live viewers. Guys, like and share, retweet, get the word out. We got Luke Mulks coming up of Brave. This is big. We haven't engaged with Brave as far as I know. I don't think the Monero community has really been engaging with them as far as I know. And you know, they're privacy oriented. They're privacy tech it seems like something beautiful can come from this relationship. So let's bring Luke up. Let's hear what he's thinking, and let's see how we can collaborate.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, Luke, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on. 4th anniversary too. I was reading that in the chat.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
this is a big deal. This is a big deal.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh my God, it's like the 4 years went very fast for me. Oh my God, these 4 years from when we started Monero Talk in 2018, and then after I ran for Congress, I was like, what am I gonna do now? Like, how do I ramp it up in Monero? Like, the running for Congress as a Monero candidate, like I was like, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep this thing going. And that's when Sunita and I started Monerotopia, which became this community show, engaging with the community and just trying to build out the digital cash economy every Saturday morning.
Love it.
But yeah, this feels like we're peaking here. Now we have Brave. You know, 4 years ago, I don't think Brave would have jumped on the show, but now they're coming on. So.
We were always
Yeah?
welcome. We love being out there, man. Like it's like the one thing about being a browser is like we're kind of this user first ethos, right? And so when you're a browser, you've got to welcome. You want everything to be accessible, right? So like a lot of the tribalism in the crypto space, we just are kind of like, look, like we welcome everybody and we can make privacy better for everybody. And that's, if we're doing that, we're doing our job. And, but I mean, I absolutely love what Monero is doing. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come and engage with the community more is, you know, there's really a lack of variety in the privacy coins, and private transactions are like super important for freedom and everything. And especially, you know, as things just rapidly become more and more cashless. And so, yeah, like that's one of the reasons why, like, I mean, you know, we have Zcash support in Brave, and we're working on shielded stuff there, but we need more variety. So we're trying to engage with communities and see what the demand's like, see how much, you know, interest there is in Brave, and see if we can make something happen.
Tell us all about Brave. I honestly don't know much about it. I know it's been around forever. It started as the basic attention token, right? And I thought that was a beautiful idea.
Yeah, so I joined Brave and started working with the team in March of 2016, and I think it was, you know, within the first 10 or 12 employees or something like that came on early. And you know, at the very beginning, it's always was Brave's kind of a user-first browser, which basically means, or user-first software, which means, you basically build for users first. So you don't allow dark patterns. You're protecting users' privacy, security. You're thinking about the interest of the user. Because if you think about it, like technically speaking, the browser is that user agent. But the problem is that big tech like Google, all these companies have basically like co-opted the user agent for commercial interests and financial gain for themselves. And so we have a space now where browsers really kind of are that final watershed moment where there's no other line of defense for the user, right? Like you if you don't control your browser, what do you really control anymore, right? And so Brendan Eich, our founder or co-founder, he created JavaScript in the 90s, was early Netscape, co-founded Mozilla, brought Firefox to market when Internet Explorer was kind of like how Google Chrome is now. And so, having created JavaScript, you kind of saw the ways that JavaScript was being misused, right? And so we wanted to make a browser where you just don't have to sacrifice your privacy as a cost of doing business. And beyond that too, we can use like zero knowledge cryptography and a whole bunch of other techniques to actually make like business should be able to work with privacy. Like there's kind of this like misnomer that it's like some mutually exclusive thing where, you're in a binary dilemma. You can't have privacy and, let business operate in the same environment. And the reality is if you respect a user, business absolutely can, exist. Like, and a lot of what we did, especially in the early days, was like, look, like everybody's monetizing everything with advertising. Let's go after that business line as a priority. Like, how can we make it so that you can give a marketer, the analytics that they need to justify their spend and put useful advertising in front of people that does not co-opt their privacy and is not privacy invasive at all. And so we basically did that. In 2019, we launched Brave Ads and basically did local matching on the client with machine learning, like back before it was cool. And as you mentioned, we initially had Bitcoin in the browser, and we were trying to kind of make a different model where we could give a user a revenue share of the ads because users' attention is like, without it, there's no attention economy, right? And then also give publishers and creators like a way to earn as well that didn't require them kind of being at the mercy of big tech. And so we started with Bitcoin in 2016. We found the difficulties with scaling that. And that was kind of when all the block size war stuff was happening. And then when we saw that Ethereum was making it so that you could tokenize different use cases, that jumped out to us because attention is a good use case. The attention in the economy is like, it's a super valuable thing. And it lets us to apply it in a few more kind of like creative ways that could scale better, like than just using Bitcoin for everything. And so there was a hope, I guess I would say. It was probably too optimistic of a hope looking back, but whatever, like that by now Ethereum would have made it more scalable, but now there's just a variety of things. And now basically like our thesis is that attention's everywhere. Like if we're in a multi-chain world, like we should be able to attribute attention everywhere. But yeah, I mean, like we launched our token in 2017. People can go read about it. I'm not going to try and like soft shell it here or anything, but basically like some 14th most adopted token on Ethereum, even now with 2 million plus coins in the market, which is kind of an amazing thing. But wow. We've always been really heads down on just building good software for people. And we catch a lot of shit for that on the community and the other side for not hyping things. But, whether it's AI in the browser or crypto, like we have self-custody wallet natively integrated into our browser, which is like one of the reasons why I started talk to the community too, is because we started to integrate other blockchains. Like we have like, Bitcoin's in there, Zcash, any EVM, Solana, et cetera. And so we're looking at the year ahead and shipping a self-custody wallet. It's not just a self-custody wallet. It's like sandboxed in the C++ core browser code which is like, it's probably like one of the most secure kind of hot wallets you can have, aside from having cold storage, because you don't go to Accenture store. Our privacy and security people are like fanatical with privacy and security, and we have some of the best people like on earth working on this stuff. But realistically, like if you're building software that gives people their freedom back, and privacy, like if you don't have privacy, every time you mention freedom, it's just, colorful language. Like you don't have freedom if you have somebody looking at everything you're doing all the time. It's an absolute myth, right? So if you can't get fundamental privacy for people, then you're wasting your time, basically. And the problem I see in the space right now is that there's a lot of hand waving and, we'll make these concessions here or there and have some form of privacy. And it's all just kind of lipstick on a pig. And it's one of the reasons why I was stoked to talk to Monero communities, because, you guys are as fanatical as there's a lot of other people around, like having solid privacy, right? Like, and I think that, it's the cash, digital cash, having some parity for that, the anonymity you can have, it is an underappreciated, undervalued thing in this space and in tech in general. And I came from ad tech. Like I worked in the belly of the beast of that, like as programmatic advertising was scaling. And I worked between Google, all the ad stacks and the big media companies. And you see how unaware people are of just the mass scale of data being collected on people all the time. I was in the space. I can't even tell you where the data ends up because it gets repurposed and basically Xeroxed and shared around and it's passed around. And it's just, the volume of this is insane. When you start to pair that with financial transactions, it's everything. It's everything. And if we're in a space where you can't have some kind of parity to what you have with analog cash, as far as needing anonymity when you need it, it's game over, right? So like for me, this is like a super important area in my line of work at Brave and in our position in the market is to like, one, see what we can do to integrate more options. And it's not easy for us to do that, but we're out here to have the conversation, right? And to see what we can do. But really like just even educating people on the fact and why it's so important, because it's almost in some sense, it's almost worse to have no financial privacy than just privacy when you browse, because it's a very slippery slope from having financial surveillance to having a scenario where someone can turn your money off. And that's like food and shelter stuff, right? Like, and so we're all about the fundamentals. And, I know people have different feelings about altcoins or whatever. And we've just kept our heads down and we want to integrate everything and make everything accessible. If we're limiting options or we're having too strong a position where, this technology can't live here, but that can, it's just like, we're not a browser to everybody and we're not user first. And so, yeah, I'm stoked to be here. And in some capacity, whether it's even us just like talking together, right?
Yeah. We need you guys hanging out at Monerotopia. We need you guys down.
Yeah. I love it, man. Like we want to have you guys in the discussion, right? Like, so, we're going to be here for a long time. So, I mean, like, I just want to let the community know that too, because there are like resource constraints and stuff that we deal with, but like we're a long-term player in this space, and most likely if something doesn't happen this year, something's going to happen eventually, right? Like so I don't want people to get discouraged either, but regardless of what happens, I think let's all continue the discussion together, because you can still use all these things in Brave, whether it's directly integrated in our wallet or you're using your favorite wallet anyway, right? So
I'm excited, man. I got a lot of things like going through my head.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I kind of went on.
And I want to make sure I fully. So what is Brave today? Like what is it? What does it exist? What does it include? The browser, the wallet. Like what are all the features and like what can you do with Brave today? And what's kind of the overall vision and mission?
Yeah, so Brave is basically starts with the browser. We've forked over the Chromium open source browser. We've hardened it. We've turned off stuff that phones home. We proxy everything that we can. Anything that would. So even at the core browser level, we're being really, really mindful of privacy and security for the user. And then basically like anything you can do on Chrome, you can do in Brave, right? Like you have a browser where you can watch YouTube in the background on mobile without ads, right? Like you have all these wins that come with privacy, but beyond that, we have AI integrated in the browser. So we have a Leo. It's like a ChatGPT variant that's more privacy preserving. And you can bring your own models into it, which is kind of cool. And so we're really experimenting with the ways that we can use AI and the browser together to help users out. We have integrated self-custody wallet. We have a VPN. We have Brave Talk, which is like a Zoom competitor, but it has end-to-end encryption and it has ability to do token gating and other things like that. And it has AI integrated into it that you can turn on. Like we don't turn that stuff on by default because obviously like you don't want users to have their stuff scraped or our whole thing at Brave, like really fundamentally is like, we want to build great products for people that are user first, and we don't want to know individually who our users are at all. Like we don't have accounts, we don't have an email like sign up thing, right? Like we want to make it so that if a hacker or a authority comes and raids our offices or wherever, right? Like that there's nothing for them to take, right? Because if we can do that, and even down to the way like there was a thing that came out because MetaMask, I think, was collecting like what's it called, IP ranges, right? From because they have like consensus owns them, so they have like Infura was doing it and MetaMask was doing it. And it's kind of like a painting a picture, right? But then when people were asking us about it, well, we went in and looked and like like our team set it up so that we have like a WAF system that can detect and still fulfill the purpose without having to collect the data. All those little decisions, right, are super key in the process. And that's just because like anytime we have like net new code changes or additions or even business relationships, like we run them through like privacy and security and policy reviews with our team, because our biggest risk to our users is from us, right? So like if we're not building open source software and if we're not, being really mindful of this and being really engaged with people in the community, like we're not being user first. And so, like just kind of put it bluntly, like started with a browser, right? Like, and now we've got like all these kind of batteries included things like, self-custody crypto. How can we integrate that from the browser level? We have 80 million monthly active users globally and a little over 30 million daily active users. And so, having been here from when we had like, 5 to 10,000 users back in the beginning, it's pretty awesome to see like, you come into this space and people tell you that people don't think privacy is important. Oh, why do people care? They're putting their lives on social media. Well, they're not letting you go in their DMs, right? Like, and every user we gain on Brave is just further proving that people will move with their feet to privacy if there's something that's actually useful. And the problem traditionally has been that, with the earlier privacy tools, you actually had to sacrifice usability and like stuff would just break. And the trade-offs were always for like stronger privacy versus compatibility. And on our side, like we've got a really, really great research team that's done a lot of innovating on like, how can we have like best in class privacy protections? And then also like, how can we apply them in a way that doesn't break the web? And so we've done a lot of things around like fingerprinting protection around like, even things because we're a Chromium fork, we've had to kind of get really scrappy when they used to this manifest v3 change like last year, where it changed the way that ad blocking extensions work so that they had like a maximum amount of filter lists you could have. And it really broke a lot of the effectiveness of ad blocking, right? Like, because most ad blockers are extension based. Well, our team had basically repackaged all of our ad blocking, put it in the browser core to avoid having any impact from that. And then we even offer like backwards compatibility for a lot of popular ad blocking extensions like uBlock and other things like that, because our users want that. So like, it's about kind of like staying a step ahead in this adversarial space where you've got like all these players in big tech and ad tech that are kind of interweaving everything together and against the user, and really saying, look, like, fuck that, to be frank, like, let's make stuff that's like, for the user and make business work with that, and start with the browser, because that's, the user's kind of window to the web, and then build that into other things around it. And that's just kind of been the natural path. Like we're much more along the lines of like a company that has a lot of services you use with your life, like a Google, than we are just a standalone browser company, right? And so, there's a challenge with that, like in having too many things going on, but our team's been able to manage it pretty well.
And tell me more about the wallet that's integrated into the browser. Like, what are some of the use cases there? What is this allowing you to do when you have the a wallet built into a browser and built into Brave? Are people building applications?
Yeah, a lot of like our initial goal is to let you do everything you could do from an extension based wallet, right? Without having to deal with extensions, because there were lots of problems with like fake extensions being out there and things like that were high risk to users. But also like, how can we make it so that we can inform the user as best as possible to avoid issues and put in protections for the user. But also like there's all this hype around Web3 or whatever, but like no one can really define what it is very well. And there's no better place to, like, if you're really going to have something where this technology is integrated, it needs to be in the browser. And the big part from my perspective, like, crypto is like this power tool for people, right? Like it's a great way to empower people. And a lot of the problem in this industry, from my point of view, is that we kind of like let it live in a silo off to the side. And there's so much Rube Goldberg kind of like, just like, I don't know, navel gazing over gimmickry and instrumentation, where like we really need to be moving the crypto rails next to your saved payments in the browser. We need to be making a home for everything and demystifying it, because once people know the benefits, like, and once we make it easy to use, like, there's no reason why you would want a counterparty to do all the stuff that they're having to do. And people would start to realize, God, I'm getting fleeced everywhere. Just like taxes, it's like you're also getting, fees and all these other things all over the place. So the idea here is basically like, what are ways we can use the technology, whether it's like media deployment with NFTs or token gating or fungible token use cases, giving creators more control over their financial empowerment, right? Like in their content creation and giving them additional options. Some of these things are still pretty nascent. That's the kind of challenge in the space, is that there's like a lot of hand waving. And so you really want to have great like distributed file hosting and all these things. And then sometimes it's just like, people's expectations are that it needs to work like a Web 2 service. And so you really have to like, some of it's like waiting for the pieces to come together. Other stuff, it's like, no, we can make like signing easier. We can make things work really well, like store things through the wallet, to make people think about the wallet in a different way, but also like demystify the crypto part and just kind of put it all together. And I think it's one of the really interesting things right now about the past couple of weeks is that like these executive orders get overthrown and stuff, and basically, these executive orders get tossed out or put out there and really remove the blockers. That's going to do so much to kind of demystify crypto, and people. A lot of people
seems
think
like
about
it's
it
good,
like
good for privacy tech, right? Good for Monero, good for privacy.
Oh my
tech.
God, dude! Like the Fifth Circuit on Tornado Cash, like removing those sanctions, right? Like and regardless of what people feel about that, like it is difficult to develop software in an environment where privacy tool developers are getting put in jail or in legal risk, right? Like, and the thing that people don't realize about what's been so bad over the last 4.5 years is that if you're a startup, right, in this world, you have a 90%, your mortality rate's really high, right? Like in general, if you're doing something in crypto, like you have to add so much more on top of that, right? Like you have to have legal expertise, you have to have all these other. You basically become a lawyer in the process, right? Like, and all that takes time and away from finding product market fit. And so some of the recent changes have been really awesome to see. And I think, demystifying this, like, and doing that in Brave is kind of key for us, right? So we're thinking about, okay, how can we extend beyond the browser, right? Like, how can we make AI work with the browser to make it easier for people to use crypto? Like, and doing this all in a way that has the user in control and is, the user's informed, and, all the ethos that we really hold true. So yeah, long-winded answer, but just kind of
the fight against privacy tech that we're seeing from the feds, they're basically, taking action against privacy tech developers. Did that give you guys hesitance to add Monero, or just Monero was just kind of overlooked?
It wasn't like it wasn't like a Monero issue. I think for us, it's always been resource constraints and like either
it's its own animal too when you add Monero, right? It's not
that's
like
the thing. That's the thing
with
with
Bitcoin or yeah.
the L1 integrations, right? Like it's like once you get one done, so like we did Bitcoin, and then all of a sudden any UXTO chain was like something we could, do a lot easier than getting that initial thing done. And so anytime there's a new novel piece for the integration that has new dependencies and things like that, it requires extra work. And I think the thing people need to understand too is like, we're not an extension. So if there's not a Chromium API for it, we're having to make wallet APIs in C++ that are privacy and security focused, right? Like for all these things. And so our team, like it is kind of a heavy lift for us to do these things. That said, I mean, like, that's why we were reaching out too, because we're looking at the next year ahead and we're trying to kind of see like, look, like we hadn't been out there a lot with the Monero community. And the thing that's the funny thing about privacy people is that unless it's their software that's broken, they don't like to talk about their finances very much, right? So like sometimes it takes just getting out there and saying, hey, Monero community, what do you guys think about Brave? Like we're looking at the road ahead, and a lot of it's like, yeah, we, just priorities and stuff, right? Like, and kind of getting table stake. We still don't have there's still table stake things that we need in the wallet that we haven't done yet. So there's a balance between like, okay, if we want to add something, we've got to figure out how are we going to finance it, right? Like, how are we going to get the funding for it? How are we going to get the bandwidth? What else needs to move in priority, right? Like, and like we want to have staking in our wallet. We don't have a bunch of stuff that we haven't done for a volley of reasons. Now that a lot of these new things opened up too, it's kind of like, oh, wow, well, if we're not having to worry about enforcement action on, smart contract stuff the same way, like, well, we might want to get a couple of these things in to get a bigger user base, because then any integration we do is going to have a bigger network effect than it is if we don't, right? So like, there's just a ton of things to balance with this. And, but that said, I mean, like, there's nothing stopping us from talking about privacy together or going out to market with things or, kind of educating the public together. And I think that if we're only around one privacy tech, whether that's financial or otherwise, like we're not serving the market well. I think people need variety for a variety of reasons, right? And I think that then the question becomes like, the variety that you're giving people, it better be good. And that's why we're talking to you guys. So
what would an implementation of Monero look like? It would just be Monero would be added to the wallet and it'd be, you'd be holding it in a pure way. You're holding your keys, but essentially stored in the browser.
Yeah, exactly. And it would work much like another wallet integration would work. But also, I mean, think about it this way, the browser is kind of like where people spend all their time too. And one thing we're thinking about is like, God, like, private messaging is awesome. It'd be really great to have a private Venmo, have a private, where it is literally edge to edge peer to peer, right? Like, and having ways.
What I was going to get at with you, I mean, we built XMRbazaar.com. It all runs in the browser.
Nice.
We built Monero multisig into the browser. Transactions are made peer to peer, and they go to people's offline wallets.
Perfect.
But yeah,
that's the way, man.
Monero jobs. But I'm wondering if there's a way where XMR Bazaar can do things that it can't do now if it was running on, if you're using it through Brave browser. Once Brave implements Monero, now you're using your Brave web wallet to. I wonder if it can make that more seamless for users.
I'm sure there is. I mean, yeah, like, and the thing is with these integrations too, like you always have kind of a mental model for what you want to see happen. And then you have how the market reacts. And then the beautiful thing about what we do is that we are engaged with our users all the time, right? So part of finding that product market fit is listening to the users and hearing demand and also seeing how people use it. And one thing that we've done really well is like be able to figure out how to make diagnostics work without compromising the user's privacy. So like seeing like, cool, like people really want to do this peer-to-peer, or people really want to have better e-commerce that's more private, or people want to have whatever. I mean, like there's all sorts of interesting ways that this can work, and people are getting more kind of cross-chain, multi-chain friendly too. There's ways that we could even potentially like, have a certain privacy layer on something, and fuzz it out a bit to where like, I mean, the blessing and the curse about having public blockchains is that, they're public. And so, we need to get better about having ways to have better privacy in a transparent environment like that when you need it.
Some tough questions here. This is the Monero community after all, and they get right to the core of any privacy tech. Claims to be Bawdy, tip $1, is asking, perhaps it's a slight faux pas to ask, but could Luke compare, contrast Brave to ungoogled Chromium, Vandium, basically comparing it to the other browsers, LibreWolf.
We actually have a great page in our GitHub wiki. So if you go to Brave, github.com/Brave, and then our Brave browser wiki, there's a page there that's deviations from Chromium, where we basically list out, it's over 40, it's not even comprehensive either, but it's over 40 plus different treatments we applied to the Chromium source code to block stuff that phones home to Google, that proxy stuff to avoid users, to limit the identification risk, that hardens things. So certain APIs we turn off, like Bluetooth APIs, and even things like Widevine. You have to, if you really want to scale a browser, people want to watch Netflix, but we don't have to enable that by default, right? So you go to Hulu or Netflix or whatever that has DRM protected stuff, you get a prompt to turn Widevine on if you want to watch it. So there's a balance here with letting people do what they want to do and might not say they want to do, but giving them a path to where they don't have to switch a browser to do it. But really, what changes us comparatively to those other options is, one, those deviations, the way that we harden it, the way that we have the basic protection with our ad blocking, tracking protection, fingerprinting protection, all in the browser, right? You don't have to add any extra extensions or do anything like that. And then also our focus on usability, and on the other important thing is that our team always tries very hard. We have engineers that literally just focus on keeping us on the latest version of Chromium, because the reason why we use Chromium is they have the best security in the browser space, hands down. And so when it comes to security, a lot of the updates, they have patches for security problems, things like that. And when you start to look at Chromium browsers, a lot of them are pretty slow on updating versions to the latest releases. We're very fast about that. So there's always this kind of mindset of having the right tempo that keeps us up as close to the latest version of Chromium as possible. And that gets forgotten a lot by a lot of folks. But LibreWolf, these are other good options too, right? If you're using a privacy browser, great. That puts you ahead. We hope you use Brave. But I think that, it is this mix of making something usable. We're not making something that's going to keep you, if you're running from a state actor, don't use default Brave, right? Get something crazier because you have a crazier, threat model, right? But if you're an everyday user or that wants to have better privacy, you can always add extensions on top of it, right? But we want to just have out of the box good privacy for people,
right?
And so
it's like Monero, right? Monero is a tool for evading mass surveillance, right? If you're pinpointed and somebody's coming after you, it's like if you're using cash, right? You're on the video camera at the ATM right? So privacy tools only go so far. Brave seems like it strikes the right balance between UX and being a good tool for preventing mass surveillance.
We put a lot of effort on compatibility, right? Yeah. Go ahead. I can maybe do one more question. I got a family thing I gotta run to too. I didn't mean to.
No worries.
Yeah, I think you're a little low on time. I just
guys,
I can come back to
like and share. 465 live viewers. Let's get more people in here, and Luke, we'll just get one or more questions in there if we can.
So looking at the Zcash integration, I'm guessing that was done in sort of a light wallet way. So thinking about how maybe if you guys ended up integrating Monero, would that be more of a full wallet that does all the synchronization locally, or is it going to be more of a light wallet model so that it's quick and seamless for users?
I think it'd be a to be determined thing, right? That we would talk through as part of the process of getting the integration work done. But whatever we would do, the thing that we do at Brave is always very iterative. We have multiple browser channels. We have, a nightly channel, beta, and release channel, and we're very rolling thunder, very open source. It's not like Apple where you get a big boom and here's the completed thing. It's always this iterative process. So with Zcash, for example, we did base level support where you can do send and receives and getting kind of the table stakes done. And we haven't yet released shielded transactions. Like that's the next thing, but we kind of break it up into chunks. And that's what we do with every L1 integration we've ever done. So like even things like Solana, like out of the gate, it was like, okay, you can send, receive, and sign and, access dApps, and then eventually add NFTs and other things that people demand, right? But it's always very iterative. So that's what it would be with Monero too. And I think that what we would do is probably work with the community, because I would imagine, and this is something I can use some help from the community on too. And my DMs are open on X, by the way. Please hit me up on this stuff. But like looking for ways of like how we project plan this, like, and how we would get funding together, and then how we could attack it. Like, and I know that it's very community oriented. So like figuring out where the best avenues are for having those engagements and all that. I'd love to get some DMs from folks that might be able to help shepherd it. And I have already too, for what it's worth. So yeah, but So that's kind of how I see it going. Very iterative.
Awesome. Yeah, that's kind of how we implement new stuff at Cake. It's a little more iterative. We don't necessarily have everything at once, but yeah, excited to see what could potentially come out of this integration of Monero. And yeah,
even if even if it's even in the interim, just working with Cake, right? Like you guys have a good Monero integration. Like there's stuff like we're doing this rewards 3.0 overhaul where it's basically going to end up being like a lot of like offer modules on a wall, and it's a place where we can showcase different ecosystems. And there's nothing stopping us from like including Monero stuff in there, right? Like because it's good for privacy, it's good exposure for you guys, and so like we should definitely follow up offline about what we could do together.
Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Cool.
Be sure to showcase XMR Bazaar as well.
Yeah, well, let's talk, man. Seriously, I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Like, no, and I'd love to come back.
You're gonna be at the next Monerotopia. We're gonna get Brave down there.
Do it. Just tell me where it is, man. Like, if I can make it happen, I'm there, dude.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for taking the time. Thanks for hanging out and waiting for the price report to finish. We know you're busy man. And
I've got a 6 and 8 year old, and the Dogman movie came out, so I owe them a date to go take them to that Dogman movie. But I'd love to come back brother. For like a fuller session whenever. And I also do a community call every Tuesday on Brave Talk, and I host our Brave Technologist podcast. I'd love to have Monero people on the show too. Like I said, DM me. I'd love to have people on. Yeah, get more faces from Monero in our Brave Talk podcast too.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll be DMing you. I'll hit you up, and we'll leave it at that, man. You're always welcome on this stage to jump on Monerotopia anytime. So
fantastic.
Thanks, man. I'm actually going to quickly play for the first time the premiere video for the Monerotopia. I know you got to go, but I'm going to play it right now. If you see it, you'll get a good idea of what it's all about. The conference.
Love it.
Thank you so much, brother.
Take care.
Thanks, Luke. All right, appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
With that, I am going to quickly debut this since we just launched it. We just published it. This for anybody who didn't attend Monerotopia last year, you'll get a good idea of what it was all about. Here we go. Nope.
Estamos en Ciudad de México. Monerotopia es una reunión en realidad de gente que está interesada en privacidad digital, gente que está interesada en poder traer los beneficios del efectivo, algo muy latino, al mundo digital. En el mundo digital todo pues está muy observado, muy vigilado y se pierden ciertas calidades, ciertas libertades, ciertos derechos civiles en el mundo digital cuando no tienes un buen dinero privado. Entonces Monerotopia está interesada en avanzar ese tipo de tecnologías y enseñar y educar a la gente para que puedan adoptarlas. Y ha sido una muy buena conferencia, la verdad que sí.
Monerotopia is one of the 2 annual Monero conferences that's happening in Mexico City. Mexico City is amazing. It's the perfect place for a cryptocurrency conference. There's 20 million people here, and they're open to new ideas. We have merchants here who are accepting Monero, and it's vibrant. It's energetic. It's global. and it's a great place to be. So come on out to Monerotopia if you haven't been. It's worth the trip.
I think when we come to events like this here at Monerotopia, we get to share, exchange ideas, learn new things, and we get to take those back home and share them with our local communities. And that allows the cause of liberty, of financial freedom, of decentralized ecosystems, parallel societies. These concepts get to spread across the planet like wildfire in a very, very beautiful way. And it's because of events like Monerotopia.
Monerotopia 2024 is awesome. This has been a great time because for me, I care about solutions, trying to make a better world, and I think private cryptos like Monero are part of that. And it's just cool to be around people who are interested in how Monero can provide privacy and freedom and how we can grow that here in Mexico where I live, but also all around the world. And yeah, I think it's just a great place to come connect with like-minded people and experience some really cool moments.
El evento realmente me pareció muy motivador. Creo que siempre el ver personas que comparten esta filosofía de libertad, esta filosofía de privacidad digital realmente siempre motiva porque te das cuenta que no eres la única persona y que hay gente trabajando para alcanzar en este caso un futuro libre, un futuro privado. Entonces creo que si lo tuviera que describir en una palabra sería eso, motivador.
Yeah, Monerotopia and this place is it's a really cool venue. It's a really awesome place. Mexico is definitely a great choice. It's very easy for a lot of people to come here. A lot of people aren't able to get into the US due to restrictions and visa requirements. So it makes a lot of sense to do it here. It's a lot more, I guess, free in the sense of there's less government surveillance, there's less pushback from government for certain things. And I'm excited to see crypto spread out into more of these countries that recognize the need for it even more so than countries like the United States. So really great to be here, and it's been awesome.
This is my first Monerotopia, and it was an absolutely phenomenal experience because it kind of blends the greatest thinking. A lot of the talks are like very technical talks about the cutting edge of privacy and privacy coins, Monero and others. But it's also in this beautiful open air market where people are able to buy goods and services using privacy coins. And so it's kind of living, privacy coins in action. So it's a phenomenal event, and it's been a great opportunity to meet people from all over the world with a similar mindset.
This ecosystem and this conference overall is absolutely amazing for getting people to understand exactly what we're doing and to understand that there are ways for us to achieve freedom in our lifetime, and that's largely through leveraging technology, leveraging parallel finance, and leveraging freedom tech to contribute that. So yeah, I'm really hopeful and optimistic about the future. I think more and more people are getting involved in various initiatives, and I think it's a really beautiful thing. So really happy to be here.
Alrighty, that's pretty epic video, right?
Wow, that was crazy, man. Oh my word, that was really, really well done.
Hello.
Who did the video? Oh, here, I'll pull up your screen again.
We hired a local that
Wow.
did that. He did a fantastic job. He was there the whole, pretty much the whole time. Him and his buddy, they were coming in and out of the conference, and they really they had a great time at the conference too. But yeah, they did a great job putting that together. Oh my god, I'm ready to go right now. Let's head back down there. Like, was it that cool?
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was really good. It was very successful.
It really was,
There's
man.
a lot of
those
people.
shots with the Cake Wallet being that's some epic marketing for Cake Wallet right there. Yeah, guys, it literally was what that video portrayed. It was freaking fantastic. It's going to be a little. I mean, it was the perfect storm. We had so much talent there too that came like unexpectedly. People showing up. But I do think next year will be bigger and better. Despite how big this year was, I do think it's only gonna scale up from here. We'll get some bigger names, and who knows? Maybe we'll have Brave down there, right? We're kind of breaking into a wider audience here. So
Maybe get some of those meme coin people, those Solana, Ethereum people that are starting to get into Monero, right? Some of those influencers.
yeah, as long as they're willing to come talk privacy tech, of course. Yeah, but the stage is open to anybody that wants to come talk privacy tech. So as I mentioned earlier, we did launch the tickets for the next Monerotopia 2026. It's going to be in February, basically a year from now, a year from this Wednesday or this Thursday or whatever. So yeah, grab your tickets. Now is the cheapest they will be. I will mention there is a code out there because we gave it to the People's Reset because they're announcing it there for their people. So I'm only going to say it once. TPR, 15% off. So you'll get a high amount off, and it's during the early bird. So it's the cheapest tickets you'll be able to get at this point. And obviously, we greatly appreciate anybody that's buying tickets and contributing. And like I said, anybody who can't afford it, you come for free. But if you can, we ask that you pay because it just helps us do this conference. So, yeah, there we go. It's out there. And I guess let's keep moving the show along. I want to get back to family stuff on my end as well. Let's do the news.
All right, awesome. Let's jump to the news with Tony.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Damn, YouTube ads should be using Brave. It's
You should,
true.
man. Install Brave. No more.
I will. We will get that going. We will get that going.
Tony.
Hey guys,
How's
happy
it
4
going?
years. Good. How are you guys?
Good, man. Good. How you doing? We missed you down in Miami. We thought we were gonna see you down there.
Yeah, I know. But so when I came back from Romania, there was something wrong with my car, and then I still don't have my car, so it's just kind of difficult. Yeah, still with the mechanic, so that's why.
Dang.
'Cause if not, I could have came, but it's just this.
Oh, what kind of car is it?
It's a Volkswagen.
There you go.
Something, something was wrong, and then I couldn't drive far, so just around, and I dropped to the mechanic, and they gave me a quote just like a couple of days ago. So, yeah.
Sorry to hear, man. Unfortunate, didn't work out, but
Yeah.
we got to get you like a Toyota or a Honda, man. Those things they just go and go. Someone please sell Tony a Honda Civic on XMR Bazaar, okay?
Yeah, I actually need to change my car. I have too many miles on it too. Yeah. How's the conference? Just fun,
what year is
right?
the VW?
2017. But just with the last job that I had, they were making me tour the whole Florida client to client, and I put like almost 100,000 miles. So it's getting there. Just going to the shop a lot and stuff like that. So I don't know. Soon enough.
I drive around in my old Volvo. Yeah, try to keep it going as long as you can. I mean, VW, should be, it's a well-made car. You should be able to get it.
It's a nice car, yeah.
Good shape, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice car, yeah. And it's kind of crazy. So when my mom came back from Romania first, they stole her car. So that's why I didn't really have any. So she had the rental now, and she bought
They
a new
stole
car
her
right
car.
now.
Got stolen. You said?
Yeah, so she left it in
Oh, shit.
Miami, like near the airport at a Hilton parking lot. But I guess it's not their parking lot. And then she left it on the 24th. And when she came back, they said they stole it like 5 minutes after. And the
What?
cop came, and the cop said, "Yeah, don't worry, they stole my car too." So
Holy shit! Cars are
Yeah.
just getting
Wow.
fucking.
yeah, so
Oh my
actually when they
God.
come around here, I guess be careful. I'm gonna be more careful. And I think I'm gonna
I
buy
always said Miami reminds me of Grand Theft Auto, man. It's like I was like, you're living it down there, huh? Holy shit!
Yeah, you gotta be careful. And I think I'm gonna get an Apple tracker and just put it in my car, just just in case. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, you
It's
can see where it
crazy,
ends
yeah.
up. See when it ends up in some parts yard or something, right?
Yeah, it'll be actually interesting. But whatever.
That's why I drive a car that nobody would want to steal. It's just a necessary evil, a car, right? You just got to get from point A to point B.
Yeah, but then you have places like Dubai, which is crazy how safe it is. Like you can, I've heard like people just put their car keys on the table while they order some coffee, and nothing will happen because I guess
high
if you
trust.
steal, if you steal, then you're done, decapitated or just sent to jail or something. Yeah,
Fingers cut off.
That's like Monerotopia. That's what the vibe is like when you're in Monerotopia.
Yeah.
Anybody that everybody behaves.
Yeah. Yeah, but also I wanted to say two things. So one, I've been using Brave since 2019, and in the beginning I was earning BAT token, and my friends were making fun of me because I was making like a couple dollars a month. But eventually, when in 2021, when BAT kind of went up a lot, I made quite some good money, and then they weren't.
Then your
anymore.
friends weren't making fun of you anymore.
And no, they were actually looking into it. So
nice.
Do be like that.
And,
exciting that they're considering adding Monero to their browser wallet. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's super cool. I remember using BAT like years ago. You could easily withdraw it, and then they had to go to a model. I guess due to some reasons, they had to go to a model where if you want to cash out your BAT, you could only use like Gemini or something. But they're bringing back the self-custodial withdraw for Brave rewards again, so you'll be able to withdraw it into your non-custodial Solana wallet, which is cool.
Nice.
That's nice. That's cool. Okay. I wanted to say one more thing. What was it? I don't know. It's probably gonna come back.
Monerotopia 4-year anniversary. I know I've said it before. I'm gonna say it one more time. Yeah, it's our 4-year anniversary. And
it's the 200th episode. How crazy is that?
Whoa!
It's also the 200th episode.
Is it also a full moon? As Monero is about to take off. Obviously, you gotta thank Sunita as well. Sunita, if you're listening.
Love Sunita.
She makes this all happen. She's been behind the scenes, taking her taking care of more important projects, our most important project right now. So, but yeah, Monerotopia would not be here today, but for Sunita, that is for sure.
Yeah,
and our two sons, Tony and Tux, obviously.
Aww,
that's right.
Which we were hoping you guys would have met in Miami, but yeah.
I know. I have my lost brother again.
Yes, Tony, my long lost brother who happens to be Romanian.
We'll meet soon. Hopefully,
we'll make it happen at some point. I'm not that far for this, so
Yeah, we didn't even talk about Counterparty, but it was a really good time. Wasn't a huge crowd. It got off to a little. It was a little bit of a bumpy road to begin with because they got kicked out of the venue that they were supposed to have. But it
wasn't even their fault. It was just something that happened in the morning before the conference. So basically, they were scrambling. Tatiana and the other organizers were scrambling to find a place. We got a place, a little bit rough, but made it work. They made it happen. It was
with
quite
fantastic food next door, right, Tux? We couldn't have found a better
absolutely
restaurant.
Incredible. Oh my word, that was just amazing.
What kind of food?
It was this place that they had a store right across the street that was like a kind of like a local farmer store, right? They sold some fresh meats and they sold raw milk, and you could get all this like food that was from local farms, and that same store opened a restaurant across the street that sells the same stuff to sell in the store, but it's like prepared in the restaurant, right? It's a very nice restaurant. So it's all like owned by, I don't know if it's actually owned by the farm or by a farm, but it's all very local, high quality grass-fed food, right? Very good, very nice. And it was amazing. It was just literally right next to the new venue that they changed to. So we went over there several times. It was great.
Yeah,
is it in Winwood or kind of?
It was I forget the name. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the area.
Yeah.
It's where the Bitcoin
Grove.
Bitcoin, yeah, where's the Bitcoin Grove? It's kind of like a shared workspace, and that's where they had the event. So it was
okay.
It was cool. And the best part of the conference was the speaker list. So the speakers that were there, it was just really cool group of people, a lot of OGs, and everybody's at least okay with Monero. No maxis there.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Monero was definitely well received. Everybody want to talk about Monero. I had a lot of people asking me questions about Cake Wallet and like how to use it, how to get Monero, all that stuff, which is really great. So, it went pretty well overall, considering the unfortunate stuff that happened with the venue. It did go pretty well.
And Nick Spanos was there. That was my highlight, and I got to really talk to him. We had him on the. I recommend you guys check out that interview from last week. It was maybe a little chaotic what was going on, but like the things, if you listen to closely what Nick's saying, it's very, very bullish and
that guy's real. That guy is such a real one.
Oh my god, and his talk was amazing, right? Tux?
Oh yeah, it was great. It was super. It was like it was just great. That guy's just funny, but he's like he's like one of those guys that just he wanted to live his life and do his thing, right? And then they screwed with him. And now he's not going to let
with the wrong guy. They fuck with the wrong guy.
He's not going to let that just slide,
Yeah. That's what Monero has, man. It has people like us with that passion, that cypherpunk passion, that are in it for that, which makes it unstoppable because it's not about the price. It's not about. They're warriors, and Nick Spanos is one of those warriors, and that's why he likes Monero, which is very nice to hear. And hopefully he's going to help me try to get rid of the bit license here in New York. Going to try to put him on that task. We're going to start maybe a little coalition here and get political and try to eliminate the bit license in New York.
Okay, that's awesome.
Tony, I'll let you take it away. I know we've got a lot of news.
Yep.
Do your thing.
Let's see. Okay. Can you share my screen too? Okay, perfect. Cool.
Yep. Awesome.
Okay. Okay, guys. So welcome to the new section. The first thing that we're going to talk about today is a hotel in Georgia which accepts Monero, which is awesome. So the guy wrote, "Hello everyone." Not long ago, he made a post basically saying how he's going to open up a hotel soon and how they're going to accept Monero. And it's a small family-run hotel with 9 rooms total, and it is very, very beautiful. And obviously, don't go there you can go there just to pay with the Monero, but it's a very beautiful location as well. Georgia's very beautiful. So if we go on this link,
did he list on XMR Bazaar? Got to get him on there.
I don't think so. just on Reddit. Oh, somebody said that is cool. Consider adding the business to the Monero map on XMR Bazaar. Somebody did mention it, and so it's very beautiful. So we have the Georgetti Trinity Church that you can visit. Juta, small village, really beautiful. Veleti waterfall. Trousseau, Georgia. So if you're looking for a nice vacation, definitely consider to go to Georgia and book a place in this hotel. And it's not that expensive. It's $50 for a day. And it's very beautiful inside. Let me see if I can. Rooms. It's very beautiful. So let's get a double room with private balcony. Learn more. Let me see if I can. So that's the room. very beautiful view, as you can see outside, and the whole room is nice. The blanket looks very cozy, so yeah, it's really cool. Now let's talk about Easybit. I've never used it, but I said to mention it just in case. So somebody said Easybit scammed me, one of the platform on Trocador app. He said, hi, on the 18th of January, I used Trocador to exchange my Bitcoin worth at 2,300 at a time to USDT. My first platform suggested on Trocador for the exchange was Easybit. He transferred the Bitcoin to the address required. He said he was notified that the transaction was halted. After days of reaching out to their support and email, I was required to send multiple proofs of the source and wallet ownership, which I assisted completely. However, after completing what they required, Easybit told me that they will take more time and that there is a chance the fund will never be refunded back. And he said, at the time, he said it's been 12 days since the transaction was halted, but then he gave an update saying, I've gotten the refund after 14 days. Big thumbs up to Trocador support team for helping me with the refund. So I'm not sure what happened, if Easybit is good or bad, but I said to mention it just in case you were going to use it, just to be wary and look into it. Now, I got a couple on Rust, posts. The first thing, John Foss said, Rust must be buying Monero. And I'm really curious if he knows about Monero. And if he doesn't, he's probably going to learn about it very soon. And what I was also thinking is what a lot of people are thinking as well, which is looking forward to seeing real Rust on Monero Talk one day, which I think is going to happen. And that'll be awesome. And maybe he's going to come to Monerotopia too. So I'm really happy for him. And that's a picture of him and his wife. 6.5 years ago, he said, my wife created this X account to give me my voice back. And yeah, that was done before, I guess, and that's done today. So I'm really, really happy for him. And I said to share this as well because it's funny. Funny, not funny. But he had to post that I am not involved or associated with any meme coin bearing my name. There's no official Rust coin. So it's kind of sad that people just wanted to bank on the opportunity and just made Rust meme coins. But it's kind of funny and sad in the same time. Vitalik posted as well. He said, I hope you get the freedom you deserve. Life imprisonment for what you did is absurd. Cool. Now, moving on, let's talk about DARPA and their pre-crime AML plan that they want to pass. So let's watch this video, and then we'll discuss a little bit.
Are you ready for pre-crime? The Department of Defense just announced their new DARPA program, the Anticipatory and Adaptive Anti-Money Laundering Initiative, A3ML. This program claims it will revolutionize how we detect and prevent money laundering using cutting-edge technologies. So what does it actually mean? A3ML aims to identify suspicious financial activity before it becomes harmful. It will use predictive analytics, real-time monitoring, advanced machine learning, and AI systems to achieve this. DARPA plans to collaborate with government agencies, financial institutions, and technology companies to gather data and information. If you're thinking, but I don't commit financial crimes, think again. This isn't just about criminals. This is a government surveillance program that will comb through all financial transactions, targeting individuals before a crime is even committed. Sound familiar? This is literally the beginning of a Minority Report style pre-crime system. There are huge concerns here. One, ethical concerns. How do you prevent false positives? Imagine being flagged for a crime that hasn't happened. Or two, surveillance issues. This is a direct infringement on your right to financial privacy. Three, reliance on AI. What data is being used to train these systems? What biases might be built in? Are we really comfortable with trading our privacy for untested AI predictions? Should a machine decide who might commit a crime? Because today it's about money laundering. Tomorrow.
So again, they come up with excuses that, and actually, let me just bring this article and then I'll read something off it and then I'll talk a bit more about it. Let's see if I can find the quote. No, I don't think so. But anyway, so yeah, essentially they want to launch, DARPA wants to launch a pre-crime AML, and it just kind of reminds me of communism, where they just preemptively took people away and threw them in the gulag or to work and things of that nature. And with today's technology, 1984 just is on steroids, because I can just imagine that they would take some community that is predisposed to crime, let's say, and then let one person might buy a knife set or whatever, and then they're going to be flagged as being dangerous. That's pre-crime, and poof, they go to jail, but they just wanted to buy a knife set, or I don't know. It's insane that they want to do this. I think I found the quote. So David, the Horst said, "Want to stop our adversaries from laundering money to evade sanctions by weapons and fund drugs that will kill Americans? Me too." Well, yeah, everybody does, but this is not the way. This is just an excuse to spy on everybody, and it's quite scary. But in the same time, I hope it's going to push more people into Monero, and this is why privacy is so important. And instead of doing all these things, they should spend more time on education and educating people so that crimes don't occur as much, and just bettering the economy so more people have opportunities so that they don't think of stealing or stuff like that. There's a lot of other things that they can do instead of these things, but they just want to spy on us. That's what the governments want to do. So yeah. Let's see. Let's talk about Bukelele. So Bukelele bends knee to IMF and officially abandons the original Bitcoin law that had caused Bitcoiners to move and invest there in the first place, exactly at the same time as the Bitcoin conference in El Salvador, attracting Bitcoiners from all over the world. I just read about this today, so it's quite a shock for me too. Let's click on here. John Denihi said, day 2 of Bitcoin no longer being legal tender in El Salvador. Some updates. There are a lot of people who seem to misunderstand what legal tender means and how IMF loans work. And he wrote quite a bit today. But final thoughts, the IMF is the enemy yesterday, today, tomorrow, and every day. This isn't necessarily about the content of the changes. It's about making a deal with the devil. If you lay it down with the dogs, you get fleas. So I wonder if, I think somebody asked if they still buy a Bitcoin per day. Oh yeah, what about the 1 Bitcoin per day program? He said, I don't know. The language of the draft agreement doesn't seem to prohibit the continuation of that program, and therefore I would have presumed that it will continue. That said, the fact that they have been skipping days for the first time ever and with zero explanation makes me wonder. There is a screenshot of a 3-day gap in purchases, interesting, from earlier this week, and you can look this all up yourself on the blockchain, of course. So I'm curious where El Salvador is going to head with Bitcoin in the future. Somebody said the government's wallet is public and accumulating daily. I haven't checked, but somebody else said, Victor Monero said it was bound to fail considering how flawed it is. No privacy, no fungibility, no ability to scale, volatility, volatile fees, etc. Yeah, I agree. So somebody asked, whatever happened to the volcano Bitcoin bonds? Was that a flop? Yeah.
I mean, also, they didn't really like. They tried to onboard all of their citizens to custodial Lightning, right?
Yeah.
Using that Chivo app.
Yeah, weren't they sending them in the beginning $30 if they sign up?
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, if you sign up for this custodial Lightning app, we'll give you $30. And I mean, that's a lot of money for them, right? For whatever currency El Salvador uses, that's comparatively, it's a lot of money. So it's kind of like they're really doing the carrot thing to get people on to essentially what is not that much far off from a CBDC. If you think about it, it's custodial Lightning, right? So it's not even Bitcoin, it's Lightning, but it's custodial, and they have full control. They can see everything. Pretty awful advancement that people were rallying up against? Is it being, oh, it's Bitcoin? Not really.
Yeah, and also just people trying to make a purchase, and you gotta wait a little bit until it clears. And well, I guess with Lightning,
Well, it's Lightning, so it's going to be fast. It's going to be instant. And
Yeah.
it's custodial, so you're not going to have any routing issues, right? So, like, as an actual payment method, yeah, it's going to be pretty. It's going to work fairly well, and you're not going to have many issues with it. But I mean, that's the thing, is that it's custodial, right? It's like
Yeah.
a surveillance. They basically promoted a surveillance network to citizens masquerading it as like freedom tech, right?
Yeah, and this just makes me think of Michael Saylor and just how much Bitcoin he owns and how crazy it is. And when one day it's going to collapse, as I think it's going to, just the immensity of that collapse. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see. Let's talk about Tether on Bitcoin, Lightning. So Lightning Labs launching Tether on Bitcoin marks an unprecedented, and this is what somebody said on X, Lola. She said marks an unprecedented expansion of US hegemony over the global south, issuing dollars directly to the wallets of consumers. The collapse circumvents US dependency on selling debt to other nations while furthering Tether's position as one of the largest buyers of US treasuries, custodied by a private entity formerly owned and operated by the US Secretary of Commerce. This is a de facto CBDC that routes around state issuance and should be alarming to anyone who believes that the age of money as a means of control needs to be over. And the post from Lightning Labs themselves, they said, today we're announcing that Tether is coming to Bitcoin and Lightning, and that it all comes back to Bitcoin. So USDT will bring hundreds of millions of users and trillions in volume.
This is even closer to a CBDC because now it's a US, or it's essentially a government backed sort of controlled stable coin that's on Lightning, and most people will probably use it custodially.
Yep.
So it's getting even closer to the central bank digital currency.
Yeah, I agree. That's a funny picture that somebody posted. It's the Monero logo in the middle, and then all the cryptos, and then it just kind of all swirls back into Monero. That's a nice one. That's a nice meme. Yeah. So now let's move on. OrangeFren, they posted the first numbers for 2025. First time the Lightning Network matters. XMR 40% of the purchases, Bitcoin 24%, and let's see, Solana 2%, XRP 0.34. The lowest is TRX 0.16. So yeah, most of the people use Monero, which is awesome. And then I think we have one more. Yeah, so somebody said we must enact the Credit Card Competition Act today. So let's watch this video.
Going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. We have no choice. They're getting 22, 25%. We can't let people have to pay 25% and 22% interest.
For years, Visa and MasterCard and other credit card giants have squeezed every penny they can from the American families. Now, Trump will force credit card companies to stop inflating interest rates and help families finally start getting out of debt. While Trump's cap targets interest rates, the Credit Card Competition Act, championed by J.D. Vance, tackles the swipe fees that credit card companies charge merchants. Lowering these fees will reduce the cost for businesses and ultimately for consumers. Together, Trump's cap on the CCCA are a powerful combination in the fight against monopolistic practices and inflated prices. Make sure to call your congressman to tell them to support the Credit Card Competition Act today.
Going to put a
Okay, well that sounds good.
I'm actually almost against that because, and here's why. Hear me out.
Okay.
If credit card, because I see this as time goes on, I've been starting to see more and more merchants are actually passing the cost to the consumer for credit card, debit card fees, right? If these fees stay the same or go even higher, this is going to encourage people to opt out of using those methods, right? But if the government's like, okay, you know, we're gonna cap this a little bit, then people are gonna be like, okay, it's fine, right? Yeah. So in a way, I feel like if some of these credit card acts pass that reduce specifically the merchant fee, that's going to encourage people to or it's going to discourage people to look at moving to other alternatives, like continuing to use cash or maybe crypto. But if the fees stay the same, or if they start to go even higher, then that might be a good consideration for merchants and consumers to both consider while continuing to accept cash for one, and then two, moving to alternatives like cryptocurrency. So
Okay.
That's why acceleration is a viewpoint.
Frank Castle said, I'm against it too. It's going to increase demand and inflate prices. Yeah. Not sure what to say about this one, but yeah, guys, so that was it for this week. These were all the links. So let me
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tony. Glad you're able to make it. Good to see you are back. And hopefully you can get your car fixed.
Yeah, soon. Thank you. Yep. All right, guys. Well, thank you, and have a good weekend.
Awesome. Thanks, Tony. All right. I guess we're going to go ahead and move into the viewers on stage segment. If you want to join viewers on stage, I'm sending
Let's do it. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Into the comment section right now.
I see we have Arctic. Yeah, let's get this going. 600.
It's the viewers on stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
Sorry, Doug, you got cut off there. I know you're talking about the 600, the totally real 610 viewers. Thanks, StreamYard, for giving us an ego-boosted number. Actually, thank Twitter for that one, for giving us an ego-boosted live viewer count. But we do have actually 45 real viewers right now, as I can see. I'm going to go ahead and bring everyone up. We've got Alaskan, we've got Arctic Mine. We've got
what are these 45 real viewers that you're referring to?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
Yep.
No, I mean, I think a lot more people watch on X than YouTube at this point.
You think so? I don't see many comments come from X. Almost all the comments come from YouTube. I'd say there's maybe 5 to 10 people watching on X.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm being
and it
honest.
shows, because when you look at it, even compared to, it's like on my Twitter, when I open it up, it's the 3rd highest viewed room right now.
Yeah, but it gives that inflated number of people who may have just clicked on it.
No, I know, but I'm saying even relative to other spaces, it's not like it's buried in the back behind.
If you're watching on the X, leave a comment so we can see you. Comment if you're watching on X so we can see that you're real and that you are actually there.
And if you're on X, like and retweet it on X as well. And
can we just acknowledge this is the Monero community, and 95% of us are listening or watching or whatever through some way that obfuscates the existence of the audience in the first place.
This is true. There's probably at least 20 to 30 people who are watching on YouTube who aren't even. Well, actually, if you're not logged in,
I'm an AI. I don't actually.
I second Alaska, man. The actual community in Monero is very private, shall we say?
I personally know and hear from people in the maybe 30 people a week that listen to this show live, that I know for a fact that they're not being tracked while doing so.
We need this broadcasting over a pirated FM channel too, or so people could pick it up, or like a shortwave radio.
But Alaska could handle that.
Yeah,
broadcasting globally.
I love the idea of just pirate radio, broadcast towers that are just rapidly assembled in some random location in a mountain. And then by the time the stream is over, they're already disassembling it and moving it to the next place.
Yeah, I've always loved that.
That's a lot of
pirate
work,
radio. Yeah,
a land version of the sea-based version of pirate radio.
There you go.
I'd also love to plug this hat that Ulysses was kind enough to make for Monerotopia. What is it? It's Uli.xyz. If anybody is looking for some dope headgear or various other, I think anybody who's listened to the show knows how I'm saying we need the artists to push the memes, to pump our bags, because that's where it's at. Pump the bags with the crazy art.
This is also a fun hat. Purchase with Monero at the
I
counterparty
forgot his
conference.
website, but it's glorious. Do you remember what his website is?
I think you just Google Dan taxation or
His middle name is Taxation is Theft.
Yeah, his real name is Taxation is Theft.
I got his book too. I think Tux, you got it too, right?
Yep, got his book. Purchased with Monero in person using Cake Wallet, private, peer-to-peer.
He's
very
spoke at
appropriate for
Monerotopia.
this book.
Tax evasion, more like theft prevention.
I see we got Arctic Mon. What's going on, man? Francisco, how you doing?
I'm doing good, very good. I've been watching all the markets from like the Standard & Poor, and also what's happening with tariffs in Canada, which I think is really interesting. So we may see some fireworks.
Yeah, give us some insights. What are you thinking?
Well, number one is that the United States is going to put tariffs on its three strongest trading partners. So that should have an impact on the stock market. Bitcoin is very highly correlated to the stock market right now, so it should have an impact on Bitcoin, and I don't expect it's going to be positive. Now, the real tough call is Monero, and Monero is very hard to call because it'll rise with respect to Bitcoin. Will it rise with respect to USD or CAD? Who knows? I mean, that's the tough one there. But that's kind of what I'm seeing. The opinion in Canada is really negative against Trump and the tariff plans and all that kind of thing. We have a federal election likely coming in this spring or summer. The Liberal Party, Trudeau, of course, resigned. The Liberal Party is having a convention leadership race. And pretty well, they're all sort of jumping over each other as to who can stand up to Trump. That's the mantra. And it'll be very interesting to see what happens. So that's kind of what I see happening. I would expect a lot of Canadians might vote against Trump in some way, shape, or form.
So I don't know if anybody, hopefully all of you, but Monero Master periodically drops interviews with people, and he did an interview with it was a pastor from Canada, and they had touched on the secessionist movement going on in the Alberta region. And I don't want to spoil it because I really think people should be watching that show. So you should go watch the show. But there is a bizarre schism happening in Canada right now that I've been trying to watch for some time. It's nearly impossible to get good information, even if you're Canadian, to get like real information on what's even going on with it. But there is this ever-growing sect of people that just can't stand being part of the Canadian Union. And then there's this other ever-growing sect of people that have a totally different idea of which direction the Canadian government can go. And then like the immigration policy is creating some really fiery back and forth. But it's just Canadian politics is just bizarre right now.
Well, Western separatism in some way, shape, or another has been around for a long, long time. It's not new at all. The Reform Party was, in fact, I used to call it Le Bloc de l'Ouest, the Western Bloc, referring to the Bloc Québécois. So a lot of people talk about the succession of Quebec. And in Quebec, the point of view is that there's two founding peoples. One of them is French-speaking and the other one is English-speaking, which is completely wrong. And somehow the rest of so-called English Canada would align itself with Ontario and stay together. And that's just simply not the case. People in the West have taken a very different point of view, a very independent point of view, especially Alberta, to some degree, sometimes British Columbia, against the so-called Eastern control, particularly Eastern control of Ontario. And that's been long-standing in Canadian politics. That's not really a new thing at all. It kind of manifests itself in all sorts of different ways. It manifested itself in the Reform Party, which kind of then merged back into the Conservatives as a good example. And it manifests itself in federal elections repeatedly. It's sort of it's kind of like one of those things, if one piece breaks off, the whole country will break apart. As long as it all stays together, we'll stay together. But I think, for example, if Quebec were to separate, it'd be highly improbable that the West will stay together with Ontario. That's the sort of the reality.
I think is really bizarre about it, though, you're right, that I mean, ever since I started going through Canada constantly, 25, 30 years ago or whatever now, it's always been there. But what's really interesting about it is they seem to be louder, for one, and then they seem to be more zealous more than ever, this idea of like the separation movement. But then the third thing is the tactics have changed a lot too. I don't know if you would agree with that, but they're definitely taking a different approach to how to handle the separatist ideology than they used to. There used to be a lot of like trying to compromise, and the compromise and work together attitude seems to have all but disappeared at this point.
Well, I think you'll see that more in the current government of Alberta, for example. I mean, that's a very good example of taking a sort of a more confrontational approach towards Ottawa. Although that's been a long story ever since the 80s when the National Energy Program with the father of Justin Trudeau implemented. And he was vilified in the West for that. So it's...
You mean Castro? Well, you mean Fidel Castro?
Well, I mean, it says that he was a big friend of Castro. But Trudeau, the father, which was way better than Trudeau the son, by the way, especially when people want to say about it. The guy actually had brains. But he at one point was totally hated in the West. And he was hated in the West primarily because of the National Energy Program, with transferred a lot of money from Alberta and also from British Columbia to Ontario and Quebec. And so this has been a long sort of simmering issue, and it kind of manifests itself in different ways. That has been around for a long time. That being said,
for people interested in this, I would also remind them that they should look into the parallels with the American Civil War and what's going on now in Canada. Now, I don't necessarily think it's going to become violent, but these wealth transfers often play a much bigger role in huge political shifts than people realize. Because when you feel like you're getting screwed, you're usually willing to do ever more, let's say, edgy or extremist behaviors than because this is a massive wealth transfer. Now, whether or not it's legitimate or however you want to look at it is a whole nother thing. But I mean, this is in Canadian terms like a massive, massive amount of money.
You're referring to
that, like the natural resource wealth transfers, as far as like who gets paid for what, and when it gets exported, where the money goes, and some of the things that the Western separatist type of people are talking about. The figures are absolutely mind-boggling. How much money it actually is that people are talking about here.
Equalization payments at disfavor Alberta is the big one that is being discussed. Having said all of that, I think at this point in time, if there is tariffs imposed, if anything, you're going to see a unified as opposed to a diverse response. I mean, and a case in point would be that, for example, the Conservative Premier of Ontario essentially suggested the same thing as the NDP Premier of BC with respect to the So there seems to be a lot of uniformity, maybe with the possible exception of Alberta, of the Alberta government, but a very similar uniformity of taking a hard line against any kind of tariffs towards the United States. That seems to be, if anything, is going to pull the country together, not separate it. That's kind of my read on that. So these kind of things, yes, they're there. And it's true that when the premiers got together, the only one that dissented was Alberta. That is true. It's also true that oil and gas is likely going to be hit a lot less than a lot of other things. But if there's a 25% tariff on Canada, Mexico, and a 10% on China, there's going to be turmoil in the markets in a big way. I mean, that's kind of what I see.
Just to put the conspiracy hat on, thanks, Yuli, for the conspiracy hat. And I'm not saying that I necessarily believe this, but if I were part of the cabal of demonic lizard people or whatever that is ruling us, this is a strategy that would definitely be on the table for me, which is you can use the unification of countries that are breaking apart. So, for example, Trump is unifying a lot of people that were thinking of an exit and build strategy, which would be a death sentence to the cabal if everybody just started doing exit and build. And Canada is going through a similar thing to put each other adversarially as far as what's actually making it into your wallet is a great way to unify your country. As Arctic Mine is saying, it does seem to be pulling people together. This idea of an outside influence hurting your bottom line. And it creates like a sense of nationalism and camaraderie amongst the citizens of Canada, but it's also creating a sense of camaraderie within the United States, for better or for worse. And these adversarial positions, especially when you make them sound as hostile as they are, which is one of the reasons why I think it's more likely is, I mean, talking about like invading Greenland and like taking Alberta into the United States, is that this is some pretty like hardcore dialogue in the political sphere. They're usually a lot more like touch and go about these matters, unless you start to think of it in terms of creating that other mentality of, you know, the United States is becoming this bully to the South if you're a Canadian, or like the French and the English talking about, you know, defending, because historically speaking, Canadians have a lot in common with the United Kingdom and France, especially culturally and so on. So this is an excellent way to repeat a cycle that goes back thousands of years, where kings would unite their countries by creating hostility between each other in order to get the peasants in line. That is not to say that that's necessarily what is happening here. There are other reasons why this could be happening. For example,
yeah, with regards to those other reasons, maybe you'll touch on it, but I mean, I think there's a transnational agenda at play here, and the first part of that agenda is to artificially divide North America so that trade becomes difficult to motivate sort of a new NAFTA. Remember how Trump in his first term talked about, oh, we're going to renegotiate NAFTA or whatever. In my mind, that was kind of like they're already renegotiating NAFTA. Maybe they didn't get everything they wanted. What I really see as a very plausible outcome here, a very likely outcome, is that they want to put these tariffs in place. Another thing that they did is they actually hit some Mexican cartels. They actually drone bombed some Mexican cartels recently because they declared them to be terrorist organizations, which puts them in this other, like, in their legalese, it puts it into a place where you don't have to declare war against them and you can do incursions onto other people's sovereign territory. So it seems to me what they're trying to do is sort of shore up the Mexican government by sort of taking out the cartels, or at least taking them down a notch. Because I think there's a lot of expansion that America wants to do into Mexico. I live here and I see it. It's very, very clear. We need kind of a more stable corporate environment to be able to do that. And the cartels do present. Well, I kind of like the fact that there's competing power factions in Mexico that sort of keeps the central government from being too strong. The cartels are not good people either, right? Like, they're not our friends. Anyways, but they want to reduce the cartels so that you can do business better here in Mexico, I think. But again, to engineer this on the long time frame, they have to sort of erect these barriers to trade so that they can remove them later, right? They can have this North American Union. Right now, there is no North American Union currency. My guess is that there's probably some move to either try and significantly dollarize more, or to like create a unionized currency, etc. So, anyways, that's just kind of speculation on what could be going on here in the long term, under the current.
I would actually say that if you look at the case of Mexico, Mexico's going to be an interesting case historically. The first Trump administration, you got the most anti-American president in Mexico that had been elected for a long time. So it does sort of galvanize the population. I don't think realistically Trump is trying to, I think he honestly believes that he can make money for the United States with tariffs, and this is going to be better for the American economy and so on and so forth, and therefore fund a lot of the stuff he wants to fund. Whether it's going to work is another question. But the real issue here is, in the short term that I see, is a major disruption in the markets. And I would say after kind of Mexico and China, the next target will be the EU, which is not an insignificant economic power. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the broad sense and in the short term. Yes, the long-term fractions is very interesting. I mean, if you were to look at the case of Greenland, for example, there's descent between the Inuit, which are basically the population of Greenland is predominantly Inuit, and of course the European, they're seen Danes, colonizers / whatever, on the other side. And it's the same sort of thing can happen. And so that internal division is a sort of thing that could push Greenland to the United States. For example, what could, in my view, put Alberta and British Columbia and the Yukon into the United States would actually be a separation of Quebec. That could trigger that because then the whole dynamic breaks apart. And the best example, really, if you look at historically, is the Soviet Union. When it broke apart, when one piece broke off, the whole thing shattered. And that's a great example of because a lot of people compared it. Canada's going to break apart, and it was Russia actually, or Soviet Union that broke apart, and the same phenomenon occurred. I mean, once one piece, everybody goes their own way. So that's what I see happening in the Canadian context. But I've more been following this is Trudeau is a weak regulator. There's an interesting comment here. Trump is using Trudeau to take advantage. And Trudeau, by the way, was hated by a lot of Canadians. He was not a popular prime minister at all. Even people who would agree with his policies. He was just disliked by a lot of Canadians. So a lot of the support that the Conservatives have been getting was just anti-Trudeau, which I think is sort of an important point to notice. Trudeau was just hated.
So I think it would be really cool if Noob could get his microphone up and running and chime into this. It's but one of the reasons why I lean in the Bawdy direction, for those of you who are interested in this kind of stuff, and some of the other stuff might be at play for sure, but you have to remember that when it comes to governing bodies, the best and most effective tool they have at their disposal is to blanket regulations all over the place and then unwind them with selective enforcement. Because by switching to a selective enforcement model, you can protect your in-group preferences by picking winners and losers. And one of the things that Noob is saying in the private chat actually, I'll just read the whole thing because I think it's worth reading. So this is Noob talking. I'm from Alberta. Yeah, politics are divided here. There's not much federal representation of Western provinces in the federal government. Liberal government in power have weak leadership. Trudeau is a weak negotiator. Canada has no economic leverage to push back tariffs. Trump is using Trudeau to take advantage. I think management class is weakening Canadian dollar to create a favorable natural resource export market and cheap labor. And then he follows up with, yeah, I agree, that stands today. He can't go out into public. And we have so many historical examples for this. And it's usually, I don't know that this is the case now, but what usually is you want to reduce the amount of ownership from the peasant class. And this was done in Argentina to bring Argentinians into a more slavish position in society. Because if you weaken certain things and make it easier to export natural resources and put that money into the pockets of the international oligarchs, you can make it ever increasingly difficult for people to own things. And you can make it ever more difficult to keep wages at pace. So the moral of the story is it's very likely that what Bawdy was kind of alluding to is at least the primary motivator here. If you want to oppress the slave class, you want to kind of make everything international and you want to regulate on like a blanket level, but then you want to use selective enforcement in order to pick winners and losers, and that will constantly drive down the economic power of the slave class. So that's one of the reasons why I lean towards the idea that this is the plan for these people. But it's hard to know, right? I don't get to listen into these conversations or anything, but there are countermeasures that you can take. I think it's one of the most important reasons to have Bawdy on every single morning, right? Like here's some information that you can use to try to protect your wealth against, you know, the powers that be. Or another good example is why we do this show every week, right? Monero is an excellent route around the system, but there's other things that you can do too, like, you know, people always talking about parallel economics and so on. And then you have to find the chink in their armor, right? So they're always going to have to move the conversation in the direction that it's called moving the Overton window. So in other words, you want to get people more in line with thinking along the predetermined lines of the talking points of the establishment. So you need to find the weak points in those arguments, and you need to keep it from moving to the next thing. And the longer you do that, the less relevant the change that's being proposed becomes. And it just, to give you guys an idea, what's happening in Canada now has been duplicated all around the world. There are ways that people in power use to try to prevent the creation and the growth of a middle class in their nation states. And it's very important because middle class people have a lot more freedom than lower class people. Middle class people have the ability to do things economically and socially that you can't do at any class lower than that. So,
well, I kind of see some very interesting points here. But if you want to look at the weakness of the in the American army, I would look no further than who was around the inauguration of Trump, and I refer specifically to Amazon, Google, Apple, and Facebook. Now, of those three, I attributed my own personal financial success to, say, not dealing with Amazon. I refuse to deal with them, not dealing with Facebook, not dealing with Apple, and then putting both Google and Microsoft into a sandbox. And I honestly also say that when I started doing this, I was not in the middle class. In fact, I was more in poverty. And I really didn't spend a lot of time in the middle class. The middle class is actually can be quite unstable. If you're at the bottom end of the income scale, if you're in poverty, and you do stuff to get into the middle class and you keep doing it, you will not stay in the middle class. And I say that's true of Canada, and I say that's true of the United States. So a lot of people think of the middle class as stable. I don't see that the middle class is stable. That's not my experience. It's, you know, if you start doing the stuff that you're supposed to do to get out of poverty, basically what you do is you stop by saying no to these kind of companies and what they're pushing and everything they say to the opposite. And that's a pretty well off the bat solution. And my favorite example, and if you know your Bitcoin and you might relate to this, is Bitcoin was traded in value from 0.0006 USD. That's about $1,500. Sorry, 1,500 Bitcoin to a US dollar, all the way to 100,000, which over 100,000, which is at today hovering. So that's a factor of over 10 to the 8. Basically, a Satoshi today worth what a Bitcoin was worth in 2009. Now, if you look at between 2009 and 2014, if you had an iPhone, you could not put Bitcoin on that iPhone. And the people that profited from that, and I was one of them, was well aware of this, actually stored their Bitcoins on GNU Linux, turned around, waited for the overlords of Apple to give their minions the permission to own Bitcoin, and then sold it to them at 100-fold profit above Monero. And so you look at the opportunity there that I personally had, and it basically was based on saying no to Apple. And if you put it in Windows, it would have been stolen through viruses and malware. I was removing malware that stole Bitcoin in 2011 from colleagues and I work and had no clue what Bitcoin was, and they were mining Bitcoin because of malware on the Windows computers. And I can go on and on and on about this. So it's kind of like, okay, if you start saying no to all of these things, and then you go into the one current cryptocurrency that works actually properly is the one that's been delisted from all the exchanges. Well, that's really interesting, which is Monero. And it obviously is the strongest objectively actually can do the two cypherpunk currency. So if you start getting away from the mainstream, you end up basically winning and getting ahead in all of these ways. So it's a very interesting approach. And yes, I mean, if you listen to what the big corporations are telling you to do and do the exact opposite, I think that's just one of the simplest ways to protect your wealth, actually, to tell you the truth.
You know, it's funny, Francis, you mentioned, you know, you talk about if you were on Apple, you couldn't get Bitcoin when it was cheap. And if you're on Windows, you could get Bitcoin, but you might have it all stolen from you because of malware. I remember very distinctly back in the day when I was first buying, I said to myself, man, if I'm going to keep all this money on my computer, there's no freaking way I should do it with Windows. So I actually ended up with less Bitcoin because it took me some time to get spun up on Linux and get spun up on like the open source ecosystem before I was comfortable enough saying, okay, I understand this well enough to secure my own funds. You know, so there was a period of say like 3 to 6 months where I would have bought it at a cheaper price and I would have bought more, but I didn't because I was spending time, you know, getting used to Linux. So I'm like, man, I have less crypto than I would have had. But if you think about it, perhaps I have more crypto now than I would have had because maybe I would have just gotten owned, you know, on Windows.
I was fortunate in that I really hated DRM and what Apple stood for, hated DRM going back into the 80s. So I was already moved to Linux, GNU Linux in 2006. And basically I was on Windows before it started really getting bad with DRM. And when I saw Vista in the horizon, I was appalled at what I saw. I spent some time evaluating Apple and realized that that was literally jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. And so I was in Ubuntu in 2006, long before the whole opportunity of Bitcoin came ahead. So that was the advantage that I had in 2011. So I didn't learn crypto because of open source because of Bitcoin, but it was the other way around. I actually was already positioned for it ahead of time. And I had abysmal hatred for Apple back in 2005 and 2004. You started realizing how bad it was. Because as far as I'm concerned, an iPad is basically an Orwellian telescreen. And in fact, you could just mount it on the wall and do everything that the Orwellian telescreens did. It's quite interesting in that respect. So I had a real disdain for digital rights management or DRM or digital locks, whatever you want to call it. And long before I got involved with cryptocurrency. So that's the advantage that I had. But yes, I mean, that's a perfect example. If you have to say no to all that stuff, is where your opportunity lies. And yes, I mean, you have to be out of the mainstream in subtle ways. I mean, it's as simple as I go to a store and now I feel that if somebody puts a debit machine in front of it, what I do is I refuse to touch it and say it's got COVID. And I have a legitimate argument that actually you can argue that cash is a lot cleaner. And I'd simply tell them why I won't touch it because of viruses and bacteria and COVID. And it's really interesting reactions you get, particularly if the other person is wearing a mask. That really throws them off kilter. Why I won't touch the machine because it spreads viruses. And it's little things like that kind of you train yourself to say no to anything, even if I an illegally parked Amazon car could probably road rage them, and I shouldn't, but I've done that. You know, it's like, okay, it's sort of a sort of an instinctive reaction in a sense in these kind of things.
Arctic, how you feeling about potential regulations regarding Monero right now? I mean, obviously Trump has only been in office for a few weeks, but it does feel like things are loosening up. I know we were talking about it But yeah, kind of asking you again, now that we're seeing a little bit more of what the Trump administration is doing,
Well,
do you think things will loosen up with regards to privacy
yes,
tech?
provided things don't blow up beforehand. I read Trump's order, and in many respects, it is very, very good for privacy. If you analyze what he's saying, non-discriminatory, technology neutral, general assets, which got this kerfuffle between Ripple and Bitcoin going. A lot of the things he put in his order are going to be very favorable for Monero. And so you should see, well, in the United States, there's not actual regulation. This is the interesting thing, because Kraken has been listing Monero for years. The issue really is the sort of the message that you're sending indirectly, and that it's going to be changed. Now, what I think would really reinforce that is a favorable ruling in one of the court cases, particularly the Sterlingoff case, because that's the kind of thing that would give the Republicans and the Trump administration the really good excuse to say, wait a minute, this is something that the spending all these billions of dollars on surveillance techniques that don't work and they'll be thrown out by the courts. This is the kind of waste that we want to get rid of, et cetera, et cetera. The thing to bear in mind is that the rise of blockchain surveillance happened during the first Trump administration. So we've got to be cognizant of that. It got a lot worse under Biden, but that started during Trump. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. So yes, I think if that, what can happen is if there's a major collapse in the stock market, Bitcoin gets sent stumbling and whatever, that there could be a major backlash in general against crypto. That is quite possible too, because this is a very double-edged sword. This is why the Bitcoin market right now, I mean, I see Bitcoin as an asset that's teetering on the edge of collapsing, mainly because there's no fundamentals to it, and there's this massive bubble. And it's being fed, and it's indirectly very closely correlated with the Standard & Poor, which has never been the case before. Monero is not, but Bitcoin is. And so if there is a drop in the stock market, it could set Bitcoin tanking. And that could lead to backlashes all over the place. So that's the flip side of it.
You know, there was one thing I forgot to mention in the price report. Part of the reason why Bitcoin has been sort of sideways and flat at the moment where it looked like it was ready to go. It could have a lot to do with the fact that the Trump administration decided not to do a Bitcoin strategic reserve, or at least they haven't given any indication about Bitcoin over crypto. In fact, it's almost explicitly crypto over Bitcoin. You know, the number 2 point on their working group was stable coins. And so it could be that Bitcoin's having a little bit of price problems right here, where we think it should be a little bit higher, is because they didn't do that strategic reserve. So that was kind of one thing I just forgot to mention on the price report about why Bitcoin's price, you know, seems to be wavering. And then, yeah, you know, we've got the organic support, like you were talking about just now, Francis, with Monero, and our price seems to be less correlated to the rest of the risk assets.
It's completely uncorrelated. But the issue with the strategic reserve in Bitcoin is it is going to put a microscope on Bitcoin. And in my view, and I know this is one of the things I like to talk in Acapulco about, it's going to put issues on the security issues. I really suggest people should read Roger Bear's Hijacking Bitcoin. I'm in the process of reading that right now. And it will put some serious issues with, you know, it's, you know, I mean, if you look at the Loomis bill, it's talking about holding Bitcoin for 40 years. Well, what is the security picture of Bitcoin going to be in 40 years? Well, you know, when the block reward is like 1,000th of what it is right now. And our transaction fees really going to support the block rewards. And it's, oh, how are the miners going to be paid? And those are legitimate security questions. And they will be asked if there is a strategic reserve, serious consideration in the United States on the strategic reserve. People are going to have to start asking these hard questions. And that could, you know, be quite negative for Bitcoin, actually. I mean, you're putting it under a microscope, and I don't think Bitcoin is strong enough to survive that. To be honest,
there was one other thing that I thought was really interesting, and it kind of reminded me of a couple of weeks ago when people were talking about immigration policy on the show. That this Trump executive idea of like limiting the interest rates of credit cards. And one of the reasons why this is a very bizarre thing to try to even crack, especially if you have like an anarchist mindset, is because if you think of things in terms of like the Telecommunications Act, which a lot of what we do now is very much affected by something that happened in the Clinton era. Visa and MasterCard have this massive monopoly on financial transactions in a lot of ways. And just like if I were using the internet networks, like just the regular infrastructure of the internet worldwide, there's supposed to be a certain level of equality under that umbrella, so everybody can use them, and you have to have a warrant or whatever, all of these different things that people have found their workarounds or whatever. But the payment infrastructure of Visa and MasterCard, in my opinion, represents a similar, if not identical, monopoly over those pipelines of financial freedom. And as soon as somebody has that kind of monopoly, you can either A, try to break up the monopoly, B, let it ride, or C, try to regulate it, or D, you can try to build some kind of parallel system to get out from under it, or maybe a combination of all of those things. But one of the problems with this Visa infrastructure pipeline situation is they have an absolute stranglehold on a huge chunk of the way that interest rates are calculated in the first place. And then the other thing is if you think of things in terms of like wages and income just generally, and the cost of living and so on, most people have these razor thin margins and are carrying debt. So if you put a person into a situation where they're carrying enough debt, you can game out these numbers in such a way where you are always eating their discretionary income and making it impossible to pay down that debt. And you can even adjust it further. If they pay down the debt to a certain amount, you can jack up the interest rates even more. Or you could do the opposite. You could crash the interest rates on those credit card payments and incentivize people to go back into debt, and the cycle repeats itself. But the reality is underneath all of the libertarian and government and all of these arguments, you have to ask yourself, is usury theft? Because if the libertarian principle, for example, is taxation is theft, if the libertarian principle is the Federal Reserve shouldn't set the price of money, well, why isn't that still the argument if it's a corporation? Is it still theft? And is it still wrong to have certain people who get to set the price of money? And is usury just wrong in general? Now, at the Christian worldview, in my mind, it seems pretty obvious that usury is just wrong. And maybe there's an argument to be made about the price of money, but we live in a system. So, for example, when people make the argument in the anarchist circles about, oh, well, the immigrants come here and they don't pay taxes and this and that. Obviously, I think taxes are inherently evil no matter what, because taxation is theft. But once you have a system where you can force people to pay you at gunpoint, which is what taxes are, once you have a system where people can only use your payment infrastructure and there is no alternative, and I would also make the same argument with the SWIFT system and so on, it's another situation where you're creating different classes of people. So anybody who has access to the Federal Reserve window can borrow trillions of dollars at 2%. They can borrow money below the rate of inflation. And those same people can float loans to other people at 22%. So at what point do we say to ourselves, if the game is rigged, legislation as an option is a tool that you should very much consider to have in your tool bag to close that gap? Max Kaiser, a man who I very much disagree with on just about everything, but for one is wildly entertaining, and for two, he's clearly a smart man. He had coined this term called interest rate apartheid. And interest rate apartheid is the ultimate weapon for picking winners and losers, as I was discussing earlier with a similar topic. The idea that certain people can have access to the trough of freshly printed money, and then they can turn around and loan that out. And then if they lose money, they can even write that off. It just goes to show you that the taxes combined with the interest rate windows that certain people have access to and other are this unholy alliance of evil. So other people have to pay these exorbitant taxes. And then when they borrow money, they can be absolutely destroyed if they don't pay that money back. But then there's other people that can borrow an infinite amount of money at near zero, and then they can get out of the taxes that are crushing to most people just by writing them off as losses on these high interest rate loans. And they can even claim the money that they should have got back. They can loan you $500, it snowballs into $9,000. And then when they write off the debt, they write it off as though it was $9,000. They're only out $500, and they made all of this money in the meantime. And you can juggle those two things in such a way as to never have to pay taxes and never have to pay any real interest, just the artificial interest of the pretend 2% that nobody's actually suffering in terms of inflation. It's way higher than that. So you have to ask yourself, what is the path to go from debt slavery to sound economic principles? And that's why in this case, I tend to lean toward Trump on this one. You have to start somewhere. You have to close that interest rate window gap. And how you do it, well, if I were president, that would probably be one of the avenues that I would explore. How can I kill this right now with the tools that I have at my disposal? That would be, and the other thing is, if you're looking for an economic revolution, well, you start by taking the chains off of the people. Allow them to invest their own capital.
Well, there are two things to that are really interesting. The first one that I find really fascinating is there's two elements. There's the interest rate component, which, and I know how we're going to define usury. I personally like to look at it, the spread between the inflation of the money and the interest rate. So if you're borrowing Zimbabwean dollars, you can have a massive interest rate, and that's fine. It's the difference between how much the money depreciates in value and the amount of money you pay in interest. There could be different ways to look at it. But, I mean, you've got to take out the 2% or 3% or whatever it is that the US dollar is depreciating, and then the difference between that and what you're charging then becomes a usury. But what Trump has done here has two components. One of them is capping the interest rate, or proposing to go, which is very interesting in its own right, sort of a cap on interest rate at 10% of credit cards. And there could be a lot of merit to that because it basically targets consumer hype credit. That's where those 20% interest rates come from. And if you make that uneconomic, then people will stop buying junk on credit because nobody wants to lend them the money because they're not getting the 20% interest rate. So you remove that sort of out of the system. The other side of it is more interesting, is capping the fees that are paid by merchants. Now, that one is really interesting because the European Union done exactly that. What they did is they actually put limits of what percentage rates the credit card companies can charge the merchant. The trouble with that is that they did it domestically, and I suspect if Trump makes the same mistake, he's also going to do it domestically. And it did not impact two other elements, which are really important when you deal with international transactions, because where the real usury in credit cards lies, especially if you pay them off, is when you use the same credit card across different currencies. Because then two things happen. The first one is these kind of national caps, such as what occurred in the European Union and what Trump is, they tend to be exempted from that. So they only cap it if you're an American, you paying with a credit card in the United States. And then, but you're not doing it if you're an American paying with a credit card in the European Union. So that cap doesn't apply. And conversely, if you're European paying with a credit card in the EU, you get the cap, but you don't get the cap if you go to the United States and pay. So the credit card companies can make a killing on the international transaction. And the worst part of it is the spread between the different currencies, which can be as high as 5%, is buried in there. And essentially what happens, and I used to give you a perfect example, I'm in Canada. If I go to a hotel in Toronto and I've got a 1% cash back on my Visa card, I use my Visa card, that hotel probably is going to be charged 1.5% or 1.4%. And then I get 1% back. The fee the credit card company is charging is about 0.5% on the transaction. On the other hand, if I use the same card in the same chain of hotel in the United States, then the merchant is going to be charged a foreign card fee. So they're probably going to pay like 2.5 or 3%. And then the credit card company goes and charges a spread on the Canadian to US dollar of up to 5%. So that transaction, and I still get my 1% back, goes from 0.5% cost to like 6.5% cost, like 10 times higher.
Just to interject really quick, what's hilarious is that the spreads for operating in cryptocurrency are equal or less than the spreads you're talking about right now.
Well, actually, for operating cryptocurrency, it's a good chance that Monero could come in around 1%. So it's very interesting that Monero would compete with the international transaction and not with the domestic transaction. That's kind of where I'm getting at. And the same thing with crypto, will end up competing in these international transactions. I have a real issue with this. And then if you go to the EU, they actually charge you at a higher rate if they convert it at the terminal. So you get an upsell when you use the credit card in the European Union, and your costs say, no, I pay in euros. And yes, there's ways to get around it. When I go to the United States, my way to get around it is a bit convoluted, but it actually works. You can get US dollar credit cards in Canada. But when it comes to paying the credit card, what I end up having to do is to buy US cash from a dealer in cash, then deposit the cash into the bank, and then use the cash to pay the US dollar credit card and avoid all these spreads, because the banks are charged insane spreads on currency conversion. And they know it. I mean, like even the staff members, they see I've used my debit card to take money out of this merchant, which is an exchange is right next to a bank, and then I'm walking right straight to the bank with 2,000 Canadian dollars and worth of 2,000 American dollars, and depositing it into my bank account and a US dollar bank account to avoid that transaction fees. If I did it digitally, it will cost me a lot more. And they know what's going on. It's sort of an unwritten rule. And if you know a few things about how these currency dealers work, in some cases you can get very good rates if you understand the sort of dynamics of where you're buying it and so on.
There's another issue with all of this that I think would apply way more to business owners than like your typical normie, but it matters a lot, especially when it comes to the price of goods. So if I go to a bank and I need to move money to another bank, I almost always either use cash or cashier's checks because of the availability. Because the cash flow, the flow of money and your access to that money can have a huge impact on your ability to do certain kinds of business. So for example, cash in hand, if you buy and sell equipment, especially equipment that will vary in availability and prices in the order of magnitude of tens of thousands of dollars, your access to that money within less than a day can be worth tens of thousands of dollars for even just $10,000. So having access to money right now can have a 2x effect. And this is actually extremely common. I think I see it probably about every 2 weeks in my own line of work, where access to money can 2x the value of the money in a matter of days. And it can also determine whether or not you have to open up a line of credit or use money that you technically should already have access to right now. And so then you're also talking about interest rates and all kinds of other things. And the fact that payment in Monero is final. So in other words, I constantly bring up counterparty risk. And I think that certain elements of the Monero community don't understand how that one element of Monero on a business to business scale is freaking massive. It's such a huge difference when you're talking about access to your money in 10 minutes with zero counterparty risk being worth tens of thousands of dollars a day to certain kinds of people. That is such a huge selling point. But then you apply it to what Arctic Mine is talking about right now. So if I go to a hotel and I spend my money and you have all of these steps, so the business isn't even getting paid for days or weeks, even though they've accepted the money. Then you have the counterparty risk of things like chargebacks. So if you have an international customer using a Visa, just trying to negotiate your chargeback may involve many different jurisdictions and many different legal issues. But then on top of all of that, when I go to pay my debt, you have additional steps. Driving from one bank to another in order to move money around and settle a debt can cost you, I mean, it can get absolutely ridiculous. So for example, let's say I want to move money from one bank account to another at a company that I'm running. Well, there are certain things that I can't have an employee go do for me. So for example, if I want my accountant to move money within a certain bank account, it doesn't require a signature. But other things may require like the physical presence of the actual owner of the business, which is sometimes completely unfeasible. And when we're talking about all of these, yeah, we can get lost in the numbers for sure. And if there was ever a crowd to do it, it would be the people on this conversation right now. But then you also have to think of the time and the risk that is being digested at every single one of these steps. The fact that you may have certain people in business, their time is worth hundreds of dollars a day. Just their physical presence in a given location can be the difference between landing $1 million contract. And you're going to force that person to physically attend the transaction in certain situations in order to de-risk the transaction. So for example, if I wanted to buy a truck and somebody wanted to sell me that truck, and you know, you're already talking about the physical presence for bills of sale and all of that, but then I have to go and either get a cashier's check or take out cash. Now, a Monero transaction, the complete elimination of counterparty risk and the fact that physical presence is no longer required, and I can have other people go deal with certain parts of the business on my behalf at my discretion. It's a game changer versus the complexity of these international transactions and the complexity of getting your money.
But I think you're talking to the two, because a lot of what you're describing is actually domestic transactions. Because, and this is a big difference, I think, between the United States and Canada and in Europe, where the transactions between banks in the United States are really, really cumbersome. Even within branches of the same bank. I don't know if they got that sorted out. I still remember a case, it was Bank of America. And a fellow had an account in California and he wanted it to move it to an account in New Mexico. And it said it took 2 weeks to get this done. And that's the same bank, a different branch. And in Canada, that doesn't happen. In Europe, that doesn't happen. So the domestic system, I think, for interbank transfers in the United States is incredibly cumbersome. And this, from what you're telling me. But the international one is orders of magnitude worse than anything you're going to get domestically, which is the one I mean, I haven't encountered that kind of an issue in Canada with domestic transactions. It's when you start getting international transactions that it becomes a real issue.
What were you going to say, Bawdy? I wonder if we lost him.
Oh, my lost sound. He's muted. I can tell this. See.
So I didn't even read him yet, but I'm going to read some of the stuff that Pogo's been saying in the private chat. What do you guys think about using AI to interface with XRP, similar to how Solana has a bunch of AI projects doing DeFi plus AI? In terms of money making, I'm a Solana shill. I don't think XRP will beat that. Otherwise, Sol's network is expletive deleted. I know a few builders trying to do some incentivized behavior projects on XRP, like do X task, upload to Google Sheets, AI checks Google Sheet for results of task, reward tokens. And then Noob responded with, true that, over-levered people are the lifeblood of the economy. I think Noob was responding to the fact that interest rate apartheid and the way that you can balance things out to keep people on the debt slavery wheel, which is fascinating to say the least. And then he also said income tax is illegal. Legal or not, I don't care. It's unethical and it needs to be abandoned immediately for anything, like literally anything else. You know, de-incentivizing people to be productive is pretty much like the poisoned pill of the destruction of society at large. But I wonder if Comrade Blinn has a microphone or not, because he actually might be able to respond to this idea of using AI to interface with XRP, similar to how Solana has a bunch of AI projects doing DeFi and AI. I would definitely like to see what he has to say about it, but maybe he'll have something, maybe he won't. And the other thing is chiming in on what's going on with international transactions in the crypto sphere. I can't imagine anybody more qualified to chime in on that than Blinn, but we'll see. Maybe he has a microphone, maybe he doesn't. The people want to hear from you, though. The people want to hear from you, Blinn, putting you on the spot. Now, Bawdy, what were you saying?
Hey, sorry. I think my phone was overheating, so I got an ice pack on it and it seems to have recovered. Anyways, yeah, so I wanted to run an idea by you. I'm a little bit behind where y'all are currently at by a few minutes, but just the general group, I wanted to pitch kind of a brainstorming idea. So one of the problems that crypto has, obviously, one of its benefits, but also one of its problems is that we don't have chargebacks, right? So that's a big benefit. If I want to send money and you can't, no take backsies, you can do that. But in some cases, you might want to pay for a hotel room or a service or something, and maybe they didn't live up to their promises, right? Maybe the hotel room was unserviceable. Would then perhaps it be possible to create a business centered around multi-sig that does arbitration, right? So you're like a reputable business that does arbitration. You put some portion of a payment into multi-sig, of your overall payment for the service or whatever into a multi-sig. And then at the end of the service, both the seller and the provider and the purchaser can conduct them, exactly like we do on regular exchanges, right? On our decentralized exchanges or XMR Bazaar, et cetera, right? The buyer and seller can choose to release those funds. But if either party has a problem with how that whole transaction transpired, then you can immediately appeal to the, to this business that's running an arbitration setup to sort of provide that kind of chargeback service, if you will, but in just a sort of different way. What do you guys think about that? It's really just a brainstorming idea.
Well, it's a couple of things here that we make a clear distinction. What you're describing is an escrow system, and there's a market for that. It's very straightforward. But when people use the word chargeback, I think one has to understand the history of the credit card industry and its lack of security. First of all, not every credit card transaction is chargebackable. If you do a ship and pin transaction, which is actually can be quite insecure because the machine is hacked, which I hate to do, then there's no chargeback. If you do these verifications online where you put in and go straight to the bank account, there's no chargeback. The history of chargeback in credit cards is because they had an insanely insecure system which lended itself to do that, and they covered it up by saying we're providing a customer to the consumer of chargebacks. And then they'll do some arbitration, blah, 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 blah. The reality is, and I've seen this in Visa already, they got to act started after about a quarter of a century to get their act together and to essentially have a credit card payment what becomes a push rather than a pull. And by that I mean that you put in your transaction and then you get a pop-up from your bank that you immediately enter a passcode or into the bank, and you send to the bank that you are you, and they send it to your phone or something like that to verify. So now you don't have the opportunity for a chargeback. So the idea of chargebacks and credit cards is a bit of a misnomer. What I think Bawdy is suggesting is basically an escrow business, and yeah, there's a market for that. Absolutely.
And not only that, but if you built it right, I mean, you can create market efficiency mechanisms like options trading and so on, that wouldn't require some of the systems that we're using now. But in my opinion, like absolutely, it's to demystify and de-risk for the normie the idea of, well, what if I want my money back? And then it allows people who have a reputation to be willing to stick their neck out and say, you know, we're willing to do things through, for example, XMR Bazaar. And that was one of the reasons why I was so hardcore about like, yeah, let's make this work. And it goes along with like the Noto thing too, where it's, you eliminate the sync thing and all of that, you're going to find yourself in a situation where normies are more willing to use it.
I think we've got to understand what Monero is. Monero is a worldwide settlement payment system where you get cleared funds in 20 minutes to 30 minutes if you go for the 10 confirmations. That's the reality of what Monero is. And nobody else has come close to that. Visa can't do it. The banking system can't do it for any amount. It just hasn't happened. The only thing that kind of comes close is cash, but it's in person, not digital. And that's the reality. The idea that, like when I was at Monerotopia and people were freaking out because they had to wait 20 minutes for a transaction. Well, I mean, the answer to that is very simple. You need change in your wallet. I kind of joke about it. It says, if you show up in a market in the global south with $1 million bearer bond and expect to get change from the merchants for a coffee, I think you might not get very far. Monero can do that for you, but it takes 20 minutes. Now, if you want to spend them one by one, you take $1 million and split it into $100,000 bearer bonds, and then you would be able to do that because you wait for the cycle. So that's the issue of the instant confirmation and all that. I think people are expecting things that are not true for cash. I mean, if you go to a merchant, sometimes you give a large bill and the merchant will go and get change. That's happened to me. And they'll come back 10 minutes later with a change. And that's the reality of using cash. And people, I think, have forgotten some of the realities of using cash with these things. So it's the same
another
thing
that's really important about all of this too is it's seeing what comes out of the transition to full chain membership proofs is the things that may come about as a result of that change. We can't even speculate on yet. Just the idea of making it so much easier to add different systems that solve these problems it's truly mind-blowing, right? It's like the fact that there's now room to grow on like more efficiently implementing different kinds of layer 2 solutions and so on. There may be an escrow solution that emerges out of FMCP plus that we can't even think of right now. But
for starters, the big reason people have had problems with splitting up your Monero is because of clustering attacks, which get defeated with FMCP. So it's a privacy issue. I mean, if you've got 10 inputs and then you cluster them together into one output, then that creates a privacy risk. So it's from a privacy perspective, it's optimal to actually keep your accounts actually in one output. And what a full chain membership proofs does is it actually facilitates doing sort of semi-automated wallet management, which allows you to optimize for a condition and have split your accounts into 10 or 20 amounts and then reconfigure them together at the end of visiting that market, for example, and without having to worry about creating a privacy risk through clustering. So that's an obvious
when you
benefit.
start talking about coin control to a normie, I don't know if anybody's ever tried to get somebody to adopt it, and then they start asking about privacy and stuff. Like, you have to avoid the coin control conversation like it is the worst case of herpes ever. Because if you're talking to somebody who just doesn't understand the tech behind this stuff and you start getting into coin control, it is a nightmare to try to onboard somebody when they just don't have the knowledge base to understand something like that.
But you can build it into the wallet, so the wallet does automatically without having to worry of creating a privacy problem. So you can abstract it from the normie in that sense. And now people are going to say we don't want to do that because of the privacy risk. I mean, you can have a wallet behavior that does that and then reassembles it based on, so you can do heuristics and stuff on that to do that, which will then abstract that from the experience for the normie. So you kind of
what's really cool about the Bawdy idea too. Well, I'm sure it's not just his idea. I'm sure somebody else thought of it. But if you think of it in terms of like market demand, so let's say there was this demand for an escrow system, at a trusted third party kind of situation, you can tie all kinds of awesome market incentives to that. Like you could have 3 or 4 competing companies. It's like one charges you a flat fee of like 0.5% anytime you use it, no matter what, versus another one says anytime that the situation is resolved, there's no fee. But if anyone contests it, 3% is deducted from the person who is found to be in violation of the original terms of the agreement or whatever. And you can have all of these different like parallel systems of how paying for that business model takes place. And you can create different incentive structures and different levels of desirability. And it effectively becomes like a free market insurance policy with different rates calculated in different ways. And then you're going to end up with a winner emerging. People tend to desire this system over that system. It would be fascinating to see what the market actually wants when it comes to protecting them from things like chargebacks.
Well, you can create various layer 2 semi-centralized or centralized solutions that can compete in a free market as to which one is going to do a better job in a particular situation. I mean, that's essentially what you're saying. And that's just a free market question. You build it on as a layer 2 on top of, of your decentralized network. So that's all that is. So you have various escrow opportunities and various ways of doing it and so on. There's a comment here from Komodeblin. In the EU, in the EU, chargebacks are not really common, even though Visa is Visa, MasterCard is MasterCard. They probably have better systems here. What that refers to is the fact that they have better ways of avoiding the reason for chargebacks, which is in bad security in the design.
And their consumer protection policies at a government level are significant.
Well, they're better, but they're a result of, like in a traditional historical, like if you go back to about 10 years ago, most online credit card transactions are hideously insecure. They just relied on information that's widely available, people's names and their addresses and even numbers that are on the card and so on. And so you need to have a system where you verify back through electronically to the person, okay, are you who you say you are? And you enter a code, a PIN, whatever, to the bank and tell the bank release the funds. So you move it away from this idea of handing someone your wallet and taking the money out, which is the way it used to be done, to instructing the bank to pay. And that's the difference that allows you to avoid allows you to avoid these kind of chargeback issues. Chargebacks is a result of an insecure, inefficient, and very poorly designed credit card system, which even on a centralized ledger, you should be able to simply verify. Like you go and give a transaction, you give a card, instead of tapping it or whatever, you get something on your phone and you authorize a transaction from your bank. And then you send a secure code or a PIN or a signature, electronic signature, back to the bank saying, I authorize this release. That's all it is. And because cryptocurrencies are essentially a push system, they have to be. Well, that's what happens. When you pay with Monero, you issue a signature to the Monero network to send those funds to that merchant. There's no reason why you cannot do the same thing with a bank. But it's it's taking like a quarter of a century to get their act together on this, and that's the issue with chargebacks. And
let's also not forget that DarkFi just launched their first beta. And by the way, anybody who's not following that project, for one, what are you doing with your life? Like, shame on you. But then the other thing about it is, like, that is almost certainly going to yield a lot of incredible fruit if these guys stay on track the way that they have been. Where talking about dealing with these things on the Monero level, in fact, I wouldn't be willing to bet Nihilist has something really interesting to say. But the thing is, in fact, I'll actually shut up because I would love to hear what he wants to say.
Well, the main thing for me with DarkFi is that I don't even understand where they're trying to go. Like, I wonder what is the end goal with them. Like, what do they try to achieve? That's the question I'm trying to answer. And if I find an applicable use OPSEC-wise, for privacy, anonymity, or deniability, I'll gladly showcase how to use DarkFi on my blog. And but yeah, I'm trying to understand it first.
I think a lot of what they're doing, though, is kind of built on the idea that we first solved the private digital cash problem. Like, whether or not you think Xano is a scam and all of that other stuff, the reality is even with Xano, it loses almost all of its utility if the Monero project isn't successful. And what I mean by that is just like there's a base layer on a blockchain, there's also a base layer in economics, and the ability to settle in a risk-proof sort of way is so crucial. Like, without having private digital cash, all of this other stuff is completely worthless, in my opinion. And then the other thing with Monero is, even with Monero, like, it is worthless if it can't be pegged to the use of real assets. So that's one of the reasons why I love the fact that you can get gold backs for Monero, you can get, food for Monero, because the more real assets that are being ever more denominated in, Shortwave is probably pounding his keyboard right now, but the more assets that you're denominating in Monero is critical to the success of Monero as a project. And in the same way, the more that Monero is successful in creating this element of private digital cash, magic internet money, the Xanos and DarkFis of the world are effectively useless without the success of a base layer of private digital cash. But it's my understanding that what DarkFi is trying to achieve is creating a beyond cash infrastructure for magic internet money. The idea of having smart contracts that are beyond the reach of prying eyes. And it's a monster of a project, no doubt. It's kind of ridiculous what they seem to be trying to achieve. But it's only recently that a guy could get under the hood and take a look at what they've been cooking up so far in the sense of actually using it. So I can't wait to see what happens in the next month with that project.
My understanding, a lot of their work was to do with having private governance systems where you could collaborate and vote and hold opinions while maintaining privacy. Was one of their applications that I had in mind. When it comes to digital cash, I think I just got to the chase on that one. I take the point of view that what Monero already has is good enough. It can definitely be improved, but it actually has met the standard of good enough in the sense that you can actually use it worldwide, settle in 20 minutes. You have scalability, so you're not stuck on all this nonsense that Bitcoin is having with block sizes and all that. And yes, we're going to move a lot stronger, but we're now at the stage where it's definitely good enough. Now, I'm not saying it cannot be improved. Don't get me wrong. Of course it can be improved. And it will be improved with something like full-chain membership proofs. But we're pretty close to good enough right now.
Justin Berman actually said pretty much the exact same thing in his interview, where he said, I finally feel like Monero is good enough. Which I thought was very honest for one. And the guy's nothing if he's not honest, right? But beyond that, the idea that we've crossed that threshold where it has effectively become an immutable, reliable digital cash seems to be the consensus across the community. So,
yeah, I kind of felt it after Koi's changes to the scaling. Actually, his recommendation, which when he raised that issue. combined with increasing the ring size to 16, that kind of pushed it over that threshold. But what we're looking with FMCP is just a massive improvement in privacy. That's all it is. And for people who kind of wonder what is full chain membership proof, I mean, you have 16 members in the proof currently right now, 15 fakes and 1 real spend. And what full chain membership proofs, and those are the members of the proof, does is it grows it from 16 members of the proof to the entire blockchain as of outputs as the members of the proof. Hence the term full chain membership proof. That's basically what it does. And that's the big privacy enhancement involved with it. Now, of course, it's very significant. And it simplifies a lot of things, but that's the bottom line.
One thing I'm looking for as well for the Monero project is when are we going to tackle the issue of, okay, what if tomorrow everyone starts using Monero? How much disk space does running a node take? That's what I think is going to be a tough one.
This is always the issue. There are 2 issues here. The first one is how fast can reliably the blockchain grow? I mean, and this is a big one, because any system, if you shock it, it's going to have an issue. I mean, one issue that could easily happen, or the scenarios such as what happens if all of a sudden there's a state attack on Visa, and all of a sudden you got a flood of refugees hitting the Monero network. How are we going to deal with it? And the bottom line with this is any system, if you shock it, you're going to have a problem. That's just the reality of it. But what happens is you want to be able to grow into that in a reasonable way. And that means people will have to buy faster SSDs, get better bandwidth, and all of that. But keep in mind that the people that are running nodes and are engaging in the Monero network have a significant exposure to Monero. And if you give them a chance to upgrade and whatever, they're also going to see 2 things happening. They're going to see, yes, a major demand in disk space and bandwidth, et cetera, but they're also going to see a significant increase in their net worth and in their income as a result of the growth of the value of the very blockchain they're moving around. So they'll have more money to buy disk drives, or more correctly, SSDs. So that's a factor you also have to take into consideration. If you're running a Monero node today, those scenarios would mean, well, what happens if I tell you all of a sudden your net worth goes up by a factor of 100 and you've got to spend this extra money on hard drives? I mean, that's kind of the SSDs, actually, not hard drives. That's essentially the question that you have to look at in those situations. My biggest concern is not this space. Actually, the biggest bottleneck that you could see for a lot of node users could actually be bandwidth. And I'm talking specifically of upload bandwidth, because that's not under the control of the user as much. You may have a lot of money, but you can't get faster bandwidth unless you move and there's major disruption. So that's the bigger obstacle, in my view, is actually bandwidth, not disk space. But yes, any system you shock is going to have a problem. And I mean, you can mitigate things. You can put all these dampers in place. You can constrain it so that it grows in a reasonable way. You can do all of that. But you also have to recognize that if you shock a system, if you suddenly say to the Monero network, you go from half a transaction a second to 200 transactions a second in a matter of days, well, it's going to be a problem. It's going to take a time for the system to respond. So I guess we want a gradual growth rather than a sudden violent choice. I mean, what would happen technically is that the network would constrain it, or it would constrain itself through node relay fees and so on until it gets a chance to catch up. But unlike what happened in Bitcoin, it's not in hand. As you then respond to it, you can grow the network and the thing can adjust and grow. And what happened in Bitcoin is that it hit this barrier and it couldn't grow at all. So that's the big difference.
Thank you. Yeah.
Go ahead, Tux. We all know what you're going to say.
Tux, before you say anything, what's going on with LWS? Speaking of scaling and what we would do in a shock scenario, is Kate going to do LWS?
Actually, that came up in the show earlier. I don't know if you heard, but during the Brave discussion,
Yeah.
It is something that they've begun figuring out. I think it actually happened a couple of weeks ago.
I know I've been poking Seth about it like crazy. I even put out a big thread on Twitter about how Edge Wallet is the only wallet that's actually working with LWS right now. And Edge Wallet is like pure spyware. So we don't actually have any good wallet that can make use of the software yet. So we need somebody to do it.
Well, I mean, maybe you are one of the people already doing it, but there's a major shortage in the wallet world in general, but I'm sure it's true with Cake as well. There are not enough people testing, developing on the wallets. So anybody listening right now, go offer to test for, I mean, start with Cake Wallet, because, I mean, who's the bigger gangster than Cake Wallet? Literally nobody. All right. But people need to start beta testing Cake Wallet. That get the word out. Tell your friends, tell your kids, tell your grandma. People need to start volunteering for testers for these.
I don't just test. I give Tux hell. I open like 30 issues on the repo at once.
I think you may progress offering, because I saw Vic say that they're going to make that a priority, adding LWS. We've been pushing him too, because it's going to help with Nodo integration.
Yeah, I was because even that, like, I don't know if you know, but I've been working on Nodo too.
How's it going, by the way, man? How you doing? What's up, man?
Good,
I feel
good. How's it going? How's it
going? We don't give you enough respect and stage time on the show. How's it going, brother?
It's all right. I'm all right. But yeah, no, Nodo, like LWS, I was looking at the Nodo configs for LWS the other day, so I built LWS, and I was trying to get it, because there was a couple people saying they couldn't get it to work. So I was trying to get it to work, and I realized, my Monero doesn't work. And like even the APK you download from their GitHub is a test APK. It doesn't even install on your device. And then Edge Wallet is like, it's terrible. Like when I say it's like, if you try to start Edge Wallet up, the first thing it does is connect to Edge's servers. If you try to stop it from connecting to Edge's servers, it won't let you create a wallet. If you add your own, no, it connects to Edge. So if you put in your own LWS server in it, and then you try to disable connections to Edge, it won't sync anymore. Like I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like I put in my Onion address and I try to block everything other than Onion connections, it won't sync anymore.
We
like
could
Edge,
probably
all it
get
wants
Paul
to do is call home.
I'm getting a little bit of echo. We could probably get Paul to change that. I don't know. Paul's willing to, I think, work with us in any way he can. I think he's he wants to serve the Monero community. So he's done a good job thus far at a sacrifice, just like with the My Monero wallet, right? It was a kind of a user-friendly bridge to Monero, but maybe now he'll make some changes so that people can run their own LWS in a way where they're not. I didn't even know that's the case. So nice that you're working on the Nodo, though, man. Did we got one in your hands, right? We sent you one.
No, I don't have one.
All right, we're gonna try to send you one so you could have a more hands-on experience as you're trying to improve it.
Yeah.
I have an extra one.
You got both of yours, Alaska?
One? Well, they haven't arrived. This is
you didn't get it yet?
Not your guys' fault.
Shit.
I got the email to claim my Monero Nodo, and I just ignored it. Right? I was like, okay, I'll respond to that later. And better than anybody, Doug. Like I get just crazy busy. And then they sent another one, and eventually one of them reached out to me and like, do you even want this anymore? Like it had been like a month.
Is it on its way though? It's like,
yeah, it is on its way now, but it's totally my fault. Like I was just chomping at the bit to get one, and then it's finally released. And I mean, I'd already played with them and messed around and got my fix, right? And as soon as the conference was over, it's like, okay, we got to go and get to work on all of the stuff that I've been ignoring for the last month. And so I hit the ground running, both feet, trying to recover from all of the things that happen when I'm not paying as much attention to my company and stuff. And then it was finally just they were just blowing me up on Signal and stuff. Like, dude, do you want your Nodo or not? Like, we don't know where to send this. We don't know. And so it's totally my fault that I don't have it yet. But it's
all right. No fault of ours.
I
was
hopefully, also thinking like, it might be interesting if a couple of us came together and just like we pay to send out 4 or 5 Nodos to developers who are like actually seriously interested in working on it. I don't know if the Cake team already has theirs or whatever, but I would love. And that was what I was doing with my extra one anyway, is I was sending it to a developer who's going to work on like, you know, side loading apps and build out the what's that called, where, you know, you have like forums and research and stuff where people can step by step learn how to build their own apps and stuff on the device. But honestly, getting the Light Wallet service and, you know, cleaning up the code base is probably more important anyway. But why not all of it at once? You know, you have a bunch of people just chipping away. And the thing is when people work on like app development for a thing, they often find issues with the code and efficiency and all of that. So the reality is everyone gets your Nodo today. The first batch is already
we have the XMR Bazaar listings popping up right now. Actually, ironically enough, I don't know if you get, I can't pull it much closer, but right now it's an XMR listing for somebody selling a Nodo. I don't know if you guys could see it on there.
But for those of you who are foolish enough not to get your Nodo right away, there's still time, but you're going to have to wait for the next batch to be produced. And I mean, you would have to believe in miracles to think that anything is ever going to be as good as the first wave. But maybe, same team, the next batch will be even better. We don't know. But you can pre-order for the next batch today at moneronodo.com, I believe it is. And while you're already spending your money on the internet for good causes, don't forget to get your next year's tickets for Monerotopia. Funding early is extremely valuable to the people who put it together. And so let's do it. Let's make it happen right now. In fact, buy 10 tickets, even if you're not going to use them. Buy 13, buy 25. Show the world.
It does help, guys. It allows us to give away the free entry for all the locals. So, and honestly, it just gives us more. Most importantly, it gives us momentum and Sunita and I security, in that we're on the right path when we see votes of confidence behind us. Arctic, man, I want to thank you. Obviously, I've thanked you many times. You know, with your contributions to the Nodo. You played a big role in helping us kind of create this thing in a way where it can last more than 2 years.
That was kind of my goal, and in fact,
do you have one? Do you have one on? Did you get yours?
I was supposed to get it, and then I didn't receive it, and we were trying to. Anyway, it'll be sorted out.
Okay, I'll talk to Abdullah about that. Make sure you get yours.
Yeah, he was gonna. But
everybody else should have gotten theirs, though. So.
The interesting thing about it is a couple of interesting things. The bandwidth it'll support on the static is a 2.5 gigabit port, and that's one of the major limitations. So that's future proofing it. It talks to the world through a 5 gigabit USB 3. So theoretically, you can then use that to add additional storage space outside in form of SSD drives and so on. So those are the kind of things that are important. And the scenario where this thing becomes obsolete, Monero is going to be very, very heavy network. That means prices are going to be up, and you're going to see a second version, which is going to just do the improved technology. Because one of the challenges, of course, you want to keep it affordable. At the same time, you want to future-proof it. Exactly. Which is really interesting. Yeah, and that's a very interesting challenge.
And by the way, when he's talking about this, he's talking about it for the purposes of a node. It's not like the thing becomes a worthless brick in 5 years either. I mean, it's actually a very, very nice mini computer. In fact, I had no reservations on, even if the blockchain were to explode, this thing could be used for so many cool projects. It's like, the ultimate Raspberry Pi on steroids. Like, it's super cool. Even if you weren't using it as a Nodo, there's a ton of things that it's very useful for.
The other thing to keep in mind about the Nodo is it's got a powerful GPU in there. that once the software, so the open source software for it's available, can be used to do verification of Monero. And this is really important to realize. It does have a major GPU in there. It's built into the processor, into the actual processor, and that's a really important consideration for that. So that's kind of a part of the future proofing. But I mean, the Monero network has been pretty static in transactions per second for about 3 to 4 years. I don't know how long that's going to continue. And if we start seeing a breakout in prices, we will see could see a significant sharp increase. And it's not going to throw the nodos off right away. It's going to take a while for that to happen. But
a long while. I mean, it's pretty robust right now. And the thing is if something like that were to happen, it would be the least of our concerns.
But that's exactly my point.
Your gains, if you just had one Monero, would be higher than what you spent on the Nodo. So it's like
more than that. No. The price of Monero will be significantly higher than what people spend on a Nodo for that to happen. I think it's you need a sort of a. I mean, theoretically, it could be done. I mean, if Monero would become sort of like totally centralized and just be traded on exchanges, and nobody, and then it could happen, where the price of Monero could really go up. But if you get a growth in the network to push the Nodo out, the price of Monero is going to be significantly higher than a Nodo. I mean, because it's just a basic equation of exchange, which a lot of people don't understand. The equation of exchange, most people think it's Keynesian economics, but it cannot be applied to what is really a hyper-Austrian currency, where the inflation rate is below that of gold, which is what Monero is. And then you have a situation, you got to increase Q, you got to increase the size of the business, is MV equals PQ. Prices have to go down because your M is effectively constant and your velocity is effectively constant. So if you jack up Q through activity, you've got to drop prices. And that's the reality of this. I mean, you can't avoid any kind of significant increase in adoption of Monero has to push the price up if it's done decentralized, just because of the equation of exchange. So if
it's going to be a good problem to have.
Exactly.
If the Nodo is no longer supporting the
blockchain. The value of a Nodo, if that happened, like even if you're not using it as a node, like the historical context.
That's another
it's a piece of history at that point.
That's another story. Too, but you can still use it as a light wallet, as a light node. So you still have those kind of use opportunities there, or you can simply add a bunch of SSDs externally to it
media
and
server.
run it that way. Yeah. So I mean,
it would make a great media server. Honestly,
all sorts of other uses. Yeah. It's basically a multi-purpose GNU Linux computer with a very low power consumption and a very small footprint. Yeah, I mean, it's got all sorts of uses. I mean, that's not something but the idea that if it becomes obsolete, it's the least of our problems. That'll be the answer.
How about this? I saw people talking about the Rust the node Rust implementation.
It supposedly syncs a lot faster than Monero D, a lot faster.
What's up with that?
I think I don't know. I've been talking to a couple of the Monero D developers, like, hey man, what's up with that?
Yeah, that sounds like kind of a breakthrough,
He's
right?
calling you out.
I think also what you're dealing with is that there's a lot of optimization that can be done in Monero D, period. And if you facilitate it by implementing it in Rust, then you're going to get the development happening. I mean, my biggest issue with Monero D right now is that it doesn't really effectively do parallel processing, which is a major issue with transaction verification. And there's a lot of code for that.
You can tell. You can just watch your CPUs while you're syncing, and they don't hit 100%.
Right, because and this is my biggest concern about it. And so you have and processing Monero transactions as a node is incredibly parallelizable. You can do this in parallel. And so that's the kind of things that a Rust implementation is going to do, that because it's easier to develop it. So that's essentially the issue there also. But parallel processing is a huge one, because Moore's law for parallel processing is strong. Moore's law on a single thread is basically dead. And that's the key point. Moore's law is scaling every 1.6 times a year. That's fine if you parallel process. That's been going on strong. It's why GPUs are scaling, and so are multi-threaded CPUs. I mean, people are going from 2 threads to 100 threads. Well, actually, 2 threads
Or
to
like,
100.
If you're talking on like mining hash rates, even, you went from 6,000 hash per second on a 3600, and that's not that many years old now. And then on a 5950, you're getting like 22,000.
But that's because you have more cores going at it.
Yeah. Well, more cores, and it's a way more powerful CPU. Like even the 3900 was doing like 12 or 13,000, right? Like it's the processing power has gone up significantly.
The processing power has gone. There's 2 things. You get a slight increase in speed, but then what you get is just much more parallel cores. And when you're doing hashing, parallel processing works just fine for that. So that's the reason you get the higher hash rate, because you have more cores working, more threads working. Because basically a typical Intel AMD CPU, you have like 2 threads on 1 core, which essentially was one part of the CPU is working on 1 thread, and then another part of the CPU is working on the next thread. That's kind of how you get 2 threads out of a core. So you're using it more efficiently that way. But that's the main gain, has been primarily in just the number of cores. Yes, you get faster operations, but that's not where the gain is. The gain is in cores. You simply have more cores working at it.
There's a parallel to this. Like, if you look at the Tor project right now, they're working on RT, and it's a Rust implementation of Tor. And the main bandwidth issues of Tor currently, as in the C implementation, comes from the single-threaded nature of the network. And thanks to the implementation in Rust, they expect to have a massive increase in the bandwidth for Tor. So that's something to look for as well.
Through parallel processing.
Yeah, also.
They're getting the bandwidth out of parallel processing, usually multiple threads at the same time.
Not to mention the effects of just improvements in cache systems is also a whole nother area of interest on this same topic.
And that's the speed of RAM and the various levels of RAM and the amount of RAM that you can store in these.
I did want to answer, I am Spartacus, tip $5. Happy anniversary to a great team. Can you talk about using the Nodo as a remote node? I can connect it to my Nodo at home on my local network as a local node, and I love it. I haven't been able to connect to my node while working around town. Yeah, it's a little bit more cumbersome to do that. You basically have to open up a port on your router, or the other kind of user-friendly way, ideally, is you use the Tor functionality on the Nodo. Let's say you use your Cake wallet. You run Erbit, I think it's called, right? It's kind of the easiest way on like an iOS. So now you're connecting to the Tor network, and then you link your Cake wallet to the onion address of your node.
It's a couple of issues here. The opening a port is not enough, because a lot of residential connections don't support a static IP, or the IP gets changed quite frequently. So you have to have dynamic DNS systems that provide an IP. That's if you do it in a ClearNet. The other way around it is actually to use Tor in order to get that static IP effect by using the Tor network. So that's the main barrier that you have. And it really depends on what type of internet. It's no different setting any other type of server on your home residential connection. If you've got a dynamic IP and it keeps changing, then you're either going to need a DNS system that provides you that address to the nodo, or you're going to have to use something like Tor to get the same sort of effect.
Yeah,
I mean, that's essentially the issue.
Yeah, don't bother with the clearnet. Just go with the darknet. Really, you have a hidden service for your nodo, and you can access it via that address. So from anywhere in the world.
That's the easiest way to do it because you already have built-in Tor capability on the thing. But it's just a simple way to get around the issue of dynamic IPs by using Tor.
Yeah, I mean it's just easier. All you need to have a website on Tor is just to have an internet connection. No need for port forwarding or anything.
Yeah, and so basically you
Strange
connect
world
your
we live
node to
in,
Tor.
where all of a sudden doing things the privacy conscious way is easier than trying to use the piracy, where it's like it's easier to just watch a 4K movie by downloading it on a torrent versus like trying to pay for a streaming service. Like even if it was about the money, it doesn't matter because the quality that you get out of using the dark web is just infinitely better at this point.
Well, the biggest issue, in my view, with any kind of streaming service or any kind of sort of the majority, no, I said the ones that are open source or whatever, is DRM or digital locks or technological protection measures. I know this is a sensitive issue in the United States, but the bottom line...
I just want to chime in though to the guy who asked the question. So on the nodo itself, you'll see under node, there's ClearNet, there's Tor. So that Tor is where you'll be able to turn on and basically find the onion address of your node, and you would connect your Cake wallet to that node, as opposed to connecting to the ClearNet node, and then you would just run your Cake wallet on Tor, and that would be the easiest and best. What's that, Arctic?
That is the simplest way to do it, yes, because you get around the entire static IP issue by using Tor, basically.
Right, and now you're using the best way possible. Ofred, I don't know if you had comments on that as well, and hopefully once I get a nodo in your hand, you could help make this experience more user-friendly for people. There are little quirks right now, but I think we're going to have it all worked out to where it's... Honestly, I think we had some issues on the Cake end too with running Cake while running Tor. I think we were running into that issue.
Cake has had an issue. Cake has had an issue connecting to Onion nodes for a while now. I've got an issue open on the repo about it. Tux, are you listening?
Well, I mean,
we got to get that solved because that is the most user-friendly way to connect your Cake wallet to your nodo through the Tor Onion connection.
Big advantage of using your own private node like that out of Nodo is you defeat one of the attacks that Chainalysis had with the spy nodes. And there's a huge issue around this spy nodes and how to detect them, and MRL putting out a list of bad spy nodes and all this kind of stuff. So you avoid all of that by to a large degree by using your own node, because the attack that Chainalysis did is they were essentially setting up nodes that spied on wallets that connected to those nodes, and then using that to defeat Dandelion. That was essentially.
I'm going to have to part ways because I have promise to keep, but I hope all of you enjoy your time buying your Monerotopia tickets right now at Monerotopia.com, I believe it is. I will be joining you shortly, but you're muted, Doug. I don't know if you know that. Okay, but it's been good to share time with you guys. God bless. Have a great day.
Take care.
You too. Have a good one. I lost my train of thought.
By the way, I mean, I'm very serious. Like, it's easier to use the darknet than the clearnet. Like, recently, I moved my entire infrastructure from being clearnet only to being darknet only. And, like, I got rid of the VPS requirement. I got rid of the domain requirement. All I need is a server at home, and it all runs there. Easy. Just an internet connection.
Yeah, because
and you can move it wherever you want easily.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very simple way to address the entire issue of connecting to setting up a home server for whatever purpose. It's a straightforward and
On
simple
the
way to do it.
on the SPY node issue,
Yes.
so there's also SPY nodes that are peers, and the one thing the Nodo does is it uses TX proxy and anonymous inbound by default. So your node never actually broadcasts your own transactions from your node to the ClearNet. So your peers don't even know where your transactions came from. They're all broadcast from one of your Onion or I2P peer nodes. So
One thing you gotta watch though, because you can do attacks on privacy networks like Tor against a node by essentially putting it in a sort of a shell around it of hostile nodes. So there are risks with syncing a node and getting the wrong blockchain and so on with just using Tor, by the way.
Yeah. But no, I mean, like for TX proxy, it's only relaying the transactions to other nodes. It's still doing the sync over ClearNet.
Yeah, no. This is what I'm saying. You want to sync it over ClearNet because to avoid that attack, and then you relay through Tor. You gotta avoid that kind of problem. That's what I'm saying. So you gotta be careful with syncing over Tor. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I've actually had a problem where I tried to sync using the proxy feature where it's specifically syncing over Tor, and I hit like block 1 million or something, and I got totally eclipsed. Like over and over again, I couldn't sync the node. I had to pop blocks and then add exclusive nodes.
So it's there are attacks around that. That's the
Yeah. So there's definitely attacks against nodes that are advertising as coming from an exit node.
Yeah. So anyway, I have to get my talk for Acapulco finished. So that's in 2 weeks.
Good luck with that.
Arctic, before anything, I wanted to. This was a topic from earlier on about tariffs.
Yes.
The one thing I wanted to say, one of my hypotheses about what the tariffs are really about, is it's that America doesn't actually produce much of anything anymore. Like if you look on the package for anything in America, it all comes from Canada, Mexico, and China. So he's like, hey man, we're all sitting at home doing nothing while our country becomes a country of consumers. There is
one thing America sells. There's one thing America sells, and kind of balances its balance of payments, and it's incredibly vulnerable. And that is digital services, and in particular proprietary software. Now, I'm going to be blunt about this. A country like Canada wanted to hit Trump hard. What you do is you defenestrate. You put people into Linux. You put businesses into Linux. You ditch Windows. You ditch Apple. You de-Google your phones. You put things like free libre operating systems on your Android. You save a ton of money, and you totally defeat Trump's tariff strategy. Because America's Achilles heel right now is actually intellectual property. That's the only thing that really the United States is selling. Licensing for software, licensing for movies and all this kind of stuff. And that's where the issue is. And if Canadian government figures that one out, they're in deep trouble. That's the reality of this tariff issue.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, America's not producing physical things anymore. And they're relying on intellectual property primarily. But the trouble is, if you think about it, if I'm in Canada and I use Microsoft Word, I pay license fees to Microsoft. Well, that's actually affects the balance of payment of Canada vis-a-vis the United States.
Yeah.
If I
and
use
same with stocks.
LibreOffice,
like it's not just Microsoft Word. There's a lot of Canadians that'll buy Microsoft stock. So it's like the government
that's a bit of a different thing. Yeah, that's a different thing because now you're investing in the other country. That can have plus and minus. I'm taking more of you buying, you're licensing proprietary software, you're paying a fee across the border. That's an and import into Canada and export from the United States. If you change that with free software, you cut that off right off the bat. Like if Canada wants to play hardball, you tariff proprietary software. And if you really want to play hardball, you tariff DRM. I'm serious, or digital locks, or you don't want to call it. Then you will, and if you look at it, who were the people that were there around Donald Trump? What were these companies selling? Amazon, ebooks with DRM, major core product that Amazon sells. Google, totally digital services. Apple, the 30% surcharge on the iTunes store. If you jailbreak the iPhone, there goes that profit margin, or the iPad. Even if you look at a company like Musk's company, there's still a lot of lockdown in their devices and that they're selling. So the selling, that's primarily the United States is selling. So the real danger there in tariffs, I see, is if the rest of the world clues in on free software, then the United States will have serious problems. Because that shift is going to be even more pronounced.
I sometimes think that the fall of BlackBerry was manufactured. Like it was meant to give a monopoly to the state.
BlackBerry was also proprietary software, so it doesn't. It
was proprietary, but it was Canada's horse in the race.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you want to save money, you don't make money on software. What you do is you save money on software. So the freely open source software, you may be importing American free software, but you're not going to get the massive amount of licensing fees going. You'll get support calls and stuff. And so if you replace even, say, Microsoft with Red Hat, you're still dealing with a U.S. company. But now the flow of revenue is a lot less. If you replace, the argument is very simple. The Free Software Foundation is as much a U.S. person as Microsoft is, and the Linux Foundation is as much a U.S. person as Apple is. But the difference in the balance of payment will be huge if you start moving away from proprietary software into freely open source software.
Or if you get rid of Visa and MasterCard and replace it with Monero.
That one is a bit interesting, but Visa and MasterCard are American companies. And again, you have a monopoly on payments. And again, you have essentially a proprietary system. And yes, it is the same sort of effect. But this business of things like, Microsoft, Oracle, it's a huge amount of money that they're spending on, and it's usually governments and banks and some of the older industries that are doing this. They're spending all this money on Microsoft products, they're spending on licensing. It's a huge amount of money.
In a way, it's like
I would like to see.
Sorry.
Yeah, in a way, it's a bit of a wake-up call. Like he's pushing tariffs, and he's like, in a way, forcing people to, explore those alternatives in a way. So, in the end, it's a good thing when you look at it from that perspective. But from the other end, people see it as like, like they're taken hostage in a way.
Well, Europe is already moving away for free software in many ways.
Yeah, I know.
In a big way. And this is a major issue for balance of payments in the United States, because if you're not licensed, paying all these license fees for Microsoft products and for Apple products, then that's going to have a major balance of payments issue. And so a fight, and the other thing it does, it also hurt China in a way, because you're not going to consuming as much hardware. That's the other thing that happens when you start using open source software. You start reusing stuff. So for years I bought. I had laptops that I bought used from the provincial government. They took Windows off it and put in Linux, and then upgraded the RAM and I used them as Monero nodes, and also I've actually primarily as Bitcoin and Monero nodes were one of the major applications that I use for these things, and it was a repurposed government laptops that are bought at a government auction. They sell them without the hard drives because of security reasons. They shred the hard drives, which is fine because that's junk anyway. You put an SSD, you update the RAM, and bingo, you got a great little Linux laptop, and you got another 10 years out of the thing. As a Linux laptop. I mean, I still have them. I mean, it's just, and so this consumption of hardware is gone. So this is the big one that opens the door here. And if people are really, if you get into a tariff war with the United States and all these other countries figure out the Achilles heel, it's software and it's DRM and it's content.
The answer is just to opt out, really.
I think it's also. I think part of the reason, isn't just against Canadian exports or Mexican exports into the States. I think it's partially about American companies that build warehouses or production warehouses in other countries, like in Canada and Mexico, and then basically hire people from those countries to make the stuff for cheaper, and then ship it back home. Like Apple, Apple and the iPhones in China.
Apple's a perfect example. I mean, they went ahead, they shifted all their production to China, and then they ship the stuff back home, collect the license fees on the software, and until people and so all these companies are allowed to do this, and then of course the Americans are saying, wait a minute, all the jobs are going, and you have the Rust Belt because a lot of things happen. And in many cases, and it's also a fact in Canada that people, if it's Chinese, has less quality than it's American. You know that. I mean, that's true. So America deindustrialized in many respects as a result of these sort of, as American companies that were driving it. That is very true. And Apple is a perfect example.
So I think part of that is maybe to try to get some of these companies to actually build some stuff in-house. I don't think it's necessarily against stuff coming from Canada. I think it's to tell companies, hey man, stop moving all of our production outside of the States.
Canada doesn't really have a huge labor advantage over the United States in competitiveness. That is the case if you're dealing with countries where wages are significantly less. It's not a case in Canada as much as it is, for example, in Mexico. Because Canada, the wage differentials aren't that high. Yes, a company that sets up in Canada saves a ton of money on healthcare because the American healthcare is insanely expensive. So that's I don't know if people realize this, but Americans spend more on publicly funded healthcare per capita than Canadians do.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And on top of that, you have an insanely expensive private system, and yet everybody doesn't get healthcare. Now, I'm not saying the Canadian system can be quite clunky, but when you look at costs, and then your outcomes are way less because people. I think I was listening to Kennedy's confirmation hearing. He said that McDonald's French fries in the United States have like 7 ingredients or something, and in Europe or Canada like 3. And the same French fry in Canada is much healthier than the United States from the same company. Like if you eat McDonald's French fries in Canada, it's a lot healthier than if you eat McDonald's French fries in the United States. Because all these other ingredients,
I think it might even be cheaper
now. Because all these additives that are added to the French fries in the United States are banned in Canada and in Europe. And so they have to actually produce a healthier French fry. And it's the same company. It's an American company, which is really interesting. And that's why you have an obesity epidemic in the United States. Which is actually
I think
serious.
Food in the States is people can say whatever they want to say about Kennedy. They can say he's a quack or whatever, but the one thing he's not wrong about is the food is not it's not like a lot of the food is not like real food anymore.
Well, no, he's right. He's very right about the issue. He's right about food, and he's right also about overprescribing, and the pharmaceutical industry. That's one of the reasons why he has support. And I suspect that's one of the reasons a lot of people even voted for Trump, actually, to tell you the truth. Kennedy brought Trump a lot of votes on these issues. It's because
you should see the chicken. You go to the store to go see some chicken, and it's like these are like clearly like turkey-sized chickens. Like where do you find chickens like this? Like, these aren't real. Like, what is this?
Because you feed them hormones, and they make them grow, and then those hormones end up in the human consumption body, and then. Oh, okay. Here's somebody who avoided the XMRchat. Here's somebody who avoided these fees that I'm talking about when you travel by using Monero to undercut the fees associated with cross-border transactions using debit or credit. Very interesting. And it's an obvious application. As a non-US resident, made my US visit seamless. Yeah, because you basically saved all the money by eliminating the all these cross-border transaction fees.
And I see Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, if you want to jump on, I just put the invite link, but I do want to wrap it up pretty soon here at the top of the hour. So, Mr. Wonderland, if you want to jump on.
I'm the late now. I'm always the late guy here because it's kind of 8 a.m. is a bit of an odd time for me.
It's all right. We keep it going. Tux ran away, but
so I'm one of the ones that's there. It's funny. I get up at 6 a.m, and then I go for breakfast and I walk, and I kind of miss the sort of a part early in the morning. Unless I'm specifically trying to. Yeah, I actually do my exercise. I go in, I walk down, I eat, and then I try to get back in time, and then I'm always missing the earlier part of the show.
Well, we're always happy to have you when you jump on, Arctic.
Well, yeah.
OrangeFren, is there anything you want to close out with? And Neilist, if you guys want to close out, and we'll see if Mr. Wonderful jumps on. Or Mr. Wonderful, Mr. Max Wonderland jumps on. We'll get him up. But go ahead.
When you were talking about Paul, is that Paul from the Edge Wallet team, or is that a different Paul? Okay. Yeah, you got to ask him to do something about that analytics stuff, because there's no way that it's like that by accident, because if I use I2P and I use a local host like 127.0.0.1, I can connect to my I2P LWS. But if I try to connect to anything else and block edge connections, no bueno. And it's like, I'm like, this is clearly like, what information do they need from me? If I try to generate a new wallet, no bueno. I'm like, I don't need a connection to their server to generate a wallet. That doesn't make sense. You know, this is all.
Have you spoken to the Edge people at all? Have you spoken
like
to
many months ago, before I even tested it, and I saw the analytics and stuff, and they said they were going to remove it. They didn't remove it, and I finally tested it the other day, and I was like, wow, this is like some of the worst I've seen. So
I will try to get Paul's attention on that for sure. I'll try to get his attention on that.
Yes, please. If not, then hopefully Tux and Seth and Vic get it done.
What happens is people will just move to Kick Wallet.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping they get it done.
Because I mean, the big advantage Edge had is that it had a lot of different currencies on there. So if you wanted to move from one to another, you could do it fairly easily. The Kick Wallet now is starting to get to that too. So.
Oh, I realized I didn't send the link. There it is. I just put it in the chat. Mr. Wonderland, if you want to jump up, now's the time. Otherwise, we're gonna close it out.
Oh, there is the link right there.
Yeah, I just put the link in there.
Yeah.
By the way, Doug, before I send the tip regarding the the shadow banning on YouTube, I'm serious about it. Try to go on as many podcasts as you can, because you'll evade that shadow banning, and you'll touch on many more communities, or as much as you can, much wider audiences. The best bet, the best thing I think would be you land on Joe Rogan show. Like, he has a huge audience. I would be insane.
Yeah, that's a tremendous platform if we could get somebody on there talking Monero.
Yeah,
that would be amazing. Just like Andreas Antonopoulos when he went on and talked about Bitcoin in like, I don't know, when was that? That was like 2016, 2015? I don't even know. That was a big
You
deal.
should try to get Hawk Tua on to ask her what happened with her coin and tell her next time just buy Monero.
So Mr. Wonderland, go ahead and then we'll close it out.
Okay. The question the thing I'm wondering about is you're trying to get Monero back, or your wish would be to get Monero back onto centralized exchanges more, if I'm correct.
It's not my, my wish is that we all use Monero peer-to-peer. But what I see as a potential avenue towards growing Monero adoption right now would be to advocate to get them to eliminate the bit license here in New York. I think politically we can get that done. That would then open things up where Kraken would come and provide to users here in New York. Coinbase would probably want to compete, so they would add Monero. But yeah, I don't think it's something that needs to happen, but I think now is the right time to strike if you want to try to make that happen. And I think it just gives more noobs access to Monero.
I think one of the best things that can happen is if the price of Monero keeps doing what it's doing. It keeps climbing despite delistings and it just keeps going up because liquidity is low. That once all of these centralized exchanges, like they're all sitting there like Binance number, like no, we sold the bottom. You know what I mean? Like they're all mad about this right now. That once they realize that they're allowed to host Monero, have Monero again, they're gonna FOMO in and pump the price even harder, and they're gonna have to buy the top. So like I'm hoping that we don't get back on the SEX until it's like $5,000 and the SEXs have to cry about how they had to delist at $150.
I kind of feel a bit different. I mean, if you look at the price of Monero, say since 2007, since the last 3 to 4 years, what you have is essentially a dynamic balance between an increase in online and peer-to-peer adoption and a decrease in centralized exchanges. So what centralized exchanges will do will facilitate peer-to-peer adoption. I mean, there's no doubt about that because it facilitates merchants and it creates liquidity and so on and so forth. And a good example will Coinbase, for example, jump in. Now the regulatory scenario is more friendly to them, and that will cause other ones to follow. But what we're seeing right now is a dynamic in the price between the two. Now, I happen to be somebody who trades regularly and bought almost all my Monero through centralized exchanges, particularly so I kind of come from the perspective that Monero is the ideal on-ramp to other cryptocurrencies, not the other way around. And in fact, I attend an Ethereum group in Vancouver, and a lot of people there, they see Monero as a way to get into Ethereum privately so they can do their smart contracts and the stuff they want to do on Ethereum without being spied upon. So it's a different perspective. So there are a lot of pluses, I think, for an on-ramp, not just for people that want to work in for example, in Monero, but people work, for example, in Ethereum or some of these other smart contract level 1 coins that you would want to get in through Monero in order to obtain privacy for your smart contract. So that's the flip side of this. And it's the other way around what happens in the Monero community. People think, we're going to use Litecoin or something to get into Monero.
Like the more I think about,
I always saw it that way too. Is that like that should be the pitch to noobs? Monero should be your gateway to other cryptos. Buy Monero on a centralized exchange, take the Monero off the exchange, and then move into whatever crypto you want to move into in a decentralized manner outside of the centralized exchange. Now you just anonymously purchase whatever you wanted to purchase.
But there's a demand for that. There's a real demand for that out there. And these are important elements. And then the other issue that you have with buying things like Bitcoin and centralized exchanges is that you can be attacked through blockchain surveillance. I mean, there's a real risk in buying something like Bitcoin, especially Bitcoin, and to a lesser degree Ethereum, and on a centralized exchange and then selling it for Monero, because somebody could turn around and then use that Bitcoin to do something untowards, and then you get accused of it. And that's at the essence of what happened in many respects in the Stolenov case, where he was selling Bitcoin privately. So I mean, those are the kind of risks you have. If you buy a KYC Bitcoin and you sell it privately, you're exposing yourself to you do not know what, especially if you sell it for Monero.
Mr. Wonderland, I'll let you kind of fit. I don't think you were even allowed to make your point yet. Go ahead and make the point you wanted to make.
Yeah, no problem. Like the more I think about this and the more I talk about this topic with other people, the more I kind of like fear that with more centralized exchanges, making it again available, making it enable users to buy Monero again, there is that we get more like an increased volatility of the Monero price. And like through all the delistings, the Monero price pretty much was rock stable at 150 or around that. And like when we look at the number for Havino, for example, it's not very usable for normies at the moment, and still the numbers keep like creeping up like substantially every week, the volume there. And I think if we don't have the centralized exchanges and we keep improving the tools, like if we get Havino to a usable or like normal, a usable point for normies, and we add Serai to that, I think we don't really need like the centralized exchanges really. And yes, you can manipulate the price in a certain way, even on Havino, but it makes it like harder. And
yeah, but don't at the end of the day, don't we want as many people as possible to access Monero that want to act? Why would we want to keep people cut off from accessing Monero if they want to access it?
I don't think it's so much about cutting people off. I think it's that a lot of these exchanges didn't actually have anywhere near the amount of Monero that they pretended to have, and they suppressed the price and all sorts of other funny business.
Yes,
you want to. There's a couple of things on that. First of all, I'm not convinced that the lack of volatility is. I think the lack of volatility in Monero has been a dynamic between decentralized peer-to-peer growth with the decline in the centralized exchanges. So that's the big one. You want either a totally decentralized or a heavily regulated centralized exchange. That's the answer to that problem. I mean, if you properly regulate the centralized exchanges, then you should be able to avoid the fractional reserve attacks. So that's kind of what you want. Either you really do you have a heavily regulated exchange, or you're totally unregulated. That's kind of, and it's in this in between where they kind of were, but they're not. That a lot of the problems occur.
Yeah, I much rather have people becoming aware of Monero and like trying to buy it through their normal like platforms they're used to buy the stuff, and then realize, okay, they can't buy Monero there, and then start like researching. Like for example, I have a few people that are somewhat normies, and I kind of like onboarded them and showed them Havino and so on. And I think we need
What are you trading it for? What are you trading it for there? Are you trading for cash?
Yes.
Or are you trading okay.
Yes.
And are you trading for digital cash or physical cash?
Both.
Digital cash, you start getting into trouble with the providers. Because more often than not, if you read the fine print of a lot of those providers, they say you can't trade cryptos with it.
Yes, but I mean, if you, I do both. Like, I tend
this has been going on for 10 years with Bitcoin. This was an issue with Bitcoin a long time ago. It's not new right now. It's not even irrelevant. It's the same debate was held. You could be talking in Bitcoin Talk in 2012, and people were saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah, but that's why I mostly encourage to use cash by mail, because that's like cash trading.
Okay, a cash in person or cash by mail is a different game altogether. That's very simple.
Yes.
And if you know the laws and so on, you can keep it below the threshold, so you're not in problems and all that. You can avoid all that.
Yes.
Cash, but the minute you start getting into digital payments, the PayPals and the Wise and all these kind of guys, they will have buried in their terms and conditions, you cannot trade crypto for these things.
Yes.
More often than not, because they're stuck with the rules of the credit card companies.
Yeah. Like, I think we want like people that actually are in the thing, like that realized why Monero is useful, and not just because they see Monero's price going up. I don't want these people to use Monero. They should just buy Bitcoin or Solana or whatever, NFTs or I don't know what. As soon as people realize they need a digital cash, like a private cash, then they should start getting Monero and use it, or just store their wealth in that. I think that's much preferred to just having a bunch of.
But the reason Monero has value is because it's used peer-to-peer. And this is the part that people also kind of, the idea that Bitcoin just not being used as a peer-to-peer currency can have value, I have a real problem.
Yes.
And this is why I think it's going to crash brutally.
Yes.
I'm not going to be blunt about it. I mean, what is the whole, if you take the cypherpunkness out of a cryptocurrency, it's worthless. And Warren Buffett is totally correct. The reason it has value is because it can be used as a peer-to-peer cash.
Yes.
But that means that then institutions or people will want to invest in it because they're betting on the growth of that peer-to-peer economy. It doesn't make sense for someone to say, okay, if I want to invest in Bitcoin, why are you not really investing in it? You're just hoping to sell to the greater fool. I'm sorry. But if it cannot
Without
be
the
used as
cypherpunk,
it has no value.
cypherpunk, it's basically it's if you're a big company that's investing in or has, like, if you're MicroStrategy and you're Sailor and you have all of this Bitcoin that you average at 30,000, what you want right now is for all of these suckers to buy the $100,000 Bitcoin so that you can rug them and walk away with all the money.
Okay, so you want to find a greater fool. And the one that the most interesting greater fool that's been recruited lately has been Uncle Sam.
Yep, and that was another thing I wanted to say. Where you were talking about the reason they didn't sign the Bitcoin Reserve thing yet, and the reason they're not talking about Bitcoin Reserve is because the people in the government, as stupid as they might be, aren't that stupid. They're not about to just to put on the laser eyes and buy Bitcoin because everybody says buy Bitcoin. They're like, this is not a good investment. It might be a number go up investment in the short term, but why would we buy the top to make a couple people rich and then get rugged on software that doesn't work?
Let me be blunt about this. The only way a government like the United States government makes sense for them to buy a peer-to-peer cypherpunk currency if it actually correctly functions as a cypherpunk currency and this peer-to-peer activity, then it may make a lot of sense for the government to buy into it. Just like many governments own other governments' fiat currencies as a reserve. It makes sense to do that, but if it's not being used as a peer-to-peer currency, then what's the point of it?
Yeah.
Well, just to get more people to funnel money into Bitmain to make more ASICs.
No, this is the part of this whole thing. Bitmain, please don't get me onto that. Because there's a history in Monero with Bitmain, and it's not a pretty one. It's people actually profited at the expense of Bitmain. A few of us did by dumping this thing called Monero Original. Right, it hit BTC, and okay, there's a story behind that. But I was one of them. But the fact of the matter is that the value proposition is the peer-to-peer or the cypherpunkness of it. If you take that away, the thing is worthless.
Yes. And that's why I want people with a changed mindset and not normies trying to invest in the hot new privacy thing.
If you understand, there's nothing wrong with investing. In fact, investors have a point because they're taking what a proper investment in a cryptocurrency like Monero is. You're betting on the future peer-to-peer use, and that's a legitimate use because it actually enables the use by putting your money and saying it has value, because the only way you can jumpstart it is actually through those investors. So there's a value to that, but you can't separate that value from the fact that it's used as peer-to-peer cash. The two are symbiotic, actually. The peer-to-peer cash does need the investor because someone has to go up front and say, this thing has value, I'm taking a risk with my money, and then you can use it as a medium of exchange. So it does have a value, but it's not an end in itself. It's a way, the two are dependent on each other. And it's just not one or the other. This is why a lot of people, I think it's valuable that people use it as an investment, as long as it's also being, what they're investing in is the growth of that peer-to-peer economy.
No.
And that's
one reason I like that it's sort of being like that it's hard to get on a centralized exchange, because if a normie gets their hands on Monero right now and they have to jump through some hoops to get it, maybe they got to buy it off of you. I mean, like maybe they trade Dogecoin on Binance but can't get Monero and don't know how to get Monero. You know, you could give them some Monero for some of their Dogecoin, and then you could swap their Dogecoin and get your Monero back. I mean, you could do all that legwork for them. They went out of their way to get their hands on some of this Monero, meaning that they know they can't just go and trade it on the ticker chart. They have to. They're holding it because they listen to you about what its use case is and what its future should be.
Okay.
Like they're real cypherpunks. Even if they only know about number go up, they're real cypherpunks if they get their hands on Monero in this environment.
But the point of it is what there's two reasons you buy Monero. A, you want to use it as a currency because you kind of cut you eliminate friction, or you're betting on somebody else using it as a currency. And you're basically saying this thing is fundamentally sound, so therefore I'm going to hold it because I'm going to buy it because somebody else is going to use it as a currency, or both. But those are the reasons you buy it. Either you want to use it as a currency yourself, or you're betting that somebody else is going to use it as a currency.
You kind of been half listening because I got to do something else over here as I get ready, but I'll repeat my take again. I think it is important that those who want to obtain Monero have a way to easily obtain it. Even the noobs, even if they don't completely understand it. I know fact of the matter is if Monero is listed on centralized exchanges here in New York, thousands and thousands of more people will obtain Monero. And if Monero has always been listed here in New York, a lot more people today would be using Monero. And we can't discount the network effect and the value that comes from more people using Monero and the security that comes with that. That is what strengthens the network. The larger we get, the more people that use it. So to try to stay niche, I think, is a disservice. But
the key word is
I agree with Doug on this. I really agree with Doug. You need both. You need the cypherpunk, but you also need the centralized exchange normie buying as an investment. Even that's the reason to buy it.
But my point about not having the centralized exchanges right now is sort of it's kind of like if a bully beats you up and you ended up with more lunch money than you started with. You know what I mean? It's like they pushed us into a corner that is forcing us to prove Monero is what it says it is.
Yes.
So if we ever come out of that corner, we're better than if we never got pushed into it.
The advantage is, I think, by being out of the limelight for the last 4 to 5 years, Monero's come out a lot stronger because they had a chance to really strengthen and become good enough. And therefore be really good at what it does. I mean, that's a legitimate argument, but I don't think it's a legitimate argument right now because I personally feel it's good enough. So it doesn't really have to hide any longer.
I mean, we don't have full chain membership proofs
what I mean
yet.
And
like I mean, Monero could use some more improvements before it becomes really mainstream, and we might not be able to hard fork anymore. But I mean, we're
full chain membership proofs and some tweaks to the scaling. But then of course people are going to say, well, we have to be quantum proof, which is going to be down the road, and that's a major next area of research.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, we're at the point where we can say it's good enough, even without any of that. But I agree that's coming down the pipeline. And so we're at the point where it can handle scaling. Yes, it'd be easier to do full membership through scaling if it has to grow plus the dynamic block size. I can understand that, but it's at the point right now where it's good enough. And it should, and the opportunity is we don't have really control over that. What's gonna happen is if there's a break in one of those cases, combined with the regulatory changes that are happening with the Trump administration, that could set a whole bunch of centralized exchanges going ahead and listing Monero, starting with things like Coinbase. And Binance is going to have to grow and go back and list it again.
I mean, we can't stop them from adding Monero back, but I really doubt that the people we get through centralized exchanges are people that will use Monero for its privacy or for its fungibility and so on and so forth. I think most people that come through these
are just traders.
Depends whether they take custody or not. I mean, if they leave it in the exchanges, then it becomes an investment asset and a risky one at that because of the risk of. But if they take custody of it, then they're gonna use it.
Yeah, but most people. I mean, okay, I only have my limited data of my friends and so on, and pretty much none of them have their crypto in self-custody, and
because
only.
Sorry, sorry, none have it in self-custody. That's true, yeah. You see.
And they only have Monero in self-custody because I helped them buy something. So
yeah, that's the same thing for me. That's the same thing for me. Where all my crypto friends, they have all sorts of other cryptos that they keep on exchanges and don't even know what a non-custodial wallet is, but they have Monero on their phone in their Cake wallet or whatever wallet that they use because I told them to.
Yes.
And on that same note, it's like, whether it's a barber or a convenience store, I got them to accept the Monero directly and to just tell them, just don't even worry, just hold on to it. And down the road, you're not going to miss it. You know what I mean? Just keep accepting the Monero and don't worry about whatever. Wait for what the future holds.
It's impossible to hold small amounts of Bitcoin, whether you want it or not, on your own self-custody wallet. Yes. And when Michael Saylor correctly pointed that out, he was vilified by members of the community who were in denial, starting with Vitalik, who should know better. I mean,
of course, Vitalik knows
better. Let's not kid ourselves here. I mean, you can't self-custody Bitcoin. You can't really self-custody Ethereum in small amounts either. I mean, you have to sort of time it. I mean, I bought a small amount of Ethereum in 2019 or something like that in Toronto from an ATM. And it took me about a year and a half later, I figured, okay, the gas fees are low enough, I can swap it for Monero. And it still was $4 or $5 to move it into Monero. But now if you kept it, sure, it got up in value, but you spend the same amount of money that you got in there to actually move it. And it's the same problem with Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's got to the point where you might spend, have $100 worth of Bitcoin. Well, you can spend $100 to move it on chain.
Yeah, I saw somebody talking about, well, imagine one Satoshi was $1. Then you have $1 if you have one Satoshi. I'm like, no, you don't. You can't move that $1 without spending less than $5,000. You got to understand how fees work. And you can't. If Bitcoin was free to move, if there was no transaction fees, well, then Bitcoin wouldn't be Bitcoin because it's supposed to be 100% transaction-based security. So you know what I mean? I'm like, people, Bitcoin is.
This is a big myth that Bitcoin is going to be secured by transaction fees. I have a real doubt about that. And in fact, I can't prove it. I can prove that Bitcoin Cash cannot be secured by transaction fees, but I can't prove that Bitcoin cannot be secured by transaction fees. But the evidence is simply not there. Just go to BitInfoShots and look at the fee and reward of Bitcoin, look at the fee and reward of Monero, and look at the fee and reward of Bitcoin Cash. And what you'll find is the higher friction on the block size, the fee and reward of Bitcoin is the highest. Then comes Monero, and Bitcoin Cash is below that. And we know where Monero fees are going. Monero fees are going to go down, not up. As you increase the block size, Monero fees will actually likely stay the same or go down. This is the other thing that people don't realize, how Monero's fees work. So Bitcoin Cash doesn't have a hope of competing with Monero in a stale emission. I'm serious. I'm really serious about this. It's just denial. It's not funny.
Yeah, true. oftentimes people like throw the argument that Monero wouldn't be used or wouldn't be like as expensive as Bitcoin if more people used it. But then, yeah, I talked to them about the tail emission and so on, and the dynamic block sizes and so on. Then they, okay, maybe it's different. Yeah.
No, Monero. Here's what I can say about Monero. Monero's fees are likely to fall or stay constant and probably fall. And the reason they could fall is if the rate of the. I tell people, say, what would happen if Monero had Visa transaction rates? Well, fees would be drastically lower than they're now. Why? Because what drives fees in Monero is actually the rate of growth of the block size.
Yeah.
Not the size of the block size, but the rate of growth. Visa's growth is about what, 5-6% a year? Well, that's nothing on the Monero block size. Yes, that's average and so on. So fees are going to be drastically low. Because that's what drives it, secured by the tail emission. So this whole argument and Bitcoin, whether Bitcoin fees will secure the Bitcoin network, I have serious doubts about it. I just can't prove it's a false. But by the way, read the Satoshi paper carefully. It doesn't say it will. What it says is fees can replace falling block rewards. Can, not will.
Okay.
So you think about that. You're securing $2 trillion worth of cryptocurrency on can.
Great. Yeah. Okay, but I think
the proof today is we have like $3,000 in transaction fees per block to $300,000 in block reward, and I'm like, we're a couple orders of magnitude away from matching that block reward. like the price of Bitcoin has to keep doubling every 4 years in order to keep that up.
But that doesn't do it because. Would you, if the price of keep doubling in terms of what, US dollars, Zimbabwean dollars? What do you want to double it at?
US dollars. You don't know that we price Bitcoin in US dollars.
Okay, so then you're thinking that the US dollar is going to keep its value.
Yes, of course. That's what we do in Bitcoin. We worry about the US dollar. That's why it's tied at the hip to the tech market.
And then why would you want to invest in Bitcoin if the US dollar keeps its value in terms of Bitcoin?
Oh wow! Okay,
hey man, you're asking too many questions.
I'm getting confused. I'm getting, I'm serious. I mean, you gotta really start asking questions about this stuff because it doesn't make sense.
Often,
have fun staying poor.
Oh Jesus! OFRN XMR. So.
Offered,
yeah. Okay. What offered? Okay.
Yeah.
I was skeptical about the multi the ratio between block reward in Bitcoin and the fees paid, like the percentage wise, and I quickly checked just to be sure. And okay, yeah, you're completely right. I think it's
just go to BitInfoCharts. Go to BitInfoCharts.com and look at the whole history of that, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
And then you'll see what it's.
What was the website you mentioned?
BitInfoCharts.com.
Okay, BitInfoCharts.com.
Okay, and you look at the fee and reward. Now, the fee and reward, and it's got it for a whole bunch of different coins, so you can compare them all. It's the ratio of the total miner payments that are transaction fees. So then you look at Bitcoin. Look at Monero and look at Bitcoin Cash. And what you'll find is sometimes Monero gyrated a bit because of at one point we had just after Ring CT, we had very small blocks and kind of effectively pushed up the price. But look at the last 3 years and you'll get a really good impression of what's going on. And what you'll find is the highest friction to cross the block size is Bitcoin. And what you'll see in Bitcoin is you'll see very low fees and spikes into like really high fees. That does not provide stable security. Then you look at Monero, which is pretty constant, lower than Bitcoin. And then you look at Bitcoin Cash, and it's below Monero. And it's logical. Bitcoin Cash has got an adaptive block size, but there's no cost to increase it, unlike Monero. So you don't have a fee market really in there. You have a fee market in Monero. You have a fee market in Bitcoin. Bitcoin has got an infinite, because think of Bitcoin as an infinite penalty. Monero was a finite penalty to increase the block size. Bitcoin Cash has no penalty to increase the block size. And what you'll find is that Bitcoin Cash fee and reward is below that of Monero, which is what you would expect. And Bitcoin's fee and reward should be higher than Monero, which is also what you should expect. But this idea that Monero's fee and reward will go to zero or will stay constant as you increase the block size. That you can calculate just by analyzing the adaptive block size of Monero and the fee equations and all that. And then you have Bitcoin ahead of it, and it has this spiking behavior, which essentially means that the blocks fill up, fees skyrocket, and people move away from transaction on chain, and then it drops again, and you get this sort of spike and then fall and spike and then fall. That's not going to provide long-term security, but they're claiming that it can in the Bitcoiners. And then you see Bitcoin Cash. They think it's below Monero, and there's no reason why it will grow. So this whole idea that transaction fees is going to replace falling block rewards is nonsense. At best, you can say that it can happen in Bitcoin, and you say that it won't happen in Bitcoin Cash. Mm-hmm. The only way you can do it is if some kind of centralized entity comes in there and regulates it, like Visa does. That's about the only way you can do that.
Or if you have centralized mining, then these centralized miners can centralize it by spamming the blockchain with high fee transactions, which force everybody else to pay more than them to outbid them. And then they collect their own fees. I mean, like if I'm Foundry and I own 60% of the hash rate, well, I can spam the blockchain with high fee transactions, and I'll collect 60% of my fees back because I'm mine my own transactions. Yeah,
you can do what Visa does. You typically say, "I'm not going to mine a transaction unless I get this fee."
Yeah, or Mara. I think Marathon does that, where they only mine blocks with transactions that they handpick.
Yeah, I mean, you simply say, okay, I'm gonna require this fee, and if there's no competition between miners, then you could create a monopoly. This is why Visa's fees don't go to zero, because Visa has a monopoly over their fee structure, and they're so big. So there's no competition. A whole bunch of different people competing to lower the Visa fees. They'll go to zero. But what happens is you have one entity setting the fees, and they can monopolize the whole thing. And then the other player becomes governments that try to regulate those fees. So that's the only way that you're going to get. It's the only way you're going to get the kind of fee replacement. You need a monopoly of some kind.
I was going to say on mempool.space, you can now speed up your transaction by paying for it with Google Pay or your credit card.
Okay, that's been going on for years. There was one case, I had a situation where it was about 2019 or 2018, and I was trying to move some Bitcoin, and the pool wanted Bitcoin Cash. And that's the only thing they would take. And eventually, I just had to wait it out, and the thing cleared the blockchain. I mean, that's been going on for a long time. And some take credit cards, and maybe some should decide to take Monero for processing Bitcoin transactions. That'll be interesting.
I would say that would make sense. We should reach out to mempool.space to ask them, like, hey, do you guys want to add Monero as a payment method?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's a perfect example.
That would be funny.
It would. And if they wanted to say something bad about it, I'd be like, look, man, you guys accept Google Pay. I'm pretty sure Monero is not as bad as Google Pay. At least you'd be respecting people's privacy.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Okay. I
think Doug needs to leave, and I think
I gotta kill it here. Onto family time. We let it run. I didn't want to cut you guys off.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what Monerotopia is all about, right? Some people complain the show goes on too long. I don't know. I think it's good. I think it's good to have this accessible viewers on stage portion at the end. Just let people.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Get the word out.
Anyway, thanks, I should let you go because I have to go also my time.
Yes, and we'll be back again next weekend, guys. We're here every weekend, every Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Mr. Wonderland, thanks for jumping up. OrangeFren, thanks for jumping up. Arctic, as always.
Yes.
Mr. Wonderland, any chance I see you at PorcFest this year? Is that going to happen?
Yes, Yes.
Oh,
and I'm-
fantastic.
Yes.
We'll start to coordinate offline. I've been working with Aaron on
Are
it. It's already got
you,
momentum.
I was going to ask you, are you doing anything for Acapulco?
No, I'm not going to that.
You're not going to that? Okay.
No, we got the newborn and
There's just too much happening, yeah. I can see that.
Yeah. So, but Pork Fest will be the next big thing I'm doing. And Arctic, I don't know if you know, but it's actually during MoneroCon. But I won't be able to go to MoneroCon because of the baby. So I'm gonna stay back here.
When is Pork Fest?
It's literally during MoneroCon, so it peaks.
Same
It's actually
exact time?
it's an entire week, and then it peaks at the end of the week, which is when MoneroCon takes place. So it's that
So
week
I can't
preceding.
just sort of decide to stop there and then go to MoneroCon?
It would be very hard to.
It'd be very
Go
hard
ahead.
to do that, okay.
Porkfest is from the 16th to 22nd.
Right, but it really peaks during the end, which is
Yes.
when MoneroCon is
Which is
happening.
when MoneroCon is
Yeah.
happening, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but we communicate with MoneroCon, and we're gonna work with them, collaborate with them.
Good,
So we're gonna
good,
stream out like our biggest talks over there, and then we'll stream
Sounds good.
MoneroCon's talks on our stage, and it should
that's
work
good.
out with the time zones.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
take care. Okay, bye.
All right.
Everybody
bye-bye.
be good.
Tell the baby I said hello.
Will do, brother. Will do. I'm excited to go hang out with her right now. This is great, guys. See you guys next weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Take care.
Okay, goodbye. See you guys later.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week. Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.